And now we're playing the song.
They ain't ready for the motherfucking damn pussy. You can say I got like 5 bitches. You can say I got like 5 bitches. They all in the motherfucking Ogaga D-time shit. You can say I got like 5 bitches though. You
Yeah,
can
the
say
fucking
like
Joe Biden ad.
swag. Cam pussy on nigga face. Cam pussy. Cam pussy on nigga face. Cam pussy on nigga face. Cam pussy on a 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 nigga face. Try to nigga, I'll catch a case. Try me, I'll catch a case. Try nigga, I'll catch a case. Try me, I'll catch a case. Cam pussy on nigga face. 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 I got boy pussy on my face. I've been defender. So many hoes that I caught a case. I do crime. A hoe's ass, you can call me Jeffrey Dahmer. Call me Yui. I got the chopper. I got the AK. Call me Ozzy, oh my god. I got the shotgun. Call me the bitch with the AK. I'm a bitch. I'm in a tractor. Y'all better make way. I'm a member of Precure cause I'm tall, pretty, and I'm gay. I'm homosexual.
Damn, pussy going wild. My man, if you ain't jacking off, you in denial. And you know the feds gon' miss me by a mile. Came inside so much, she end up with a child. Came to on the ground in disarray. Next to your fucking dad, cause I knew that dude was gay. And when I go to Taco Bell, you know I never pay. Fuck a bitch in my bathrobe, I feel like Digi-née.
Cam pussy on nigga face. 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 Cam pussy on a 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 nigga face. Try a nigga, I'll catch a case. Try me, I'll catch a case. Try a nigga, I'll catch a case. Try me, I'll catch a case. Cam pussy on nigga face. Cam pussy on nigga face. Cam pussy on nigga face. Cam pussy on nigga face.
Sup, everybody? It's hump day. It's also time for the show, the stream, period. That was a lovely special deluxe remix edition featuring Digi-née, but that is Princess Plunderphonics and Starman, K-On! Pussy, an instant classic. Today we have...
I enjoyed it.
Yeah, we have Digi-née is here.
Hey!
And we have Lachlan.
I literally just went live and I just got a DM from my darling wife saying they want to have sex. It's gonna have to wait. I'm live.
Oh my god.
Oh shit.
You got priorities here.
Why not both?
Have sex! You ever heard that song? It's by the ILYs, the Death Grips offshoot band. Check
Oh
it
yeah,
out.
no, I have. Come on now.
Absolutely.
And Simon's here as well.
Oh yeah, Simon, our buddy Simon. He was on last episode when we had the Procrastinators Anonymous on. We got
All
Simon.
I have to say is K-On! Pussies.
Mic drop.
My face.
Yeah.
I'm more like, I see the K-On! Girls more as like daughteroos than waifus personally.
Yeah.
I've never
Well,
seen
that's
them
what's
much
so
as...
funny about sexualizing them.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's way more funny than it is actually enticing. And I think a lot of the dojins embrace that, like
Yes.
the like Requiem 5 A Dream, where it's just all about them like fucking up their lives. It's like, you know, it literally is just like perverting the motherly intent with which the show was made, you know, by showing what happens if there was no if Yamada Naoko wasn't there to take care of these girls, what would they become?
You guys want to know the secret backstory of K-On! Pussies?
Yes.
What is that?
So me, Plunder, and someone else in our little Discord server we're doing a fucking, what do you call it? Like a speed draw where we have 10 minutes to fucking draw some shit that we get told to draw, and the topic was K-On! And when Ritsu was our prompt, I drew Ritsu seducing Neo into bed with a giant bad dragon dildo, like, you know, like cocked over her knee, and she was all like, "Oh, coming to bed, Mio," and Mio was all flustered and anxious. And I drew, you know, she was wearing underwear, but I drew Ritsu's pussy extremely hairy, and then we all got on the conversation.
Wait, I think we talked about this on the last episode.
Yeah, we did.
Actually,
We did.
What the hair conditions of the K-On! Girls' pussies are.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you talked about that. You shared that story.
Oh, I literally don't remember doing that.
Literally
No,
the first topic of the show. I disavow. I just want to be clear. I disavow femboys. It's gay. It's sin. I disavow loli. I disavow these anti-sex worker takes. I disavow Bill Gates conspiracy theories. I disavow it all. Twitter.
Your
show is all
I don't
about
have any Bill
disavowing
Gates
it.
conspiracy theories. Only Bill Gates facts.
I mean, that's true.
Conspiracy.
Bill Gates did knowingly sterilize thousands of African children. The great Saint Gates.
All right, we're not gonna get into Bill Gates' topic on this show. What are we gonna talk about though?
Well, seeing as I and you too, Digi, although we are new to the LGBTQ community.
Depending on how you look at it.
No, absolutely, absolutely. I at least feel like I am new to this community.
You are probably a lot newer to the community in a literal sense than I am, where it's kind of like I am new to being embraced by the community. And not to say that like everybody in the community has automatically embraced me. I also would say that at no point previously was I trying to. You clicked learn more.
It makes it go away faster.
I guess so. I guess that actually did make it go away faster. Anyway, we're talking about these Adobe things that come up to say like you have fake Adobe. And,
Dude,
sure
just
there's a way to get rid of
reinstall.
them, but I haven't bothered figuring that out yet. But what was I fucking talking about? I already lost my train of thought.
We're talking about the
LGBTQ.
That like, I think that when the LGBT community that kind of rose out of Tumblr, which is the one that I was the most aware of. Like, I didn't have any LGBT connections offline. And while I did know people who were, of that community in my online interactions, I was not like aware of an actual like knit group of people with like shared intent and like attempting to like make some kind of cultural movement, until seeing it come through Tumblr. And I was and still am diametrically opposed to them in terms of like some of their beliefs about like the way that things like should be, I guess. But like I think it's just like a difference of understanding of like wanting the exact same thing, but like thinking that the approach to get there is slightly different. And in my mind, the difference is extremely slight. In my mind, it's like I am I am functionally identical to the like leftists who follow me, basically, except that I do not think that like
you just want to see art
is the answer
being railed. Yeah.
I mean, I'm mostly like I would say that I might just be more extreme, honestly, because I would consider myself an anarchist in terms of what my ultimate goal is. So, like, maybe it's hard for me to relate to people trying to, like, move towards communism as, like, a middle ground on the way there. And I'm like, nah, like, we got to go straight to anarchy or else it's not going to work. Like, the only way it works is if we trust each other enough to be able to do that. And building that trust is what's important. And building trust, it does not come from like holding to an ideology and trying to, bring everybody into your ideology. It's like you have to approach them somewhat on their own terms and lead them to come to the same conclusions that you've come to on their own, essentially.
But
well said.
Could I interest you in a classless, moneyless, stateless society? Just tossing it out there.
Potentially.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. I prefer that society basically be my vision of ideal society is kind of similar. I would basically describe it as like if Mad Max wasn't shit, like if roving bands of like vehicle-based communities across America, but like it wasn't a result of like not having any resources, but a result of like attempting to engage with resources more effectively by, you know, doing what tribes did and like moving around and farming different places and or, you know, like not over hunting areas. Like, I don't know. I think we think of America as overpopulated, but it's only overpopulated in places where it's convenient to live. You know, like there's tons of fucking countryside that you could live off the land and move around and like still have technology, especially as 5G and all that shit improves. And like, you know, we can literally, any spot can be a Wi-Fi hotspot eventually. I think we will instinctively move in that direction. It's like living in the city is fucking terrible for humankind. And, the faster that people can find ways to form their own communities by like banding together in secluded places in the American Midwest, the better. That's my theory.
Yeah, come to the Midwest.
It's not the
all
American
open
Midwest.
land.
It's space, dude. It's gonna be space colonies.
Space
That
noise
too.
supremacy.
Space is also a possibility, but I feel like space is going to take a while to get to the
I
point
don't
where like poor people can do anything about it.
I don't think humans deserve the right to go to space before we fix our shit down here.
That's also fair.
Because if we don't correct our bad behavior, we're just gonna fuck anywhere else up.
Right. That's
Or
what
we
the
can go into
Zentradi
space,
Yeah.
and then we can just let Shar drop an asteroid on the Earth, and all our problems are gone. We didn't everything we
Well,
fucked
I mean,
up is-
ideally, it would be all of the rich fucks who go to space, and fuck them. We get the Earth, you know?
Yeah, we as the
Classless
proletariat
society
should band
achieved.
together and, overthrow the bourgeoisie. Agreed.
Send those
Thank
fuckers
you.
to space.
No suit. No fucking suit. Out the airlock.
Do you think Tomino's heart was really in it when he didn't have Earth get destroyed by a meteor at the end of that movie? Or do you think he just thought he had to let the story continue? Because, like, Gundam, like, they can't let Earth die in Gundam. It would be too much. It would be too big of a change.
I think his heart was in it, because I think that kind of inability for like finality to occur, that inability to like sort of commit to a conclusive politics, defines Tomino's works.
Aside from, like, I mean, I guess I wouldn't call it politics, but I mean, in Idion, the fucking whole universe ends. Like, that's kind of final.
No, I guess it's sort of like he did it in Idion, and then moving forward, he was like defined by. I still need to watch Idion. I've been watching a shit ton of Gundam lately. It's so good. I love Gundam.
Yeah, I need to make that pilgrimage myself one of these days.
I have
I've
not
spent
seen and
Hundreds of
Gundam.
dollars
Oh,
on
man.
plastic models. Please help me.
Alright,
That's fucking cool.
Simon, if you ever want to take an interest in Gundam, I have the easy
Yeah.
mode, and I'm just going to tell everybody, if you want to take an interest in Gundam, don't listen to what anybody tells you except for this advice. Watch
Yep.
Gundam 0080 War in the Pocket. It is only 6 episodes long. It is
Right.
one of the most tightly written anime OVAs there is. Absolutely beautiful animation. It will set your expectations too high for what Gundam can do in 6 episodes.
Oh, no.
But you know, I mean, it's like the perfect microcosm of the themes of Gundam, which is then going to be explored in the most exhaustive detail possible by every other incarnation. So it's
I
like,
see.
start here. If you like what you see, then you like Gundam. But you know, it's gonna be harder to get something out of anything other than a 6-episode OVA that's super tight
Fair.
and super well animated from the 90s, the early 90s when things were still good. You know?
Yeah.
I've heard good things about IBO too, and I'm interested in watching that.
I have not seen much of that one, but that one's because it's one of the alternate universe Gundams, so you know you could watch it on its own and maybe it would give you an interest in Gundam, but it's not relative to any of the other ones. Where like
Okay.
0080 is a part of the main chronology, and like there's definitely stuff in it that will just go over your head at first, especially in the first episode that's like connected to it, to the story. But if you don't know that, it really doesn't matter. It just looks like really cool shit's happening. You're like, whoa, robots are running around and guys are talking about like military shit that you would understand if you'd seen the original show. But like, you know,
Yeah.
once you get into the characters and the actual meat of the plot. It's also a ritual to watch it on Christmas
Hell yeah.
every year because it is set in Christmas time. But it is not. It is also like it's basically
we
a
did.
dark joke to watch it on Christmas because it's like
Oh.
insanely bleak. So
Oh, great.
yeah.
Have to watch that next Christmas for sure. I haven't seen any Gundam, honestly.
Well, we watched
Oh,
like
no.
we started watching the first movie, but I think you passed out.
Yeah,
'cause
that's
we
as
were
much
too
as
high.
I've seen. I mean, I've read a lot about Gundam from a historical perspective, but we've been watching another old anime, though.
Oh, Stop Hibari-kun, which is
Hell yeah.
Didn't Lachlan recommend that to you?
yes, Lachlan. Thank you. Well, I mean, I knew about Stop Hibari-kun. I had not known it had been fully subbed because I went back and read my blog post about it from 2009, and it was only the first episode had been subtitled. And like, I was clearly like geeking the fuck out about the existence of this show. Granted, I was describing it as like my excitement was, oh, this is a trap anime. Like Hibari is a trap, and that's how I wrote the post, which is not how I see the show because Hibari is a girl. Like Hibari is
That was you operating in your former mindset,
right.
but now that you are enlightened,
Yeah.
you see the truth.
I mean, like there are characters that like that almost seem to relish that, like, you know, are deliberate traps, and that's what they're trying to do, like, actually, which is kind of I guess could be seen as an offensive stereotype, although I don't doubt that there are people who legitimately get off on it. But like, you know, that's not what Hibari is. Like, Hibari does not have any intentions of being seen as a man whatsoever. Like, she constantly tells her dad to see her as his daughter, and the fucking most heartwarming thing about this show is the dad slowly starts convincing himself that Hibari is his daughter. Like, he always catches himself doing it, but it's like, you know, at first it's like anytime she says, like, he'll always be like, stop acting this way, it's perverse for a boy to act this way. And then like later in the show he'll be like, get your hands off my daughter, you know? And it's fucking adorable.
It definitely
That's
is.
nice.
It's a great family. It warms my heart. I am quite enjoying it. What episode are we on?
25 or something. We're close to the end. We have like 8 left, I think.
Yeah.
So 27.
And
probably.
is that OP not an absolute banger?
It's instantly in your head for the rest of your life. I mean, I've thought about that OP many times over the years, having watched one episode once in 2009. And I also think that show, I think it had a huge impact on me subconsciously because my story, I have this magical girl story that a trans magical girl story I'd been working on, workshopping in my mind for like a decade. That I think I came up with not too long after watching that show about a character who, you know, is assigned male at birth and performing as female, but we're indecisive of whether they actually considered themselves a boy or a girl for obvious reasons, that I was the same way. And this is also why I could never finish this story, is because I could never decide where the character was going to go eventually. Like, I didn't know what decision they would make because I hadn't made a decision myself. Not that a decision has to be made necessarily, but, you know, even if the decision was to be comfortable gender fluid, I had not come to that conclusion. So, like, I couldn't figure out where this book had to go. But, like, the concept of it was that there would be a main character who's a girl who is the narrator, and she arrives at this school and meets the main character, Salome, Wishgiver Salome, who is completely accepted by everybody at the school as a girl. Like, they've known her whole life. They think of her as a girl. It's the newcomer who's like, this is weird, why do you think this? But, like, when she gets to know Salome, then she actually, like, falls in love with her. So they end up, you know, she becomes like her assistant during the phase of her life where she's a magical girl. And then, you know, later on, I would have them grow up and explore their relationship as Salome figures out their gender identity. This was the concept of this book. I've reworked this into a book I am actually writing now called Post Magical Girl Baroness Blue, which is just like basically the same concept but much more fleshed out and Precure based. I'm not going to say much more about it than that because I've only written a bit of it. But
I've heard you talk about that story idea so many times, and I'm so excited it might be taking an actual form.
Yeah, it's going to be very different from the original form it had because it's a much more mature, look at it, because I'm gonna basically, like, my vision of it before had been like, this kid is a magical girl, and then, like, as a teenager they resolve these gender issues and then it's over. Now I'm looking at it as, like, going all the way to the age I am now. So
right, the issues
like,
have been resolved, and how do they live after
right
that? Yeah.
Yeah, so it's gonna go much further than the original intent, if I find time to write it after all the other shit I have to fucking get done.
Yeah. You know, baby steps, one chip at a time.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
But there's great scenes in this book, such as Baroness watching Claymore with a friend and crying over how cool Claymore is. So yeah, that's the kind of book it is.
I've not seen Claymore, but it looks really fucking cool. So I love girls and I love swords.
Yeah, I mean, if you like tough fucking chicks fighting demons and like the main
Who
characters,
doesn't? Let's be real.
honestly, Simon, I think Claymore would definitely be your kind of show. I think you'd connect with the main character and how he sees the main girl. Because I would compare it to, like, he's kind of a Spike-esque character in the way that you described on a previous show.
I do love that man.
Yeah, he's a
Someone
good boy.
said in the server here that they need to know my persona.
I was gonna ask you.
Have a fucking persona. Get the fuck out
No,
of here.
when you
without
come into this
furry
chat,
shit.
you're legally mandated to choose
If you
one.
had to pick
So-
one, if you were gonna be transformed into an animal character, who would you pick?
God, a fucking squid.
A squid.
Aw.
Interesting.
Like from Splatoon?
It's
like a
because
little inkling?
Lachlan wants to fuck as many people as possible at the same time.
Like Star
right?
Twinkle
Is that-
Creature.
is
He'd
that
be like
the
the
thinking?
alien.
That's my immediate go-to. Oh, Landoname with $10 says, "Hey, Pedantic, just want to let you know your hour-long Horomusco video meant a lot to me. I'm straight, but your guys' journey is sure inspiring. Also, Simon and Digi, Claymore blows. I'm sorry." Well, the second half of Claymore does blow because they had like an anime original rushed ending, but I have not read the manga. It goes way longer, like because it was like a shonen monthly, I think. Or it started weekly, went monthly, one of those cases. So, like, you know,
I don't
but
know.
it has like 25 volumes or some shit.
Claymore does not really interest me,
It's kind of cool.
but I mean, I think it used to be on Netflix, and I tried to watch like 5 minutes of it, maybe, if I'm thinking of the right show.
The first couple, like, I mean, I would say that the manga is better just overall, because, like, it's really just, like, the first 4 episodes kind of suck, and then the next 4 episodes are fucking awesome, and then the rest of the show kind of sucks, and then the, like, second half totally blows ass. So really, it's just about episodes 5 through 8. That's all you have to watch of the anime. Nothing else matters. So you might as well just read the manga instead, because it doesn't suck from, like, beginning to end in that version. You know what I mean?
Oh boy, Lachlan, are you watching or reading any manga right now?
Yeah. So I've got a handful that I'm following. I'm following this manga about a 30-year-old woman who's like really into Gundam, but she like can't talk about it with anyone. And then this high school girl
That
runs
sounds
into
adorable.
her, and she's like, "Yo, you also like building Gunpla? That's so cool!" It's the purest shit ever.
Absolutely.
H-Genie Koisuru Futari. I fucking love it. The mangaka's other works are super good as well. I dropped it in chat there. And then I'm reading one.
I like
but go ahead.
mind blanked and thought you were just talking about Gundam Build Fighters for a minute, but
Oh,
this
these
is
girls are so
fucking
cute.
adorable.
Oh, I love this.
This is like Gundam Build Fighters, but in an aesthetic I
But
appreciate.
with the 30-year-old office lady, yeah. It's
Oh,
so
that's
yeah, this
good.
looks
It's
great.
So perfect.
I dig the character designs. Why are the eyes red in every panel of this? Is this actually how it is, or is this just like some weird fan coloring thing?
No, I think that's how it is. I think
Okay.
like the eyes are colored just for some reason.
That's
The other girls are blue, so it's a very striking contrast.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, I will definitely have to check that out.
I can understand the point of that. I, too, am making a comic with a limited color palette right now, so I can understand the appeal.
One day
Uh,
I'm gonna.
And then I'm also reading I Turned My Childhood Friend Male into a Girl. Because, you know.
Excellent.
Because, you know, that's pretty hot.
Yeah.
No explanation needed.
Yeah.
Sounds.
So this is just like very cute gender bender bullshit.
Oh boy.
I feel so sad that like this used to be the kind of stuff that I pretty much exclusively read, and that I think just because like I didn't feel I could get any closer to experiencing it in reality, and it became too painful, and so I stopped reading these kinds of things.
These
But
characters are
now
so
I'm
cute.
interested in going back, which it's always. I don't understand the mentality of people who are always trying to finish shit, like because like okay, to me. Before I reread my post about Stop Hibari-kun and realized that only the first episode had been subbed, I could not remember why I had not continued the show. And so I was just like, well, you know, it's here for me now at the moment when I need it the most. Isn't it better that I had it saved up, you know? I mean, maybe I would have needed it more back then than I realized. Who knows? I certainly don't know how I would have interpreted it if I would have convinced myself that Hibari was a girl and therefore that I could be too, you know, which is like how I feel watching it now. But nonetheless, like, you know, it's like I don't feel worse for having not finished it then. I feel like, you know, it's great to still have shit that I know is good that I haven't fucking seen.
Hell yeah.
Why be in a rush to make that not the case anymore, you know?
For sure.
And it's like, it can be fun to react to things that are shitty in the moment, that are in the zeitgeist, just for the reason of, like, you know, getting to talk about something.
And just, like, being up to date on
Yeah.
the current happenings. And, like, I do get something out of, like, keeping up with mediocre shit.
Yeah.
As long as it connects to me in some way.
I just, like, I usually have a very pessimistic opinion of shows that are, like, that get popular because of the fact that I always see them as, like, just trying to get reactions, you know? Like, they are shows designed around the fact that the audience will talk about it. And, like, some element of that is good. Like, I would say Madoka had a big element of that, and, like, they did it as a deliberate marketing gimmick, but it worked, and it enhanced the show in the way that they did it, and it didn't necessarily matter in the long run. Like, if you watch Madoka today, it doesn't really matter that the initial presentation was the way that it was. Like, you know, the story still has just as much impact. It's just like, you know, that was just like a time and place thing that could make it so the people who were seeing it then, it was extra special, you know, but it's still special if you watch it later. And that obviously is why it became a worldwide phenomenon long after that initial gimmick was over with, you know? So, like, yeah, I guess I made my point, I think. I don't remember. Cicada with $5 Australian says, just talk about all the trans anime that means things to you. That sounds pretty based. I am working on a 5 trans anime to watch for Pride Month video. Unfortunately, it's already more than halfway through the month, and we have only gotten close to finishing the first show.
Yeah,
that
but
I
it is
watch.
the longest one.
Yeah, but I want to rewatch. I'll just say the shows here so that if you want to just watch them, you know, without me justifying it to you, then just go for it. But I mean, obviously, Hodo Musko is going to be on the list because that's like the one.
Yeah.
Stop Hibari-kun is on there. I have not decided if Maria Holic belongs on the list yet. Somebody suggested to me that it has, like, you know, like trans, I guess, issues. What's the word I want to use? Experiences.
Topics.
Topics pertaining to the experience of being trans. Sure, yeah. Like themes, I guess. Trans themes. Let's go with that. Somebody suggested to me that those themes are apparent in the story because I had seen, and I think honestly that my initial reaction to Stop Hibari-kun and thinking of Hibari as a trap, because in my post I compare him to Maria from Maria Holic, because that had just aired like a season before I watched this. And Maria in Maria Holic is like a bully about being a boy dressed as a girl. But like this commenter was suggesting to me that that is out of like insecurity over being like possibly a trans lesbian and like projecting that insecurity onto bullying the lesbian main character girl, you know? But perhaps being able to more embrace their feminine side because of the fact that they're, you know, loved by this girl. I don't know. This is my projection based solely on this person's tweets, but I have to watch the show to find out.
Definitely worth checking out.
Yeah, and because I think that would be super interesting and relatable to the trans people who have bullied themselves into submission for 28 years. Like me.
Looks into the mirror.
Right,
Oh no!
You're younger than I am. There's still a chance for you, Simon.
I know. You know, I am aware of my situation, and your whole deal has made me a lot more mindful of how to not be an emotionally repressed weirdo.
Yeah,
about it.
Good. That's what I'm trying to help people do.
Literally
And
save.
the comments on my Befriending the Internet
Save.
series have been fucking... it's been a great time. It's been deeply enlightening for me as much as for the people commenting. But,
I haven't felt the need to comment on it because literally everything you're reading is like, I feel exactly like this. So I'm glad that she's I'm glad someone is voicing what I have to say so I don't have to do it myself.
That's what I've always existed for, right? Like, that's always what... It used to just be about anime, now it's about trans shit. But, you know, perhaps the way I talked about anime always suggested was always signaling certain people to find themselves in my audience.
I wonder.
Trans pipeline starts with you.
I am the alt-left pipeline. It's true.
Alt-left.
One day
that is a good way to describe what we are.
Absolutely.
Nino once did a 1-episode podcast that was supposed to be a show, but it was him and some other dude I don't know, and it was called Alt-Left Dipset. And when that podcast came out, I was like, that's what I want to be a part of. I want to be in the alt-left Dipset. Because it was brand new and there's no other definition other than Nino and this guy who I didn't think I particularly disagreed with. So I was like, all right, I'm in this club. We're good. This is the new identity. It sounds right.
All right, we got 2 more super chats. A $5 super chat from Wrong End of the Utilitarian Calculus. Hi, Digi. I was the guy who paid you to rant about the Rand Valley massacres. Or Rand Valley, as I apparently typed.
Round Valley is what they're called, is what he's saying. But
Round Valley.
Is what he had typed, because that's what I ended up reading.
That's
wrongly.
funny. Thank God for the nuclear bomb. And then Cicada for 5 Australian says, Simon be trans. Make it so I'm not the only girl on Pro-Anon. Please. JK,
in due time,
just be you, boo.
Shout out to Utilitarian Calculus. I'm his biggest fan.
It's not nice to bully people into coming out. You have to do it.
No. I've had
relate
conversations with her.
I relate
this is
because,
friendly.
You know, I podcast with Ashley a lot, and her transitioning has made it even easier, and I think has made the show even better because I just feel like we're able to understand each other like more emotionally after she has come out. So I do think that, like, you know,
it's a lot easier for me to get why she is the way she is.
Yeah, if you're being true to yourself, like, your friends will get you more.
Exactly. Well, it's because, like, okay, like, people, I think that people who repress their emotions, they get really emotional, and then they try really hard to logically justify why they are emotional to you without keying into the fact that they care. Like, they have to constantly imply, this is not a matter of my emotions. This is a matter of you being incorrect for this and this reason that I am going to logically lay out. And it's like, okay, but why do you care that I'm incorrect? You know? That's the core, and you have to... If you are not forward with your emotions, then it's hard for me to understand why I have to participate in this argument with you, you know? Like, just tell me you're mad and we can deal with that, you know? I can say sorry or find a way to, you know, figure out how to make you not mad anymore, you know? But, like, this whole word game of, like, splitting hairs over our disagreements in the logic by which we justify feeling emotions is uninteresting to me, you know?
Digi-née, did you finish talking about your list of trans anime for the month?
No, I did not. I had said Stop Hibari-kun, and then Maria Holic, and then Gatchaman Crowds, because one of the main characters is non-binary, I would think. Fluid, probably, because they switch gender identities back and forth, like hardcore back and forth, like totally different outfit, name, and mentality. But yeah, So that's an interesting one. And I think there's
That's
another
fucking
trans character in the
awesome.
second season. I haven't seen it yet. I had never actually finished the first season, so I have to watch that whole fucking show to talk about it. And then the other show is Dot Hack Sign, which
Yes.
I'm deeply fascinated with, and I'm gonna have to spoil the show to even explain why it's a trans anime, but that's fine because I don't think it. I mean, I don't know if this show is written in such a way that they wanted it to like dawn on you or something if you were somebody who related to the character, but like literally, the main
That
character
was definitely
the
a
main.
thing for me.
Yeah, did it help
Like,
you?
Dot Hack Sign was one of like the very first anime I watched, like aside from probably like the first anime I watched aside from just like kids, like cartoon block stuff.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, I feel it's this character so much. I wonder why. Just must be like a moody adolescent, kind of like
Right.
online, like asocial. Like that's why I relate. There we go.
And then you get to the last episode, and you're like, oh, was that how it was?
No, I mean I saw the full reveal, and I was just like, yeah, it must just be because I'm moody, and like
Okay.
displaced and adolescent. Yeah,
Right.
I didn't figure it out at that point.
So yeah, that's the same for me, and it wasn't even that I like super hardcore related to Tsukasa because like I don't think I saw every episode of Dot Hack in order because it aired on Cartoon Network's Saturday night block, and I would like watch the show and post about it on message boards on otaku boards at the same time because it's so fucking boring, and like I could not follow the plot at all. It's like they talk nonstop, and I would not pay any attention to the conversation. I would just listen to the music because the show has my favorite soundtrack ever. So like my impression of Dot Hack is just the soundtrack and the imagery, and I don't care about the characters or plot at all, but I distinctly remember that at the end, Tsukasa is, spoiler alert, Tsukasa is a girl in real life and is trapped in a boy's body in the game. And only after...
It's like a metaphor or something.
Yeah, and at the end, she gets with the other girl who she was with in the game, who is also a girl in real life. So it's Yuri at the end. And
Amazing.
From this point forward, okay, so here's a spoiler for another video that I'm also working on, but this is probably going to take me a long time to make, so I might as well just fucking spill the beans now. I'll justify it later. But Mashimo Koichi, the director of Dot Hack Sign and founder of B-Train. So, if you watch Mashimo Koichi's shit from the 80s, it is fucking insane. He directed the movie iCity, Dirty Pair, the movie. These movies are just like the most aesthetic things ever created. Like every image is bizarre, just colors exploding, neon, fucking insanity. The production values are crazy because they're like high budget 80s movies, especially the Dirty Pair one. So like it's just like a visual orgasm, and like the plots make no fucking sense at all. It's just batshit crazy stuff happening with psychics and explosions and fucking just chaos. Like the movies are basically just nonstop chains of audiovisual excitement. So then so I would describe Mashimo Koichi as a very aesthetic director is what I'm trying to say. And all the stuff that he directed, involves some form of gender politics in the narrative. But particularly, I watched his 1992 OVA, The Weathering Continent, in which the main character is a girl who has cut off her hair and decided that she will no longer live as a woman because in this like fucked up world where her older brother, who is like a very effeminate man who's like taking care of the world, basically, like he's got the weight of the world on his shoulders, and she like looks at him as like the ideal. So like she's trying to basically like be more masculine so she can take care of him. But like at her heart, she is a girl who wants to be taken care of. And like in the OVA, like she is challenged to embrace her femininity again. Like the arc of this OVA is that she is told like, if you let go, you will achieve eternal happiness in this place where all these people have like become immortalized in like the form that they most wanted to be in. However, the world around them is completely suffered and gone to shit. Like this is the only place where people are living eternally, and they're in total stasis because there's nowhere forward for them to go in this world. So she rejects this notion and continues to suppress, thinking like I can't, it's like it's not the time yet, basically. So in the mid to late 80s, Mashimo Koichi got into a major skiing accident that almost killed him. When he was in the hospital, he decided that he wanted to create a studio that was a hospital for animators, where people could, like, you know, express themselves more freely.
What kind of accident did he get into?
A skiing accident. I
Like,
assume
how
he hit
bad?
a tree or something. Life-threatening. He almost died.
That's some crazy
What
shit.
year was that?
In the, like, late 80s, I think.
Okay.
So, like, he was working with groups like Production IG and Tatsunoko and like that like arrangement of studios. And so B-Train arose as a subsidiary of Production IG and Tatsunoko, and it's a training ground for new animators. That's why the shows all look like fucking garbage, because it's literally newbies and like people who are struggling in the industry who come here to sort of be retrained in this hospital setting that Mashimo Koichi set up, and he directs and writes all the fucking shows. The first one is Dot Hack Sign, which is this major, like, you know, multimedia project with all these different fucking parts to it that is a worldwide phenomenon, this, like, huge statement piece. And essentially, it's about, like, you know, it's like a trans coming out story. And then every fucking show he made after that is about lesbians with guns. It's all about lesbians with guns, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh shit.
So-
My third eye.
So, like, I had a blog called I Hate B-Train because I was so angry that this studio, every show they made on paper sounded like the thing that would appeal to me more than anything else in the world. But all the shows are dog shit because they look like ass and they're totally incomprehensible. They're just they're just these weird emotional pastiches. And like when you watch Mashimo Koichi's 80s movies where like the production value is there to realize his aesthetic visions, they're fucking awesome. Like iCity and Dirty Pair are both like 10 out of 10 god tier fucking aesthetic pieces.
Yeah,
but, like,
I really want to watch that Dirty Pair movie.
all the B-Train stuff is just go, you know? And like you watch Phantom and like, yeah, I know why Phantom has like a lot of appeal to like non-binary people in particular, because like the story has a lot to say about like the non-binary gender experience, but like the camera just is upside down half the time because it's different than being right side up. Isn't that better? You know, it looks like shit.
It's called cinematography. Look at it.
Yeah, Metabot is also good, from Rafael Andrade in the comments. But that's one of the few shows that wasn't directed by Mashimo Koichi. And I think it was like sort of a co-production. It was like B-Train's getting on their feet. I don't think they were like fully in charge of it. They were just the animation studio doing it, you know? But it was directed by Tensai Okamura, who is also great. He did Wolf's Rain.
Did anybody
obviously
good
also
come
very
out of
impressionistic.
B-Train?
What was that?
Did anybody good come out of B-Train?
I don't
That'd
really
be
know. I
interesting.
mean, I assume that
Oh,
most of their
God.
animators went to work for Production IG. And
Right.
eventually, when Mashimo Koichi retired when he was like 68, and B-Train just literally got swallowed back into Production IG. So it's not even a thing anymore. It's gone. So, like, in doing a retrospective on Mashimo Koichi, I will literally cover B-Train's whole history. The last show he did was Hyoge Mono, which I am going to guess, just based on its aesthetic and what it's known for, that it was a retirement piece, because it's all about wabi-sabi and like the like culture of aesthetics from like old school Japan. So
Yeah, this motherfucker directed like 25, 30 shows in 10 years at B-Train.
fucking, I mean, he's a workhorse because he's trying to be a hospital for everybody else. So obviously that means
Yeah.
he's taking on all the fucking work. I love the man.
Very
I don't care
commendable.
how
Yeah.
shit all his work is.
Yeah, as long as he's helping out, you know, the little guys, that's all that matters.
I think that means a lot. Like, and it's really great that people like that exist. But holy shit, does it mean that his name is attached to some dog shit?
I mean, people love those shows. Like, I hate B Train way more than anybody else because I'm so frustrated that I want to love the shows. Like, most people, they're like, Noir was a huge hit when it came out.
I guess there was some
Mad Lax
shows.
was pretty successful.
Nobody likes Mad Lax.
Nobody cares about Mad Lax. It was kind of a meme, though, because it has the yan money, yeah, yeah. Which was a meme on Nico Nico Doga forever.
Incredible.
Oh, boy.
Are any of you guys...
Those were the days!
Are any of you guys watching any seasonal anime? Me neither.
No.
Us either. So
I haven't watched a seasonal show in like
that.
a year, probably. Right?
Yeah, the last 2 seasonal shows I watched were Azoken, and I didn't finish it, and then before that, Mob Psycho Season 2.
I mean, that's pretty much the same time. I mean, like,
I
after
mean, look,
KyoAni, like, I stopped caring about, like, currently airing shit, I guess.
I don't know if he necessarily wants us to say this, but like it seems as though Nate is going to move down here like by the end of this month, and so
Oh my god,
yeah,
for real?
it's fucking happening.
And so Cantent will probably just hit the ground running with the summer season and just do stuff going forward from there, because like there's no hope of us catching up with the shit we missed from the last 2 seasons.
Yo, I might get into seasonal anime. Holy shit.
Same. I mean, I've been wanting to, but like this was not a good season 2 because of the coronavirus. Like almost everything.
I mean, there's less stuff to watch. You know, that's a plus maybe.
But it's depressing if the good shit is all canceled.
It's true.
Precure got canceled.
I know, Precure got canceled, and I literally was like, I'm not looking at a modern anime. I think it's probably back by now. It's been like several weeks, but...
Pokemon just came back 2 weeks ago.
Oh, cool. I've been seeing
good.
more Precure fan art, so I'm inclined to believe that it may be back. I'm gonna check, but I'm scared.
Has another one of those Pokemon Twilight Wings shorts
yes, a
come
new
out
one
since?
did. The episode 5 did come out.
Who's it about?
Oh, fuck. It's about... I don't know. I have no idea. I haven't seen it.
Oh, okay.
I forgot what the episode preview was for.
Okay, I know the blonde bitch, like the yandere like girl is in it. Not yandere, whatever. Like the quiet who turns into a murderer. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Lydia Bat in the chat said, "Is Dot Hacksign the Matrix both about being trans?" Literally, yes. Absolutely. Yes. The Matrix
is red pilled to be trans.
The Matrix is obviously about being trans since both of the Wachowskis transitioned. I think it's fair to read all their things having that lens to some degree.
Yeah, I fucking love that. That's my favorite thing I've ever heard.
Feature film, the one about the lesbians, where one's a mafia wife. It's really good. Also, Bound, I think.
Putting that on a list to watch.
Yeah, they went from a film about a pair of lesbians to The Matrix. Real subtle, guys.
I don't think Precure is back, but I just read some news that crushed me. Precure CG designer retires from Toei to pursue original projects.
Though.
That's
take it as good.
Yeah, it could be good.
Yeah.
He's
cool.
starting his own studio. That's what he said he's doing.
Exciting.
I mean, if you
maybe
like
we have
CG
more
work,
good CG.
Would you
yes.
say that you want to see more CG?
Oh,
Precure?
yes, absolutely.
Yes.
It's fucking great. It's
Like
Kino
I want to see
as
more
fuck.
Aikatsu CG. That's my.
Oh,
fucking
Aikatsu
that's
is
great.
great, but I think it's like a team of people who work on it. Like I'm pretty sure the Precure is just.
Sunrise's CG. team,
Yeah,
that's who works on
absolutely.
it.
I mean, and I think they're a little bit better than Toei, but you know.
Sunrise, a little bit better than Toei.
Yeah, I
Literally
think
Well said.
Put that one on the back of the box.
Yeah.
on all the boxes.
It's pretty much a perfectly.
Oh yeah, isn't there an
description,
Inuyasha
but, you know.
fucking sequel coming? Is that Sunrise?
Yep, that's coming out.
Is
Oh,
it Sunrise?
fuck. I
Yeah, I think
couldn't
so.
be more excited for anything else on the fucking planet than the Inuyasha sequel.
We have to watch all of Inuyasha.
I literally will watch all of Inuyasha just for the sake of this.
I have been not watching it because I want to be a hipster. And everybody I know is like, oh, Inuyasha is like so important to me, and I'm like, this looks like fucking fuck
Okay,
you.
Me and my
Early Inuyasha is really good. The problem is that it fucking just like it takes so fucking long for
I
anything
know, and I
goddamn
hate that.
fucking
I
happen.
fucking hate that so much.
I mean, I
Me and my
would have
girlfriend
hated that
tried
as
to
a kid. I
watch-
never watched Inuyasha, but I would have hated it if I ever saw it.
Me and my girlfriend tried to watch Inuyasha like last summer.
I
We
liked
got like
Rurouni
20, 30
Kenshin
episodes
more.
in. We were like, this shit is like going nowhere.
Dude, it's like
What?
the very beginning, like the early episodes are like really atmospheric and mysterious, and like the art is really on point, and the music in the show is god tier. The character designs are great, you know. So like you're as you're getting involved with the characters and getting to know them, you're interested. But then when it just becomes like Monster of the Week stories, and then
Yeah.
like Naraku
Boring.
starts showing up, and every time Naraku shows up, all the insects have to swarm in so that Miroku can say, I can't use my wind tunnel because the insects are here. And it's like, oh my god, dude, like, I get it. Stop! Stop! And it drove
Yes,
me
this is a
insane.
show for children. We get it. You can
Yeah.
you can stop fucking
I don't know if the manga is as bad as the anime. Like, I'd be curious to read
That's
it to
why I
find out.
fucking watch Precure, because you know it takes 50 episodes to finish a season. You know the pace of it.
Every
Nothing
single
happens, and that's good.
Vic and Hope
My mom fucking
love
watched
Inuyasha.
Inuyasha.
Yeah,
And that's
so
how
funny.
that was my exposure to anime, is that I saw my mom watching Inuyasha when I was
That's
like a
incredible.
baby.
Incredible. That's
Yeah,
incredible.
yeah.
Oh my god, how old were you in 2003?
3.
Oh my god!
I'm so fucking. I need to die. I'm so old.
Sorry, folks.
I'm ready
Sorry.
to decay and go back to the
You were
earth.
I mean,
3
I'm
years
a
old
zoomer.
when I was having like the first
God.
truly meaningful
I
experience
was
with
like
media
10.
of my life.
Oh.
I was like already cognizant. I was 10. I was fucking fully formed.
Mhm. Yeah, I don't remember the 9/11 happening.
I'm just saying.
Oh, you really are a zoomer.
If you start seeing me, you know, walking around calling myself gray and having dyed gray hair, you can blame Inuyasha for being I guess the first thing I ever saw that I thought that's what I want to look like when I grow up was somewhere between
my
Inuyasha
gosh.
and Sesshomaru, I think.
I mean, the hair dyeing is coming. It's coming soon.
Ooh, I'm rubbing my hands together conspiratorially.
May is planning to dye her hair soon for the sake of achieving peak aesthetics in going into the field
Oh yeah,
of
oh yeah,
porn
Lachlan.
reviews
I'm
on OnlyFans.
opening an OnlyFans next month
Hell yeah.
to review hentai.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I
Lachlan's been waiting for you to open an OnlyFans.
I thought you'd turn the corner. I thought you were a sex work ally.
I am a sex work ally. I
waiting
surely
in bated
am. I just can also shit on them too.
Sex work should only be handled by the mentally impervious. And so if you can't take the beating, you shouldn't be in the line of work.
I take sex very seriously, so I appreciate it if my sex workers do too. If you catch my drift.
If people calling you a
I'm more
slut
of a pimp.
offends
If you,
then it means you are insecure about being a slut.
oh, absolutely.
So you do not belong in the line of work if you're insecure about
Yeah.
being in the line of work and being perceived the way that society views the people who are in that line of work. And there are reasons, but you, if you have confidence, can subvert those reasons by proving that the stereotypes are untrue, as long as you have the mental fortitude to do this job. But like, you have to actually have that mental fortitude to do that job, because otherwise it will fucking destroy your mind. Like, it has done that to many
Well,
people. That's
it's-
why you are shamed out of doing it. Because if you are capable of being shamed out of doing it, you probably shouldn't be doing it.
Well, I mean, what's always important is just like the people you care about it, and you are, what is it called? You are saying you're okay with it. You're approving. What is it? Is it like when you have
What?
sex consensuous?
Consensual?
Consensual. That's the
Yeah.
word. Yeah. No. If it's consensual, like that's the biggest thing. But
Yeah. I mean, if you're not doing anything illegal, what can anybody really say about you?
absolutely. I think that is completely like you're right to do that. Like I am all for sex work, I think, but I do think that if you are a sex worker, you should understand that you are not a role model. Like, you do not get to have the moral high ground in doing this because it isn't the moral thing to do.
HGB guy says, what about people doing it because they're in a bad financial spot? What those people need is not validation. They need help with money.
Exactly.
They need you to help them and not have to do that anymore.
It shouldn't be like a resort to get money. It should be like, if you literally think that sex is powerful and you want to communicate that, I think that is positive and that is a great thing that we need in society. But it's just kind of like, I don't think that it should be seen as like a valuable, like putting money to it. I have a lot of problems with, and like I don't have a problem with somebody like making a business out of their body per se, but it's just kind of when those people become like SJWs is when it's kind of like
I think it's like
a problem.
I see sex work can be a therapeutic line of work in that like you are helping people with themselves. With something that they
sex
need,
is a real in-demand commodity.
Yes, exactly.
And it always is. I mean, that's why it's the oldest profession.
Right.
But it's like, I think that if you are someone who yourself is in need of therapy that you are trying to get through the sex that you have doing sex work, you're not going to get the kind of like therapy you need doing this.
Yeah,
sex work.
that's pretty destructive.
That's kind of what I'm trying to get at, and that's why like when I look at people like Tenlead who are so insecure
the hard
about
N.
like the hard N. Tenlead, like the reason that she gets targeted specifically and like, you know, insulted with like language that like most people who are doing cosplay porn are not getting aggressively harassed en masse in the way that she is, but it's because of the fact that she is so defensive about the job like having some deeper meaning, and then like when people criticize her, she like will literally mass block everyone who hits like on a tweet that somebody said about her.
You have to be able to have some self-awareness.
It's a level of insecurity I literally can't relate to because I've never experienced it, and that terrifies me. And that's why the way that the content cop video was kind of written was supposed to be
Lachlan, have you seen that video?
That video was supposed to be like extending a hand, like hey, like I'm beating your ass because you beat on me, but like hey, look, I'm also kind of reaching out to you, like you don't have to be this way, but
it is laying everything out on the table. Yeah. But she's so fucking insecure that she got all fired up for the millionth time about it.
Landoname,
I did see the video. I did not. I'm not going to say I was fully convinced of the theory at play there.
I think that.
Oh, I mean,
but it would be really funny, wouldn't it?
This is the thing.
How well do you know Tenlead though? Like.
Oh, I mean, I don't know her particularly well personally.
The people, everybody who we've shown this to, who has like had some encounters with her, was like immediately convinced. Like the unknown otaku had like no questions about it, you know, like because he's encountered her and he knows what she's like, and it's
his encounters with her have largely been in an adversarial
context.
Absolutely.
But so have ours, and that's why I know what kind of things she's upset at us about, you know? Like,
I guess. I would hesitate to say that gives you the full picture of her as a person.
What you really, the reason that you have to know a little bit more about her is because it's not just the things that she talks about, it's the things she doesn't talk about. Because Tenlead is a pretentious SJW, and that is not the tenor of Kiwi Farms. Like, the things that she doesn't hammer on us about are things that Tenlead would not want to be caught like saying negative things about, even though like for instance the trans thing where she had these like we called her out on the transphobic comments, but the way that they're written is deliberately written to try to not be transphobic. She's literally saying I'm not transphobic, but because
if
that's
they were
how
a real
Tenlead
farmer, they would be extremely transphobic.
Right, why the fuck would they give a shit? So, like, and besides, the account was created literally just to do this.
Well, okay,
like, there's no other posts from the account.
If you follow the thread, you will know that there's a lot more indication that it is this person. But in my video, I wanted to publicly give that person room to wiggle out of it so they wouldn't have to confront it. It was written strategically to not be like, this person is this person. It is more of like, I think it's this person. Here's my evidence. Here's a fun way to pitch it. I did
You're
not
being
want to make
benevolent.
it seem like I was accusing that person 100%. I wanted to give them leeway to get out of it. But if you check on the Kiwi Farms thread, this person has outed themselves. And probably the biggest...
In a lot of weird ways.
In the weirdest way, like... So there was a screen cap that was posted on Kiwi Farms like right after the video came out, and it was basically like saying that one of her posts, one of Ten Tit's posts, was like she was like talking about me or like subtweeting about me. I guess that's what it's called. She was subtweeting about me, I guess. And I had seen that and taken a screen cap of that and then said, like, this person is insane. But, like, that
Wait, you
person
mean
had
vague
blocked
tweeting?
me, so... And then Simon immediately tweets at them, and, like, 1 second later, the Kiwi Farms thread is bumped, and they have edited their post. So it just seemed like,
sorry about
as
that.
soon as Simon had added them, that, like, the post had changed. And, like,
Right.
that, in
So-
my mind,
and-
was confirmation, because the times lined up to when they were online so perfectly, where,
Right.
like, I
Because
questioned
Ten Lead
myself,
wouldn't have
like,
seen
for
the tweet
days,
if not
like...
for the fact that Simon tagged
Yeah.
Ten Lead, and so the second you tagged Ten Lead, suddenly it was posted because the way the tweet was structured, it wouldn't have appeared to her if not.
Yeah,
for that,
and like when you
know?
log on to
Right.
Kiwi Farms, like the time is like it's shown what time it is, so it's just like if you can, match up the times that they're online with the times that this person is online, you can kind of like draw a lot of conclusions. Also based on the way that they spell their name and talk, you can draw a lot of conclusions. And also the fact that like tons of like fake and new accounts were created on Kiwi Farms to then continually rag on me after this was created also points to the fact that this person may have been organizing some kind of hostile reaction to my shit.
Two of them are literally her.
Well, who fucking cares? Honestly,
Two
who
of them are
fucking
literally
cares?
her. Like
It's just like
I don't play this game of like pretending I don't know things I know because I don't have literally like the exact evidence to lay out for you. I know two of them are her. It's not like it's not like a skepticism thing in my mind. It's like there's an overwhelming amount of evidence, even just in the way she writes, like the literal writing style. Like you can tell people by their fucking writing style, like the things she fixates on are so particular to Ten Lead's interests. It's hilarious. And the fact that the only other person she's on the farms to talk about is another cosplayer, like, and the fact that she literally criticized that girl on the farms for her skincare routine and then in the same day bragged about her skincare routine on Twitter. The fact that the day that I literally came out on Twitter knowing that it would cause the Kiwi Farms page to activate again, watched the Kiwi Farm page and saw this user not comment all day on the same day that Ten Lead is all day talking about her trip to Pet Boys and how she couldn't fucking communicate to the people at the counter because she's so goddamn autistic and she feels like an idiot when Jeff's not there to help her. So, like... it's just like, dude, like, you're the same fucking person. Like, it's unbelievable.
I was initially somewhat sold, but then Zaria pointed out, I went, like, through the Kiwi Farms thread, and there are a lot of references to, not, like, deep lore, but, like, relatively, like, deep-cut Digi stuff.
Yeah.
That, like, you would have to have been
But
following
okay,
Digi
this is another
for a
thing, is
while
the
to
time
know.
period
So,
from
wait,
when they were referencing deep Digilore to kind of,
Is all stuff that's like over 2 years ago. Like,
Yeah.
all the deep Digilore she references is from a period of time when me and Jeff were friends and when she was a fan of me. It's all
Tap's
stuff,
head.
like, she was a huge fan of me. I already knew that because she told me that when I met her. So, like,
it makes more sense to me that this is a 10 Lead fan girl.
I mean,
fanboy,
that's
whatever.
possible too.
No.
Like,
And
honestly,
Disney doesn't have those kind of
explain-
fanboys or fangirls. Those type of people that you're imagining don't exist.
Sex workers definitely have white knighting, like simpy.
Yeah, but it's
fanboys
not.
would
They
do
wouldn't.
this.
They would not care about the things that she cares about. Like,
They also.
I
like,
agree,
aren't
but I
an
do think
YouTube
it's
fan.
possible that, like, there is just,
And
she
that's
has
where
her
that
own
explains a lot of the
community,
similarities.
obviously. She has her own people she confides in, obviously. Like, it may have been somebody
No.
that she has
It's-
told,
no.
like, oh,
Just
this
stop
person.
doing this. Stop trying to, like,
okay.
this is gaslighting, goddammit.
No,
Like, I know who she fucking is.
I agree. but I do want it to be possible for you to have doubt in your mind. Like, I made the video on purpose so it would leave room for there to be doubt, for there to be a discussion, because I would love to talk to Ten Lead about this. If she did not write this, I would love to have the opportunity to talk to them about this, because I think they would also be disturbed in the fact that this person has dug up so much personal information on this person to paint them a certain way as a rival against them. So if it wasn't Ten Lead, I would hope that they would be open to discussing this particular topic with me, and I will disavow anything I say if Ten Lead comes to me. But this, I have said this for like a month straight and have not heard a word from her. So it's just kind of like, whoever this person is, like, they are not...
There's no feasible fucking way
I have all of my
this.
DMs are open. Like, if somebody wanted to reach out to me and talk about this with me, I will talk to them about... I will talk to them. I will have a discussion, an honest discussion with literally anybody who has any questions, any complaints. But I have not received much of that. So, I mean, that's just kind of what the situation is.
Anyway, while we got into this, we missed a $20 super chat.
Oh, from Landotame? Of course. Gotta go to Landotame's $20 super chat. Landotame, who was just here 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
Glad he's still alive.
If you didn't hear the Ghostic podcast, I really fucking enjoyed doing that. I basically do a trans read on Ghostic for an hour and a half.
It was good. I liked it a lot.
And talk about how much I feel like I want to be the Victor Reek, and how Yuki Aoi is going to be my new voice model. Yeah. Because I am a real life tsundere. Anyway.
And I am a real life, like, light novel main character guy.
Yeah, you are.
Literally, that's me.
Landotame with $20 says, Pedantic, gonna have to have you vouch for me for the next AniTuber anthology. Because let's be honest, Digi knows this. I'm the best anime YouTube boy. And you all know it's Mealy. Your review on Macross Do You Remember Love stole the show. I'm glad we're getting so much money for your good videos, Pedantic. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad you appreciated it. Do You Remember Love is really fucking good, so I wanted to make sure my segment for it was good.
I fucking love all of Macross that I've seen.
We watched, like, I want to say...
Like 8 episodes? 8 or 9?
8 or 9 episodes of it, like, a couple months ago, and we were fucking feeling it. But, you know...
Okay, I just watched Macross Frontier, like, a few weeks back.
Oh.
Macross Frontier is fucking great. It's one of the best anime romances of all time. It might just straight up be the best anime, like, love triangle of all time.
Gosh, I have to watch Frontier.
Lachlan,
I've wanted to watch it for a while.
I want you to go back and read all of Ghost Lightning's writing about Macross and Frontier, because he fucking was hype as shit for Frontier, and he covered everything. Like,
yes. Absolutely.
He
we
did
have
the
to
movies
watch
as
the film
well.
still, but...
Have you seen the movies yet? Because you also
No,
have to
not
watch
yet.
those. They tweak.
We've been, like, alternating Gundam and Macross to work our way through both of them.
That is such an epic fucking thing. That is a couple goals for us now as well.
Absolutely.
We have to mimic them. We have to keep up with the Joneses. This is
I know.
We're not.
I've been avoiding this for so long, but the inevitable has come to surface.
We have so much. I mean, right now we're in the middle of Transathon. And I also want to do Koichi-thon as much as I can handle. I don't know if I can actually, like, because I don't know if I'm gonna suddenly enjoy all these shows just because I'm, like, way more forgiving now than I used to be. Like, I mean, it's possible that I will engage with them emotionally in a way that I didn't before. I mean, I wrote an erotic hate fiction about Mad Lax. So I clearly have, get a lot of creative energy from it. I mean, the I Hate B-Train blog was, like, the best anime writing I ever did before I started YouTubing. Like, it was fucking hilarious.
You could just make those into videos. Like, I don't think there'll be any complaints.
This is a really funny thing about me, is that, like, I became known for doing, like, takedown videos on shows. I was anti-negativity for the first, like, 3 years of my blog. Like, I literally used to get mad at people for shitting on shows. I was like, why would you shit on something somebody else likes? Like, I don't get it, Until B-Train, and it was because, like, I would just get so mad that a show that I should like makes me so angry. And that was also how I felt about SAO. Like, when that show began, me and Vic were hype as fuck for the first 2 episodes. Because of just, like, the concept of what we thought we were getting ourselves into, regardless of, like, the quality. But, like, I had initially just dropped it 7 episodes in and been like, this is kind of for kids, you know? Victor watched it long enough to get into the rapey shit, and he got really mad, you know? So then we watched it together and both got really mad, and that was where I made all my videos. So it's like, you know, suddenly I'm known as like, oh, this guy writes the really funny stuff where he shits on anime, and it's like I literally can only manifest this energy towards like things that I'm really passionate about. It has to be that like that this would be my literal favorite anime if not for the fact that it's fucking awful. Or in the case of the Asterisk War, it was more like this is the state of light novels, and this is when like light novels used to be my favorite thing in the whole world, you know?
Right.
But like I can't just manifest that energy for every show that people think is bad. Like I think Handshakers is fucking
Yeah, there needs to
dope,
be a level
you know?
of personal investment.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like-
absolutely. And I mean, that's kind of the dilemma of being a YouTuber is you get your big videos out and then you're just like, well, I can't just get passionate about any of this modern bullshit that people want me to talk about.
Like Digi talked about, was that today's or yesterday's Befriending the Internet, where you were like, yeah, a musician has songs in their head that they've wanted to write for years, but once they do those, then shit starts, you know, kind of fall off the edge of the cliff.
Yeah, that was in episode 2, and like I've given a preposterous amount of thought to the career of Coheed and Cambria, and maybe it's fate because I had a video that was called Coheed and Cambria What Happened that was like an hour and a half long of me like talking about their shit. But it got removed by YouTube, so maybe I just need to redo it with my new perspective on it. Because, like, what I really loved about Claudio Sanchez, I think, is that his writing is fucking, like, he writes the most, like, tortured, dark, fucked up shit, but packaged in this, like, upbeat, poppy, like, you know, fun music that is about, like, sci-fi adventures in space. And it's, like, the most bipolar fucking thing imaginable, you know? And, like, listening to, like, the Mars Volta and Coheed and Cambria and, like, these concept albums that, like, are all about these long, sweeping tracks that constantly change mode and evolve over the course of them was, like, my introduction to getting into music, you know? And so, like, I think that all of Claudio's early shit is, like, about trying to deal with his emotions through the lens of the music that he liked, which is like this amalgam of influences that, like, if you listen to Shibuti, which was the band that they were before Coheed and Cambria,
Oh, God.
like the early EPs, each song you can kind of tell exactly what band he's trying to copy. It's like, okay, this is like an Iron Maiden song, this is like a Jane's Addiction song, this is like, you know, whatever. And then, like, as he starts to get into, like, the much darker emotions on the Penelope EP, the songs become these just, like, twisted, crazy, like, really unique sounding. Like, they're very much of the era of the late 90s, but, like, they don't sound quite like any other band. And I fucking love this EP, right? So then Claudio's such a fucking drunk that he's, like, getting drunk on stage and destroying shit, and the drummer leaves, and they change to Coheed and Cambria, and the sound kind of evolves to incorporate this, like, you know, more like proggy element, but the way that Claudio does prog ends up sounding like emo because emo's big at the time, and it kind of connects to that math rock. Like, it's all in the same emotional spectrum, but, like, Claudio didn't listen to emo. He just happens to have a high-pitched girly voice, you know?
Right.
And so, like, his biggest influence is Iron Maiden, but, like, people are comparing him to Thursday or whatever. So, you know, Coheed and Cambria has this weird musical evolution where, in order to end the story, Claudio kind of starts reincorporating his influences more heavily again. Where, like, the fourth album sounds like Pink Floyd and Iron Maiden, like, got in bed together and made an album somehow. And, like, and in a way, it gets back to, like, the more raw feeling of the early stuff of just, like, yeah, I'm using my influences so I can tell the story because it's the only way I know how. And, like, that's kind of thematically reflected in the lyrics on that album. Well, then after that, Claudio starts turning to production. Like, on the fifth album, they work with Atticus Ross, the guy who produces all the Nine Inch Nails album. And he was saying how, like, working with that producer allowed him to do things that he had never been able to do before. And there's all these, like, sci-fi noises and, like, industrial kind of stuff on there. And, like, obviously Claudio like wanted his albums to be very atmospheric. There was always incorporation of like violin choirs and stuff like that. But like they were all melody driven. It wasn't like just creating walls of noise to create atmosphere, you know, which is what's happening more on Year of the Black Rainbow. But like, while Atticus Ross does specialize in that, I don't think it necessarily gels with Coheed and Cambria's sound in a cohesive enough way to create a product that's as good as what he was doing before that. And like going forward, it's just gone further and further down this road of Claudio trying to like achieve studio perfection in sound, where and the soul is just draining from it because he's just like making stuff that he is like what the audience wants to hear, like. And I guess it's for people who haven't moved on past like just Claudio's voice or the baseline aesthetic of like sci-fi driven kind of epic harmony rock music that's like 5.5 minutes long, but the songs are fucking uninspired. They just sound like pale imitations of what he was doing in his 20s. It fucking blows dick. I don't know why I went on this rant.
It's okay. I enjoyed it. I did the thing I do where I hear your voice talking for like a certain amount of time and I just tone everything else out.
You forget that you exist.
Yep.
You think I'm just Digibro for now. Digi-née. Wrong end of the utilitarian calculus says for $2 I deleted all of my videos out of embarrassment. Oh no. I know a lot of people who do that. I'm
really disappointed you did that because I never got to see your Dragon
Here's
Ball
what I'll
video.
say.
I never got to see it. So
I saw some of them, and I'm glad that you feel that you're moving on. You're gonna make some new shit, and you feel like you weren't as informed, and you're gonna get informed.
As somebody who understands how you feel, I think that the perspective is sorely missing on the internet, and you should embrace the person you are. Like, I mean, you aren't, on the internet, you are utilitarian calculus. You're not like who you are IRL. So I just think you shouldn't be so afraid to like post your true perspective, even if it is something that's kind of like, really out there or is like a connection that you may have not made in the most healthy of mindsets. I do think there's a benefit to it existing.
Most of everything that I've ever created is still online just because I want for, if somebody is currently in the mindset where they wouldn't be able to connect to me now, but they would be able to connect to me then, and then they like connected to that and then found their way to me now, maybe it would help them to move in the direction of me now. You know?
Right. No, I agree.
Or if you're into me now and you're trying to figure out how I got here, you can literally trace all my steps because everything I've ever posted online is still up, with the exception of like there's maybe like 60 or so embarrassing blog posts that I hid in like 2011 because I wanted to make my blog more accessible. But other than that, like, you can literally find forum posts I wrote when I was 10 that are still on. As long as the forum is still up, the posts are still there. You can still go to my Mega Tokyo profile where my signature is literally just all caps, I love traps with 2 exclamation points. And that's it. That's the whole description on Mega Tokyo.
What a Chad.
In regards to mint ice cream, because I see people talking about that in the chat, mint is the best flavor. Also, did you know you could just go outside and eat mint?
Yeah, we're growing some in my backyard, and you can just fucking make tea with it.
You
like,
literally
with
can just pick it up and put it in your fucking mouth. You can just eat that shit.
It tastes great.
Dude, mint is the boss.
Yeah, I'm very fond of it.
We've got a big old mint bush, mint whatever on our balcony that we're growing.
Yeah.
Nice.
I might be biased because my girlfriend makes mint tea all the time, and it just reminds me of how much I love her. Shout out to her if she's listening to this.
That's adorable. I've gotten very into the idea of like foraging and gardening. I would like to
hunt mushrooms in the woods.
Literally want to. I also want to like, hunt for berries and like other herbs that you can find outside. Like you can eat oxalis, which is like a 3-leaf clover. You can eat those.
Parasara with $5 says you could literally just clip that Coheed rant into a vid and post it on at night and have that be it. Also, the Dark Sentencer was okay. You're right. I could do that, and it would probably pretty much be the whole point. I don't think I really need to justify it any further than that. But I hate the production sound on the Dark Sentencer. Like, just the whole thing. Just it all sounds the same, and it's a sound I don't like. So I was just like not about it. And like with Coheed, it's really weird because like all their albums have a totally different sound from one another, and so it's like on some of them the songwriting is better, and on some of them the sound is better, and it's kind of like, what mood am I in? Like, do I want to hear something clean or do I want to hear something raw? You know. But yeah, all their first 4 albums are fucking dope as shit. As well as Shibuya's Penelope.
I love how you speak in rants. And it makes perfect sense that you would offer that as a commercial good.
Yeah.
It's just a one thought dump.
It comes so naturally.
It's because, okay, like, I tend to, all of my thinking happens in, like, these closed circles, where it's like, I see the full picture of the idea at the very beginning, and it's just about, like, instead of going straight through from point A to point B, I go about it in a complete circle, where I go from A to B and then back around to A to complete the point.
It's almost like you're a very lateral thinker.
Yeah, exactly.
I wonder if there's some sort of way we could codify that.
I mean, this is literally what
Oh
my
my
psychologist said to me. I'm just describing his words almost.
Lachlan, have you
verbatim.
seen the neurotyping chart?
I did not have it in me to dive down there and figure it all out.
Someone made a
You
test. I don't know
haven't
how
seen the
accurate it
neurotyping
is.
chart at all? You haven't looked into this at all?
I mean, I saw the chart and I've like seen your tweets about it, but I did not watch like the
Oh
big.
my
I think there's
God.
like a big like overview video.
Lachlan, you have
I've really-
to. It's the most important
I've
work
gone
I've
to
ever
town.
done
You
in
need
my
to make
life.
that your channel like preview.
It is my channel preview.
Good. No, good. I mean, this is how you are indoctrinated into this the school of Digi-née.
Do you know how many people have become trans because of this fucking neurotyping chart? Including myself? I
And
shouldn't say
me.
become trans. I should say became
Well,
open.
no, like literally
Or
fucking
are
acknowledge the other half of
trans.
their fucking
Yeah.
mind.
Acknowledging trans. That should be the phrase, right?
No, absolutely. I definitely feel like I have been awoken. Like, I definitely have been repressing the fact that I like women for a very long time. And, like, when I think about the fact that, you know, that is true, and I've never hidden from the fact of it, but I've just never, like, acknowledged myself as a lesbian. So, like, adding that context into just how I see the world and like the past experiences I've had is just like, oh, this makes perfect fucking sense. Why was I running away so much from this? Like, why did I ever like care about being labeled this way? I don't know.
I'm posting someone made a neurotype quiz. It's not the most accurate, but
pretty
it will
good.
Oh,
give
the quiz is really good. It
general
got me
idea.
like pretty much where I was.
It got me exactly. My girlfriend and her sister,
God,
it wasn't
I
that
hope
great,
that-
but that's just because I don't
this
think
guy
they're
has
as
to be
indoctrinated
fucking
into the
banned.
system as I am. Who? What?
There's a guy in the
Fucking,
chat
I
just
like
spamming,
fat
I like fat
pussy."
pussy and bitches. You just deleted the message. You didn't ban him.
Oh,
God
okay.
damn it.
Hide user on this chat.
Whatever.
I love watching it just go boom and all
Oh
the
my
messages get
God.
deleted at once. Like,
We agree, but you don't need to
It's
have
worth-
to say it
It
fucking
is worth you
100
coming in
times.
here and doing that just so I can get the satisfaction of like
Wait.
the moment in Jurassic Park when he's like turning all the huge levers to shut off the power, like, you know.
Wait, was it on the YouTube chat?
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
on the YouTube chat.
Okay. You know, I have blocked a few people on the YouTube chat because they were
Oh no, I mean
spammers.
that's where the craziest shit is. Like it's never in
Yeah.
the Discord server. It's always
Yeah,
on
I keep
YouTube.
I'm
It's
keeping
so
an eye on it,
easy
but I
to
did
make a
not
Google
see
account.
any
It
of
really
it. I think it
Motherfuckers
might have
do
been the
not
same
read the
person.
description of YouTube videos. I would tell you that.
No, they don't. They obviously don't because they know they could just come right in here. But
I mean, they
whatever.
might know now. So.
Oh, but if
you
they
know.
fucking say that
be
shit, they'll be
ready.
banned immediately because you have
Yeah,
to
come at
have
me,
your phone.
motherfucker.
You
My
have to have your
finger's
phone
on
number
the ban button.
like to your thing. So. All right, Ashley says she's watching the chat. I mean, I've been watching it too. I just saw it like one too many times. That's
I
all.
also
Alright,
have been
I
watching
just
the
put-
chat. I don't know how I fucking missed that. I think I might have just
It's
had that
fine.
person.
It all
Oh, wait,
happened
there's
at
another
once.
better quiz. All right.
No, I
I
mean,
just took the first
with our
quiz. Let me
guest
take the
for
second
next
quiz and see
next
where they put me.
episode, They are very concerned that there will be like trolls in the audience, so I'm going to need like full mod squad.
Who is very concerned about that?
Our fucking boy. On Saturday, not even next week. On Saturday, we're going to have another episode of Corrupting Your Kids podcast, and we are going to have the furry YouTuber, Kotharix. The dragon guy, the furry dragon. He's gonna be live. So just announcing that a little early.
I need to do some research for this.
Oh yeah, me too.
Yeah, we're gonna try to have as many furries as we can on.
On Saturday is gonna be an extra special stream. We will be raffling off a one-of-a-kind design.
Oh yes, a furry
by the one and only Foxy Socks Kedu. It's going to be the furry takeover show. So. If you are interested in furries, definitely come by.
On the subject, because it came up earlier and somebody said in the chat on YouTube, by the way, I apologize that I have mostly been reading the YouTube chat and not the Discord one. It's simply because we're on two different monitors here. You
only get read if you super chat.
I read it all the YouTube.
I look at it occasionally, but I don't really consider your opinions unless you're giving me money.
Sure. Anyway, what was I about to say though?
We were talking about furries.
Oh yeah. Somebody was saying I definitely am not a furry, and I will say I don't know if I'm definitely not a furry. First of all, I was involved in the Brony community. I looked at
that's basically like a might as well be.
Let me rephrase that. I was involved in the Brony community.
A pioneer of that community is what I would say.
Yeah, I was on the front lines. So, that there's a lot of insistence among Bronies that they are not furries, literally because they are in the fucking closet. There's no fucking difference. It's a horse. It's the same fucking thing. You just only are willing to like this one because you like this show, and therefore you're willing to like it because you already have an emotional connection, but it is furry art.
They were all different types of animals, and you would still feel the same way about it.
The only reason the furries didn't give them more shit for it is that they didn't want these fucking closet people in their community. They're like, fuck you, if you don't want to be a furry, then we don't want you to be a furry, you know. If you look at clop art, that is objectively furry art. I'm sorry, there's no fucking argument.
Guilty as charged.
Now, I don't know. I'm not sexually excited by the idea of relating to an animal, and I don't know how much sexuality plays into defining yourself as a furry.
It is not, necessary.
No. But the idea of relating myself to an animal is not strange to me. It's just a metaphor for yourself, like anything else you relate to. I relate to my birthday being August 8th and me weighing 8 pounds and 8 ounces at the time. 8's my favorite number. Big surprise. If I feel like an animal has traits that represent the traits I have or kind of looks like my self-image. So I went looking because when I was a kid, I was obsessed with dinosaurs. And Barney the dinosaur was my first thing I was a huge fan of was the Barney franchise. Winnie the Pooh, who's kind of shaped. Okay, let me put it this way: when I was a kid, all I cared about was my mom. My mom is kind of shaped like Barney or like Winnie the Pooh, which are the first couple shows I was into, and dinosaurs are because my mom is my mom's only 5'2", so she's very short, but she's got really big legs and hips, so it's she's got a small torso and bigger legs and hips like a velociraptor kind of,
Oh my God.
And so I think as a kid I idolized T-Rexes and velociraptors because they kind of in shape remind me of my mom, who I also idolized. And but it's a very abstract way of relating to her because I didn't connect with the idea that that I want to be a woman because I want to be like my mom, who is I connect to her. I connect to my mom's womanly side and not to her more masculine side, But I think I projected that into dinosaurs as a kid. And also all the things I was interested in were about people who transform, such as Power Rangers, Beast Wars.
Same transformation sequences really appealed to me.
Or stuff with themes of evolution,
right?
Pokemon, dinosaurs, because they also have the theme of evolution.
I think a lot of people do think that like becoming the more further evolution is like a harmonization of the two sexes.
So
I think that's like the case, As
somebody who was a fan of raptors when I was a kid, there are a lot of people who are really upset at the idea that raptors were actually like small and bird-like, because the thought, as per Jurassic Park and the image we have of raptors, is that they are 6 foot tall fucking killing machines, right?
Oh yeah, that's bullshit.
But my perception of raptors was not that they were like human size, it's that they were smaller dinosaurs because the T-Rex is the big one. Like the T-Rex is the big alpha dinosaur. Raptors are small, sneaky dinosaurs that and the movie focuses on female raptors. Like the clever girl is what is said of the raptor that kills the guy, and they fight with subterfuge. So it's a non-direct, whereas the T-Rex is literally a giant dick-shaped object charging.
Yeah, it's a smack. Yeah.
So this is all metaphors, by the way. This is not like my read of the intent of the movie or anything.
No, it's totally what fucking Ridley Scott or whoever the fuck made that movie thought. Yeah, same guy.
There's similarities, I guess, in that there's none. Besides that they're good. But yeah, to me, when I found out that that raptors were smaller and that they had perhaps that dinosaurs may have evolved into birds, and that like birds of prey, which are literally called raptors, are like the evolved form of dinosaurs. In my mind, it's like, well, yeah, I mean, being a bird is obviously way the fuck better. Like, if you're a predatory animal, this is the best way to be, is to be in the sky and just fucking swoop down and take what you want, my persona is the Eastern Screech Owl. I mistakenly said Western on episode 1 of Befriending the Internet because I was high, I guess. Actually, I wasn't even high on that episode. Maybe it's because I was sober. Whatever the case.
No, it's definitely that.
Yeah. The Eastern Screech Owl, the gray variant. There's a red and a gray one. The gray one, if you look at it, you will just think, oh, that looks kind of like your Twitter avatar. And
no, I too have a very specific animal that I relate and project onto.
And have since you were 14 when you were a member of the furry
No,
community.
I have projected onto Kit Foxes since I was a fucking 6-year-old.
This image, this owl just reminds me of you.
Yeah,
in a way.
Mean, like Owl, that image in particular makes me think about Owl from Winnie the Pooh, who sort of the funny thing about Owl. The most memorable thing to me about Winnie the Pooh in total is the scene where in the movie. Okay, I say in the movie, but what I mean is the '90s movie.
Great Adventure.
What was that?
Is it Winnie the Pooh's Great Adventure? Is that the movie?
I think that's the one, yeah. From like late 80s or early 90s or something like that. Probably. I'm not sure. But
there's so many Pooh movies.
Yeah, I had it on VHS, and I just think it was new at the time. That's why I think it was from the 90s, but I'm not sure. It's hard to say. But I watched this movie, and there's a scene where Owl reads a letter from Christopher Robin to the rest of the animals, and he says SCHOOL, skull. And I, as a kid, did not know how to spell school or skull, so I did not recognize the mistake until the end of the movie when Christopher Robin says, "Oh, that was school," and it made me appreciate that, the joke with Owl is that everybody thinks that he's this, wise fucking old man, and actually he's kind of a fucking retard and he can't even read.
Yeah, so, he's equally as dumb as the rest of them.
Yeah, no, it's really funny because, Tigger is me.
Yeah, the wonderful thing about Tigger is I'm the only one.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would say,
relate
you know what?
to Tigger
well,
a lot.
And Tigger was my favorite character. In
no, and Owl was my favorite, and also I like Eeyore.
Oh, really? Owl was your favorite? That's hilarious.
Yeah, Owl and Eeyore are my
really
favorite.
Funny. Eeyore was my mom's favorite.
I love
she had that
Eeyore.
same attitude towards her.
I just want to like make Eeyore happy. I don't know, something about them. Landonomy for $2 says,
he
"You
is
guys,
gray.
you guys taking callers tonight. We will be taking callers. Calls start at
few minutes.
7:45 p.m. ET. So in like
Kat Cameron says
5
Digi equals Vriska
minutes.
in the chat. Absolutely. I am Vriska and May is Terezi. And she hasn't read
you guys
Homestuck yet, but
have
she
no
already
idea.
agrees.
I have so many ideas of like characters I want to cosplay as because I've been waiting
that.
all of my life to be with a woman. You have no idea. So like
gonna
I'm just
fucking
like,
draw
oh, everything makes sense now. This is perfect. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna be Anthe and she's gonna be Utena. That has to happen. We want to do I'll be Cure White and she'll be Cure Black. Basically any combination of a sporty tomboy and like a fucking nerdy chick is going to be
Oh my god.
a nerdy
I'm
arty
dying.
chick, I should
I'm
say.
dying. Well, it's not quite arty. It's not quite arty. It's more of like this like idea imposed on a person who is considered smart by society but may have flaws. Like I like the person who is like socially deemed as smart but is actually a spurg. That is my ideal type. Like Cure White, for instance.
Like Terezi Pyro.
Yeah, exactly. Parisari says, May as Terezi is Galaxy Brain Take, TBH.
So fucking, it makes so much sense. Homestuck Chads in the chat.
That's literally
You
how I
know.
feel too, and I'm like, everything makes sense in
This
my
is-
life.
This is me pulling from like I haven't read Homestuck since 2011, so like I can't justify anything. I just know that like it's the same energy.
No, it's true.
And Terezi's the one I'm attracted to, and Vriska's the one I relate to. So like in the story, probably, yeah, I'd say Vriska's probably the character. Vriska and Dirk Strider are the characters I relate to the most in Homestuck. And
that adds up.
Dirk is a fucking gay brony, so you know.
Aren't we all?
Were
The
you
more
a Brony
masculine May
Lachlan?
becomes, the gayer I get. So that's all I have to say about it.
And that
No.
we're currently very gay in this household.
Of the OG My Little Pony, like the 90s.
And by gayer, I mean straighter I get. By
So
the way.
you were into My Little Pony
God,
before the
so hard to
show.
fucking keep my logic straight.
My Little Pony is like so interesting because I didn't have any interest in it, but like my little sister was really into My Little Pony as a child. So like I saw the show and I was just like, I mean, I never was really interested in this franchise as a kid, so I didn't get into it. But
I saw Care Bears. I saw Strawberry Shortcake. I watched.
I mean, I wasn't into that stuff. I literally only liked Pokemon. I was such a fucking boy. I was not into that. It's so funny.
VD in the chat says, I commented on Digi-née befriends the internet too, but Homestuck 2, mega gay, super good. That's the first positive thing I've heard about Homestuck 2, mostly because all of my friends just kind of rejected the concept of its existence on principle. I think because they're still salty about Act 6.
You know, you literally, this is how I feel. Well, if we get my girl Cetol in here, she might be able to talk about it because she reads Homestuck too. But I'd be very interested to have a conversation about it.
I definitely would like, if I finally get around to rereading Homestuck, which there was a brief, I think I sat down for like 30 minutes and just read some of it to May like a couple years ago, and like I can't decide if it's worth doing it that way because like preserving the typing gimmicks is so important. I think that like I don't know if it would survive the translation to audiobook with all the meaning intact, but it's just like an excuse for us to read it at the same time, basically, because it's gonna take so fucking long.
There is a audiobook. It's effectively an audiobook that just some fans have been posting for like 10 fucking years. And it's pretty good. I haven't listened to it in a while, but, you know, it gets the point across. And the typing quirks are said, like how Aridin says W's instead of V's, that is, like, enunciated.
I don't know if I could handle that, though. Like,
Fair. It is pretty,
like, if I read it out
autistic.
loud, I would not do that. I would just read it straight because I would just... And, I mean, honestly, it's possible that May would enjoy it more not having to read through these fucking typing gimmicks as an already like less lexical person than myself. I don't know if that'll make it easier or harder to read. Like I don't
It
know
really
if
depends.
Homestuck's more dyslexic
It
or
really
less
depends.
dyslexic.
I mean, there's some stuff that I connect to really hard with, but like, there's some stuff that is just so lexical that like, I'm not gonna say it goes
when
beyond
you start
my
talking
head,
about like the
but,
Pester
like,
chat stuff, not Pester chat,
It's just-
the captcha log stuff. The captcha log stuff goes over my head. Like it goes
That's so
too deep
interesting.
into
I'm really
programming, and I can't
curious.
understand it.
Like,
Yeah, you have to know
I like
programming
when stuff
language
goes
knowledge.
really in depth after I've been kind of familiar with it, but like if it doesn't like really establish the basics of it, I'm like kind of confused. But like
I mean, it does.
I can
it's-
get
it-
very
it-
autistically in depth
Homestuck
with
does
certain
this
things.
thing where it will deliberately dump a bunch of esoteric bullshit on you, knowing that you won't understand it because it doesn't actually matter yet, but they want you to like
Oh, that's
know
perfect.
these terms.
That's
so that
perfect.
when
That's
it
what I
starts getting
need.
incorporated later.
No,
then,
that's
like,
absolutely how I would say I need something to be like introduced to me. So I'm excited.
Yeah, that's why Homestuck is fucking good. At least the beginning, like the first half of
Oh
it.
my god. Wrong end of the utilitarian calculus for $2 says, I get called smart and spurg. I think I'm more spurg. Honey, we're all spurg, but you can be smart and spurg. They
that's
do not
true.
have to be like mutually exclusive, you know?
Yeah.
So,
I think it's possible that that like I think there's like I said something about this in one of the befriending the internet.
fucking
that, like,
us. This is us.
going too far definitely going like too far lexical or too far impressionistic, I think puts you in a category where you develop the same general anxiety disorders from being like on the fringes of society that cause the autistic like experience to be relatable. Like both sides think they're the autists, but I'm not sure if they both are. I don't know if it's only one of... I don't know if it's that, like, the people trapped on the lexical side are the people who would actually get diagnosed with autism, and that the people on the impressionistic side would have, like, are just, like, BPD or schizo, you know? And, like, but it feels like autism because you relate to so many of those experiences. And it's, like, it's easier to talk to autistic people if you are on that side because it's, like...
Yeah. No, I think that really comes down
it's
to it.
easy
It's like,
to see the logic they've trapped
how
themselves in and
easy
help
is
them
it
through it,
to-
you know?
for you to communicate with people who have like Asperger's and autism?
Way
like,
easier than regular
No,
people.
same. Which is why I think it's like honestly that
I-
may be where you lean more on one
Okay,
side.
so like I haven't been like I haven't talked about this publicly really yet because I don't know how to like put it gently because I don't know any terminology better than the terms I have. But like since opening my DMs, I have a handful of like what I would describe as literally schizophrenic people who have reached out to me because they connect to me in my writing on some level. And some of these people have been reaching out to me for years because they tend to not give up because they don't have many connections.
I'm gonna be honest right here. Like, it's from the extent of your ego. Because a lot of people who pride themselves on their writing and who write a lot and try to communicate with people try to withdraw their ego. And the fact that you extend your ego is probably why you specifically relate to these people.
That's
Yeah,
true.
because they see that and they like latch on to
Okay,
it.
Yeah.
guys,
Well,
it is 7:45. I want to take callers, but
Well, I want to finish
be
this
right
point.
back for 1 second. Okay, continue.
That like my expression of ego has until coming out been confusing because of the fact that I was hiding this one thing. You know, it's like by couching myself in this idea that like I have to be seen as male. There are just behaviors or inclinations that I only express in twisted means and not in the means that I would ordinarily express them, you know? And, like, the closest I get is into music. Like, when I make my music, it sounds the most like what it would sound like if I was just acting natural. Whereas the content is, like, taking that and turning it into something that's more acceptable and presentable so that people will think it's okay. And, like, I think that for me, acting truer to myself reads better if you look at me as a woman. It's like it's easier to accept these behaviors and understand where I'm coming from if you look at me that way because it would be more relatable. Like it would just like put you in the better frame of mind to understand how to deal with me, you know?
Makes sense.
Yeah. And so like
Yeah.
and you know, maybe if the things I don't like about myself are the more masculine elements of my personality, like when competitiveness does arise in me, and it does in like ways that I deem ugly. You know, like, I even had a thought before this show, like a weird competitive thought that when I analyzed it, I was like, why would I want to initiate this kind of competition? Like, what would it do for me or anybody involved? And then, like, I realized what I would get out of it, like, if I won. And I thought, well, that just means that you're insecure about not feeling like you already have that acknowledgement.
Yeah.
So get that acknowledgement from yourself, and don't force other people to be put into a structure where they now have to compete with you, you know, for your own ego, and in a challenge where you might lose, you know, and why bother? Anybody who loses is going to feel bad, and nobody needs to lose because everybody can feel good about themselves by being confident in themselves, you know? Like,
Right.
That was my analysis of just the inclination to be competitive in any way, you know? And, like, when I thought of that, it's like, I wish that would go away, you know? I wish that, like, I would be more true to the image of myself of who I want to be in society, which is an extremely, like, gentle, motherly, big sister type figure, you know? I will probably change my name to Digimom once we have a kid, so...
Oh my god.
Yeah, get ready for that.
Yeah, I definitely understand the thing you said about, like, you know, it might be easier to understand your perspective. A lot of people have resonated with your perspective more now that you are out.
Yeah.
But for me, literally nothing has changed because I always
Yeah.
just sort of I was operating under the assumption that basically were a woman.
You are one of
because
the
I,
people-
too... Yeah.
I'll tell you, Simon, you're one of the people... The existence of this show is a big part of helping me to come out because of the fact that when I sat on the couch and listened to May talk to my viewers, who I've seen your name for fucking ever, you know, like,
Yeah,
I've seen the name Simon.
since, a
And
long time.
I think my first impression of you was that you were like 13, which was probably true.
Uh-huh.
But because you've kept the same Twitter avatar, my impression of you never changed. Like, you were still 13 in my mind, because that was the impression I had until the moment I heard you on this show, and I was like, oh, that's an adult who has grown up watching Digibro videos. This is what the result is of that. Like, this is what a person becomes, and that's a person I can trust. Like,
Yeah.
I listen to this person and I think, okay, like, their values are similar to mine.
Well,
Either
I
whether it's that I've
definitely-
brainwashed you or that
I
you
feel
simply
that way with
never
a lot
found
of
me
your
disagreeable.
fans because, like, I was a fan, and even before, like, I really found your content, I was, like, involved in fan communities. I knew how fans interacted. I was, like, a fan and saw myself as, like, a fan of something and wanting to be more than just a fan. So, like, I really relate to people who, like, I don't know, who want to be, like, part of a community, I guess.
Yeah, well,
So I trust those people insofar as, like, I understand you guys, and, like, obviously Simon's, like, full of shit.
yeah. Well, and another big one was when Carla called in for the first time, because
Yeah.
I've read her book not knowing that she was a woman at all, and just, like, when I heard her call in and I recontextualized the book that she wrote about my albums in my head, and I realized that, like, okay, so the whole book is basically about her encircling the idea of why do I relate to Digibro's music so hard, but, like, never being able to find the answer. And the answer is right in front of your face. It's because it's literally music about the trans experience. Like, it's all about, like, personality bifurcation. I mean, if you listen to my songs and I think that people listen to my songs and they hear me say you, and they assume I'm talking about them because they are my audience. And so therefore it feels like the song is about the audience. But if you listen to the music and you think of I and you as both referring to me, you'll have a very different
All right,
perspective
all
on
right.
all of the music.
Yes.
You played your fat ass Yes, Digi. You did that. Yeah.
Okay,
exactly.
okay. We're gonna have to start pulling in callers, but I
Mhm.
want to address a super chat for Robert Sora for €2, who says, "Do you like my image dump?" And Robert Sora, the selection of images you have chosen are literally the most based anime characters.
Yeah, well, I mean,
You
hot
have
chicks on
Alita-
motorcycles is the aesthetic.
yeah, you have Sailor Moon, you have Chun-Li. Those are the most based women in anime.
Yeah.
Also, we're gonna start bringing in callers, and Marcus.
May
is
has the
going to be
potential to
first.
have Chun-Li's body. If she like got really into
Stop.
bodybuilding, she
I
could
am,
literally.
I am.
May
Chun-Li.
actually
Okay.
has the legs that she could be Chun-Li if she fucking.
Okay,
bulked.
Marcus, are you here? Marcus is the first one. They said they're ready, so just give him 1 second. But yes,
Okay.
Chun-Li is fucking base as shit. Chun-Li just makes me want to be more myself, you know, because it's like I naturally have bigger thighs.
You might be more of a Cammy than a Chun-Li though, and Cammy.
No, I
is
agree.
hotter
I agree.
and
I
better,
agree.
and
But
my
like
brain.
Chun-Li is like something to aspire to be for sure.
Yeah.
Nobody else.
Hello,
Nobody talks
everybody.
about the other chick.
Hello,
Hey,
Marcus. What's
Hey.
up?
Good.
I'm gonna turn you up. Just give me 1 second.
You're all quiet.
You're
A
little
lot of
quiet.
stuff has happened since I wrote you that fucking letter. I'll tell you what.
Which letter was your letter?
Mailbox number 19, I believe.
Oh, there's no way I could remember exactly what was in each
Wait,
mailbox.
wait, let me pull it up.
That's probably years ago, right?
Let me pull it up.
Yeah, years
So,
ago.
Let's see. I could probably pull
You're
it
gonna
up.
find it? All right.
Yeah, 19, right?
Yeah, we could find
I
that.
think so.
Did you
Wait,
get
mailbox.
Yeah, because
I see.
yes.
The
A lot has
Ultimate
happened.
rack.
All right, yo.
Oh,
Yeah.
I heard my voice cutting through. I
Send-
don't. I can't look. I
Don't
can't
send
look at
me
the
mail.
bearded me.
I'm moving soon. So this is right before you moved.
I see.
Yeah.
Which one did you send?
Me?
Yeah.
I think it was a letter. Let me.
Oh my god. This is like so long ago. It's so adorable.
Yeah, what? That was
Yeah.
2018.
2017.
I actually-
2017.
Actually, I'm pretty adorable in this. I'm sorry I keep coughing on this fucking radio show.
Yeah.
I just can't stop smoking weed.
Can you blame her? There's coronavirus afoot, you know? Can we really actually control our koofing? We can. And YouTube has to know that we can't stop koofing.
They're trying to suppress us.
McCoofing and a koofy.
Oh my god. So when I started doing my live stream show, I had an episode called Animal Koofing. And it literally had my channel shadow banned for a whole month because it had the word koofing in it.
Oh my fucking.
Okay, it seems like the only thing that I received in episode 19 was the one where I had a sunglasses rack. Did you send me a sunglasses rack?
Yeah.
Okay, well then that's more than just a letter. I
Amazing.
definitely used that sunglasses
We
rack
have
for
it.
years.
Yes.
I think it broke
wow.
actually. I think I had to throw it away because it broke in
Yeah.
when we moved
It's
here.
weird.
Here? Fuck. Dude,
It's
that thing is a
weird.
distinctive
2017.
piece of my memory.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's weird that we're both gay now.
I'm, you know, like
I'm
I'm not
bi,
sure.
still.
I don't know how gay I am until May settles her shit. So
No, I
can't
really
figure that
do
out.
think Digi is like way less gay than me.
Listen, just
I think-
embrace the.
I think
the
I am
fucking truth.
hella gay and I've been
When you say I'm
repressing
less,
it.
you say I'm less gay than you, as in I, as a woman, am more into men. Than
Yeah, you're
you
into
are
masculine women.
Into men.
Yes.
So you're more gay than me because you're
I'm
more
into
women
I'm
than
into
I am
women
into
and you are into just tomboys.
I am definitely like okay. So I'm planning to make a chart probably tonight of categorizing my favorite anime characters into 4 different categories because sorting them this way helps me to understand like. I think that when you're growing up
Okay,
and your hormones are
Honestly,
really going crazy,
I'm a conservative,
like-
so I'm fucking a repressed gay. Like that just
Oh my
makes
God.
the most sense ever.
If you're a conservative, then I'm a fucking neo-Nazi. Like what?
Well,
I mean, I honestly would consider myself a Republican if I had to choose between the two.
Well,
and
only
I think
because
that
of the current presidential.
No, I mean,
candidate,
obviously
right?
this has to do more with when I'm only 25, so the fucking political landscape since I actually registered to vote has fucking. It's a clusterfuck. I would consider myself more of a libertarian. I'm more on the fence. I would say I'm more independent, if anything.
That's the thing. The libertarian philosophy is way more liberal than most people.
Absolutely.
Conceptualize
And I mean,
it as.
I really can't stand what Biden stands for. That is more of what
also, Biden is
am
even
against.
rapier than Trump, in my opinion. Trump is only mildly.
Biden is out there
Biden
kissing
is
his granddaughter on the lips.
Have you seen pictures of what Biden used to look like?
Yeah.
Yes.
He's the skeeviest car salesman motherfucker I've ever seen in my life. He has this weird smile
First
where
of all,
his fucking shit's all fucked up.
I do think that's true, but I don't think that's
he scares me,
necessarily
is what I'm trying
a
to
reason
say.
to I just think
I
the
don't know, I
certain
feel like-
political actions they've taken have ruined this country and has set it on this this obvious decline that it was
about
bound to end
politicians
in.
is that I don't believe anything they say. So at this point,
Oh, yeah.
I'm just going on my impression
No,
based on
dude,
how
it's
they look and their
fucked.
mannerisms.
I mean,
Because that's the only thing I can really say that defines them in any way.
Guys, hey, wait, Marcus. I feel like we've been talking over you, Marcus.
Oh
It's
yeah,
okay,
yeah,
it's
that's
okay.
fine.
So,
It's you're not wrong. It's also I have this weird fucking I have two fucking theories I have to explain.
Mhm.
One's about Gamergate and Swerfs, and the other's about
Excellent.
about Rico and how Rico is essentially just a surveillance bill that led the police to become essentially the mob now.
What do you mean, Rico?
Okay, Rico is. Let me Google this. Let me get on my phone
Yeah,
because I need
proper
to
definition. Sure.
Please
Robert Sora with
explain
2
both
euros
of
says-
these.
Oh wait, we already read that.
We already
Never
read that.
mind.
Please, I am interested in both of these.
I just thought the chat
Rico
would be moving
Act.
faster.
Rico Act.
I guess
Yes.
more people are in
The
the Discord than the YouTube chat. Sorry.
Okay, let me say, RICO is the Racketeering, Influence, and Corruption Organizations Act. It is a federal law. It was used to get rid of the mob. It was mostly wiretapping and phone surveillance. But as we see now with the Patriot Act and all that shit, it's essentially it was the gateway to the Patriot Act, and it gave police it was before and I think RICO was used to get rid of the Black Panthers.
Ooh, yikes.
Yeah.
Is there a name for the new thing that they did where they've updated the Patriot Act to make it even fucking crazier? Which is
I think it's called the Earn It app.
Yeah, it's called the Donald Trump is King Act.
That shit is the most I mean, if you asked me what everything going on in the world right now was to cover up, it's that.
Yeah.
And I also think, okay, if you really want to know my real Bill Gates conspiracy, and if I get killed, it's because if I die, it's because I said this, because I'm not suicidal. I feel the best I've
stand
ever
by
felt in my
this
life.
too,
I am
by
not
the
going to
way.
be a fucking trans statistic.
There'll have
I
to
am
be
much more
two of
powerful
us.
than that. I am very confident in my life. I feel great. I go outside every day. I've been up during the daytime. I'm not even a cryptid. This is the first
completely
time I've had
avow
alcohol.
this.
It's only 8 o'clock.
There's two of us
I'm
here.
drinking red wine.
We're way stronger.
I've had 1 cup. I've had a lot of grass, though. But, okay, so my theory is that all at the same time, we had this new Patriot Act that expands the government's ability to collect data from American people in a very similar way to how Google and Facebook are already doing it. Google and Facebook have more power over culture.
I think this is relevant to this guy. Cake for £5
£5
says, I'm recording a radio show and have no content. Please give me a topic. This should
Here
be
you
your
go.
topic
All
right
right,
here.
Talk of
so
schizo posts.
okay, so the government is weaker culturally at the present than Amazon. Amazon is the most powerful force in culture. They have the most data. Data trading is where most of their money is made, more so
Google
than
too.
the actual store.
Like,
Google only exists to
these
trade
organizations
data. That is
have
all it does.
so much money.
Google
and
also works with the
commercial
government
power
more
where,
than Amazon.
they obviously are in bed with governments of
Yeah.
multiple countries.
All of these companies, they're working in data trading. The government created a law that would allow them to get involved in data trading to rebuild the economy. This is Trump's goal because all he cares about is finding some way to make the numbers go up. And leaving his presidency with the numbers up from where they were, no matter the cost. That's all he cares about. So, this act is to make it so that the government can start trading information and they can have the buying power of these other corporations. How does the government get this information? They need people to be corralled into place. If people are increasingly staying indoors and using social media and posting data online and giving them all this information about who they are and what they like, and people, by being forced indoors, are having existential crises and thinking about their childhood and figuring out who they really are so they can give better data to Google, then, they have the opportunity to collect this better data that they're going to use as the leveraging buying power that will let them pay off their debt to China. In a period where China's weak and they're also destabilizing the world, the virus was targeted at China to destabilize China so that we could finally prove that they were not they couldn't have defeated us in the first place. And Bill Gates is the man who pulled the trigger on all of it because he is obsessed with pandemics. As is evidenced by him planting the seed 5 years ago by uploading that fucking TED Talk that started trending on Twitter or on YouTube because they literally made it trend on YouTube as soon as the pandemic started.
That's
and
absolutely
then suddenly
true.
Bill Gates became the authority, and now Bill Gates is talking about putting microchips in people and taking their blood samples so that we can have literally your DNA on record because that is saleable data that you can trade with.
Wait, literally.
That China would love to buy
Let
to
me
pay off
pull
our
this
debt.
up.
To pay off our debt,
my
we're
God.
going to sell Americans' DNA to China to pay off our debt to China so that we can sublimate them into our culture.
All right. Let me pull this up.
And that might be a good thing, but I can't say for sure.
Stop. Okay, so here's an article from today. China is collecting DNA from tens of millions of men and boys using U.S. equipment.
I
Clone.
didn't even
I'm
know
just
about that.
saying.
That's just an article that somebody
This
posted
is something
to
that came
justify
out
my
today.
fucking schizo
What were you
post.
saying,
The New York
Marcus?
Times. This is from the New York Times. Oh God, this is.
I'm a fucking
Good.
psychic, okay?
Oh my gosh, they're doing it.
Marcus.
If you read Kusomega and you didn't realize Soraya was supposed to be the real me, then you didn't read it right. Anyway,
I did.
That was so weird.
Yeah.
It's a fucking DNA spitting. That was on New York Times. Did you know that?
look at that sexy Trump trap. My president is a
I
fucking.
Oh
Used
my
to.
God! Oh, I'm fucking religious again after that moment.
What were you trying to say,
okay.
Marcus? I'm sorry.
Ocean Man,
Okay.
sign me up.
Do you know about about the fucking whole Epstein plane thing, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so I have a third theory.
Yeah.
Because this one's about the fucking ice facilities
Mhm.
and Pizzagate. Let's just start with that. I
Okay.
believe Pizzagate is a hoax. It's a fucking shadow campaign to
Yeah.
prevent actual pedophilia with the camps. Because there are kids being just swooped out of
Yeah,
those
just
ice
disappearing. Just,
Yeah.
They're gone.
Yeah.
Oops, sorry.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
what happens when you gather a bunch of fucking children in captivity. It's an obvious target
Well,
for people
and I
who
mean
can
that's
find
why
a way
people
to
have
let me
do it.
kind
talk
of
about the
embraced the
players. Let me talk
Pizzagate
about
as
the
a
players,
joke
because
because
the
it's a
players are important in
diversion.
all of this. The players are important in this with the
Yeah.
whole Pizzagate thing. You know who Mike Cernovich is?
Oh yeah.
Oh God, yeah.
Cernovich.
Guy's a
He
fucking
has a friend
psychopath.
by the name of Jack Prosopek,
Uh-huh.
who's on InfoWars with Alex Jones.
Yeah.
Mm.
And Alex Jones and Prosopek and Cernovich were all starting this shit. Guess who Cernovich knows? Alan fucking Dershowitz. Friends with good old Epstein.
Oh really?
Yep.
Of course.
Cernovich. Okay.
Not
look,
surprising.
I have said this. I have a
I
theory.
just got chills.
I have a
when you
theory.
said
and
There
I-
are some podcasts I need you to listen to,
Yeah.
really, but I can't. There's one on the TrueAnon podcast
Hmm.
with Matt Christensen from Chapo Trap House.
Once
And
the
there's
once
another
the
one-
pay per rants go live, I'm sure that's a thing that could happen.
Yeah. Also, there's another one. There's another podcast with the Grubstakers with Matt Christensen and Nick Mullen. Nick Mullen knows a lot more about this than people like to let on. Am I loud?
No, you're
are you
perfect.
allowed to?
You're
Yeah, I mean, say anything that you're not afraid will get you killed. I guess.
I'll publish anything. I will disavow you though if you suck.
Okay, where was I? Okay, let's. Yeah, but I think Epstein was killed because he saw some things there that even he did not like, and Epstein's a pedophile.
Probably.
Yeah. You know, Epstein might just be an ephebiophile. I've never heard of any of the girls being like under 15. But
I disavow that.
I'm just joking.
Epstein is like the level fucking worst person.
But yeah, he is the worst. But
He's
Homie with
like-
$2 says, Hoya!
Hoya.
Onya.
I want everybody to consider this possibility. This is not an absolute, but consider that people tend to be the most critical of things that cross a borderline that, like, emotionally they at some point thought that they could have crossed and had to destroy. And, like, therefore they want to destroy it in everybody else. And in some cases, that's healthy. And in some cases, that isn't healthy. And if you're somebody who has to destroy the fact that you are gay because you think that it will mean that you cannot fit into your community or with your family or with, you know, like, your society, like, you know, I mean, it's possible that you could live a life of repression that ultimately was happy and you didn't have regrets. But if you don't think that's going to happen, like, if you think that your life is miserable because you are repressing yourself, you need to change the circumstances however you can.
Yeah.
You know? And, like, I think that people who have changed their circumstances will then turn to, and there's kind of a two-way battle. Like, the people who haven't changed their circumstances yet are the ones who are, like, really angry at the people who are, like, indulging, you know? It's like, if you are somebody who is repressing the fact that you're gay, then when you see people being openly gay, it makes you the most angry out of anybody because they're doing something you wish you could be doing emotionally, but you think you shouldn't do.
Oh, and I mean, that's especially true of anti-lolly people.
Well, and that's the thing. There are certain things you shouldn't do, you know? Like, if you have those emotions towards, you know, like, underage people,
oh, yeah,
you should not exercise those emotions.
I honestly think that's way more common than anybody would like to acknowledge.
Right.
Just in my personal expression of this, but, like...
I mean, it's fascinating to see the people who have put themselves emotionally on the other side of this, such as Amos Yee, who is... Amos Yee, have you heard of this guy? Do you guys know about Amos Yee?
Yeah.
All right, I
old
just
school
want to
legend.
remind us that we have 3 minutes left in your timer.
Oh, yeah, Marcus, is there anything else in
Yeah.
particular you wanted to say before I go off?
Okay. So
I have been
I'll make
timing
this
it. But
simple
Habib
quick.
also for
I'll
$2
make-
says that 15-minute call limit, though. I mean, I started at 15 minutes. It might have been a little bit late into the call, but, like...
Nah, it was
I've
fine.
been-
All right, you're
I've
cutting
been
into his
out
time. Let him finish.
Well, fuck you, butthole!
Okay. Gamergate was the biggest in for swerve talking points ever.
Yes.
It was. Cause well, the whole desexualization of video game characters and things. That in of itself can be seen as a form of misogyny.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's as weird. It's because, like, look up this bill called Sesta and Fosta, because it's
Oh yeah.
it's essentially
Marcus, what you were describing to me is like the necessity in my mind of the existence of something called the alt left, because like the perspective like of the feminists is what kind of drove me. Like, I like sexy girls, you know, like I identify as a woman and I like sexy girls because I'm a lesbian.
Oh, I fucking am all on board
Like-
on the alt left, by the way.
So for me, like, it was alienating for me as a trans person to see that all the other trans people are saying, like, girls can't be sexy in video games. And I'm like, well,
Those
hold
people
on.
are just repressed.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's really sad and alienating that they are that way, but like once you can recognize it and then kind of realize that, like, okay, just because they're repressed doesn't mean I have to be repressed, you know, like
Precisely.
I would like it for the record, like 90% of who I follow on Twitter are feminist SJWs, and they all love giant video game titties.
Well, that's
So,
great.
yeah.
I'm glad the benchmark is moving at this point.
Oh,
Because,
yeah,
like,
I think obviously
I'm coming out now because I feel way more comfortable than I did 5 years ago.
Very minority opinion that video game characters shouldn't be sexy, but like those
I
are
think it's
some
a very-
loud communities of
Most
people,
minorities are.
you know, and it's kind of
Right.
like, wow, I really wish you'd understand that, like, you know, titties are real.
I
Like,
mean,
people
like,
have
good.
tits, they
Celebrated.
exist. Why can't they
I
exist in
think
video
that-
games?
I really think that when we're in the heat of the moment of like a cultural battle, like it can feel like, in a way, I think that like a lot of people are acting on instinct, and it's good that they are, because even if they're just being like fucking cunts and just total assholes and fucking one-sided bigoted pieces of shit, like the whiplash happening back and forth is because of like these reactions are getting sorted out. It's like, you know, women are like a certain group of feminists is insisting that women cannot be sexy in video games, right? And this is a minority opinion, but it's the only one that's being voiced. And so then this huge backlash happens from all these guys, right? And then you've got all these people like me who are like, well, fuck, I agree with the guys that I want sexy girls in video games, but I don't agree with any of the other shit that they're saying, all this like crazy misogynist fucking bullshit. So like, which side do I identify with? And then it's like, oh, I have to create a side. I have to be the reverse tide. I have to team up with all the people who are saying the same shit as me and like push it, you know, to the next stage when the tide recedes, you know, like we have to follow the ocean and study the waters and
That old Overton window you always love to talk about. Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, so 15 minutes have passed. Do you have any final remarks, Marcus?
Not really, but thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you for calling in.
You were great. You brought in some really
I loved your
interesting
schizo posting. It was amazing.
Absolutely.
I mean, everything he said seemed very reasonable to me. That's all I'm saying.
All right.
No, I say when I say schizo posting, I mean shit that like probably is right, but sounds like it could come out of Alex Jones' mouth. You know,
Alex Jones has never said anything that I fundamentally disagree with.
I know your stance on this thoroughly. I think I just disagree with you, and that's how I'm not brainwashed.
For what it's worth,
brainwash me.
For what it's worth, I haven't listened to very much Alex Jones. I've really only heard his the 5
highlights.
hour. I've heard the 5 hour podcast, like a bunch of random quotes he's had. I mean, like some of the stuff, like, you know, they're turning the frogs gay, like metaphorically is true. Like,
yeah, like I get what he's trying to say.
All right.
Chemicals are fucking with the wildlife. Yes.
Yeah, no, I mean that's kind of
and
like a
making
real
them
thing.
like hermaphroditic was like it was which I mean frogs already are hermaphroditic.
Yeah,
So whatever.
it's a weird fucking thing. Okay,
how does it affect humanity if the frogs become gay? Like,
Right,
is it
who
going
gives
to
a
influence
fuck?
culture?
Okay.
And, is it hurting their frog ecology? I don't know.
We're gonna bring Larshall on. Larshall, you're coming on live.
Shout out to Chacha for the £2 donation with no comment.
Yeah, absolutely. Hello, Larshall, you're live.
Hey, is this on?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up?
Sick.
Hello.
I'm alright. It's just doing fuck all, really. Like, what has this fucking doing?
Were there people talking in the waiting room? I have to know.
Well, first it was like some fucking weirdo. It sounded like some psycho shit because they were just fucking. Oh, I don't know. You just hear like rustling about because they fucking. It can't not fucking sound creepy.
Yeah.
And then
Welcome to the waiting room. We
welcome
can't
to the
help
wait.
but sound creepy here.
It's where we bury the fucking bodies, like.
Oh god.
Everybody fucking starts talking. I'm like, how the fuck do I mute this shit?
Okay. I always wonder, because, like, I'm so reluctant to just force people to be muted in that chat.
We
but...
should do it. Why not? Like, you could give them a separate chat that they can hang
They
out
have!
with.
I already
No
have!
one
I
followed
literally
it.
already have. It's called
it worked
General.
for half a stream, and then everybody,
Okay, but,
it
like,
is...
if the general, like, you have to just force them in there. Like,
No, I know,
why
I know.
not?
They have to
if
be
you want
muted.
them to do it, you have to
But
force
it's
them to do
because
it. Look,
in an
okay,
ideal world, my mods would be in there
I'm
being
gonna
like,
have to talk about this.
"Hello, good sir. Why would you like to be
I
on
know,
the
you can
Fancy
just
Party
mute-
Cast
you can mute
today?" And they'd be like, "Oh, I want to talk about
mean, I
the
think-
N word," and it's like
People
banned.
will always take up as much space as you give them to take
They
up.
always
People
take
will
up the
form
most
to
space.
the cage that you put them in. So like
That's why
if
I
you give
charge
them the
them.
space, they will just gelatinously expand through that space. And they'll choose whatever seems like the primest real estate. Like nobody wants to hang out in the general chat because there's no people in there. People are in the call waiting room and then they get impatient and they
By
start
the
talking to
way,
each other.
this is literally the truth from now on, and I will at everybody in here. If I pull you in, and you, in fact, do not know that you are in queue to be on the show, and you're like, "Oh, I didn't know I was on the show," you will be permanently banned from the show.
This is a hard
At least
rule.
temporarily.
Permanently
Permanently
banned.
banned, at least temporarily.
temporarily. That is a
Probably
very-
kicked.
that
You'll
sounds
be
like
kicked.
Fancy
I
Party.
won't ban you. I hate banning people. I don't like to do it.
Yeah.
I
Very
just want to
severe.
beat the
Nobody
shit
goes
out of
that
you.
I
But that's
gave a
just me.
serious look at my YouTube like banned commenter list in serious consideration of unbanning most of them, but like I just don't know who any of them are. Like the only
Oh
ones
my
who I
God.
know who they are the ones who I would keep banned. All the other ones, it's like, well, I'm sure they said some really shitty thing, but like I don't know how severe it was. So I guess if you think you've been banned from my comments and you're listening to this for some reason, just send me a DM and beg for forgiveness, and I will
Kiss the
unban you.
ring.
Yeah, kiss the ring. You don't have to really do anything. Just like
Nick,
Learn,
his fucking foot.
Larshall, is there anything you wanted to bring up?
Fucking no.
No. Amazing. You seem like a really cool guy. I'm glad you're in here nonetheless.
You. I get it everywhere.
yeah. What's your accent?
What do you mean? It's fucking British. Like.
It's British, mate.
I wasn't sure if it was
You
British
have
or
me laughing.
Irish. You sound kind of drunk, so I could. There's a lot of slurring in there.
Yeah,
Well, that's what they do.
Right.
That's what all of them do. Like
That's what I do, innit?
that's what the Australians do. It's what the British do. It's what the Irish do. It's what the Americans do. It's what everybody does. I don't know anybody who I've talked to on a podcast that wasn't drunk most of the time that they were on the podcast.
Oh, I'm not fucking drunk. Like,
No. Well,
I could be if I wanted, but
I
I'm
wish I
most-
was.
I'm not actually drunk. I'm just really fucking high, but I've also had a glass of wine, so it's a little bit of a twisted.
Well, it's
Not
not crossing the streams.
Not quite twisted, but just twisted. You know what I mean? Like a 311 song. You know?
Yeah.
Like Ember is the color of our energy. Like whoa, that kind of twisted. You know?
all right, Larshall, you have
Is Amber the
10.
color you're in?
You have 10 minutes left.
Yeah, I'll
So if
pretend
there's
I know what
anything
that
you
means.
want to like talk about, we should talk about it.
I don't even fucking know. I swear I had shit. You brought me on, and now I don't even know it.
You gotta write it down. The only
All
way
right.
that I got good at this show is by taking notes.
Oh my God,
I
you
guess
take
that's what
notes.
you learn.
I did when I was a guest, but now I
I
can just
take
fucking,
notes
free
when I
flow.
watch anime. Like I literally do. I'm such a fucking nerd.
All right, let's
That's
ask
like
the
a horrible
people.
tortured existence. That's right.
If you're in the waiting room right now and you do have something that you want to talk about,
Oh, I have
let
been
us
asking,
know.
but yeah, just say like I'm ready if you
Yeah.
want to be brought
I
in.
know
next.
Cetal and Thanikaman made their stances known.
Yeah,
in
I was
the-
talking to some people in the Discord too that are ready, so I know that like Keyblade Spirit is. 5 Cha-Cha for £5 says I messaged Digi on Twitter about a link to the Discord and she never replied. I got impeccable music taste. I can Japanese. Let me in.
Ooh, sounds like a prime
All right,
candidate.
Literally, just
Fucking dick,
message
get on-
me again, and just say the phrase "I messaged you on the show," and I will send you the link.
I got impeccable music taste.
Yeah.
She will do it.
Here's something to fucking talk about, right? Look at all these fucking dickheads in the chat. Like, as soon as you mention it, it's like, I'm ready, guys. I'm taking notes. Put me on. I'm fucking ready.
We did literally ask them to do that.
Well, it snapped them to attention. Probably it made them realize that they were being tasked with something.
It's
so now they
just
have to
really
be,
funny
on
because
top of it.
I can handle 20 people at most.
This is what I mean
And
by
this
that
is an
people will
audience
take the
way
form of the
bigger than
cage you
20.
put them in.
I
Like, if
know.
you task them to something, then they will take that. They will do it. You know.
But Weeb for $2 says, "Does you even know what is a ready waiting room?" So if you
Does
don't
you
know what a
even know?
ready waiting room is, I guess.
But yeah,
calling you out.
I know who's
I've been
ready.
putting this. I'm trying to. I'm gonna try to really emphasize going forward on my channel the idea that there are 4 categories of videos that are going to be exclusively the ones that come out that will be very clearly defined and everybody will know what they are, which is the opposite of how I've done things up to this point, and it's been a huge problem. So it's going to be there's the Otagonzo tapes, which are anime analysis videos that come out every week. There is Befriending the Internet, which is not always going to be daily, probably more a few times a week, depending on how many questions I get and how much time I have to record. But a regular show that's about interacting with people and just sharing ideas that are coming into my head. Then there'll be a show that's just called Scraps, which is anything that was a stem of a potential video that I had an idea for that I know is out of scope for me, and I'm just gonna explain all of them in one video and read you half finished scripts and shit that I'm just I can't make this or I might make this one day, but I just want you to know that part of my week went to this, and that's why I didn't make a video or whatever. And then anything other than that will be bigger projects that I am working on progressively in the background that come out whenever and are not paid for in any way. They are. What was that?
Oh, finish, and then I have a question.
Oh, so I'm trying to go back to the reason I brought this up and remember exactly what that is, which is that shit. It had
Sorry, I
something
interrupted
to do.
you.
No, I was already losing track of what I was saying.
Starchan for $2 says
definitely gonna
anti-waiting
lose it.
room action.
People are really fucking against the waiting room. The waiting room is getting shit on today.
Oh no, there's tons of people in there. I mean, it's just kind of if you want to be on the show, you got to be ready. That's all.
Yeah.
It's a kind of a clusterfuck in there.
Yeah, I remembered what I was trying to say. So
just how it is.
By way of making it so that my channel is very clearly defined like that, it will make it so that I want people to really understand a way to funnel their interactions with me into a few compartmentalized places, because there's different strata. When you're famous, it's really difficult to manage parasocial relationships, because on the one hand you don't want to get too involved with people who aren't really your friends and give them a weird complex about you, but you also don't want to distance yourself from people who are getting something meaningful out of your content when you can really help them, so I want to make it so that there's a tightness in my community where people who aren't really understanding me and what I'm going for are not really up for consideration. I'm not trying to cast a wide net anymore. What I used to do is I'm going to make a big video to get a lot of viewers, and then I'll make a niche video that the viewers who stick around will really care about, But doing that just makes the content seem schizophrenic and people can't tell what the fuck I'm talking about. So instead, I want it to be that everything on the channel appeals to the same people as much as possible. And and if it doesn't, then they can clearly tell which parts of it they don't connect with and avoid it, and not feel tricked when they click on something and it's not what they expected. So in this way, my audience would only grow slowly, because it would only grow by way of word of mouth, of people who think that people who they know need this, and therefore they drag them into it, and it's sort of a downward funnel of human connection for me, because it's if my connection to you is that like you just watch my content, you get something out of it, you leave comments, I get something out of your comments, but like there's no real need for us to like work together or do anything deeper than that, then like there's no need for our relationship to go beyond YouTube comments. But I can make that a fulfilling relationship for the people who engage in it to the extent that that boundary is defined. Now, if you're somebody who maybe is like a trans person who needs more people to talk to about those experiences, I'm going to invite you into my Discord, which is full of people like that.
Yeah.
Like, my Discord is like 30% out trans people who are either in some stage, usually in early stages of transition. I don't have anybody who's been like transitioned for more than a couple years because my audience is mostly in their mid-20s. But like it's like 30% out trans, 30% closet or in the process of coming out trans, and then 30% cis who are just like mega down for all this shit, you know? And, you know, so if you're somebody who needs those perspectives to help you with, it's a good place to get that. So I want you in there. The Discord is free now, but it's invite only. Currently, only I and the two moderators, Guns and Thasetamis, can invite people. This might
Those
expand.
Timmies.
Yeah. And so, like, you know, I want it to be kind of a safe space for people who think like me, who are like, you know, maybe too edgy to fit in with like the SJW kids on Twitter, but like
a safe space for people who don't fit into conventional safe spaces.
Exactly.
That is a good, that's noble.
For dark people, you know, it's like my aesthetic that I'm kind of going for, like I've been considering myself cluster punk, but now I'm kind of going in like a cluster goth direction a little bit. Like I kind of a sad girl, you know, like my mom was a goth industrial kid, so I've got a lot of that influence on me. But I'm more of a hippie, so and I like bright colors, so it's like I consider myself like pastel goth to some extent. Like the stuff I follow on Instagram is all fucking soft goth and pastel goth Korean shit. But in any case, I'm gonna create my own bizarre combination of like Instagram store and thrift store aesthetic. I don't know why I'm talking about this. Getting back to my point, you shouldn't smoke this much weed when you're doing a podcast.
You've been going on fucking tears all night.
No,
girl.
absolutely, it's fine. I mean, I wanted you on because I wanted to have an episode about kind of like more LGBT things.
Why was I talking about
being a gay?
Because that has a lot to do with why
I know,
you're
but
a woman.
what
You're talking about your content and setting it into categories so people can understand and connect with it more.
Too far back.
Okay.
I need the thing right before the thing I just said.
Shit. Okay.
But I can't remember.
Fuck.
It's
Neither
lost
can
in
I.
the ether.
Are you,
once
is
more.
it aesthetician?
Esthetician?
I definitely
Okay.
have an aesthetician approach towards actual clothing aesthetics and like fashion. Like I'm the type of fashion that fascinates me the most is the ones that are trying to achieve something extremely specific in like and like going to just the like Lady Gaga, like her fucking shows are fucking insane in the like extent to which the set and the outfits and all the dancing is all interpretive around the theme of the song, you know, and like there's outfit changes every fucking third track because of all the different
15 minutes. Thank you
Oh,
so
shit.
much.
Sorry.
Marshall.
Remembered
You have any final remarks?
Well, that's an episode you had nothing to talk about, I guess.
I remembered what I wanted to talk about.
What was it?
But now I can leave.
What was
Anyway.
it?
I mean,
sum it up.
Maybe we could talk about it.
Yeah,
without you.
too bad. Fucking go on about whatever your weird ass interpretation is of being autistic and dyslexic.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean that's basically what the lateral and impressionism is a metaphor for on my scale, because like there was I watched this weird fucking video and I disagree with this guy, but he was saying that autism and dyslexia were opposites, that like autism is like the tendency to fixate on the details, and that dyslexia was the tendency to see the big picture and be unable to fixate on the details. Literally the forest versus the trees. And like, then I looked into it and like found plenty of videos of people saying they were both autistic and dyslexic. And
I would raise my hand for both of those.
Yeah. And that was where I came up with the idea of like that to me, autism seems to be more about lateral thinking than specifically lexical or impressionistic thinking, because like lateral thinking is where you trap yourself because you keep thinking around in circles trying to rationalize the point deeper and deeper, and that happens to people on both ends of the scale. So like that to me, like when I created the neurotyping chart, the actual autism is the top of the chart. It's the lateral section, whereas norminess is the linear section. And your ability to be linear is because you feel as though everything around you makes sense and you can perform based on pure instinct. Now, granted, you might rely more on like things that you know, which I would consider to be like being lexical, right? It's like a middle manager, they operate on very little thought, but they follow the rules. Whereas somebody who operates on instinct follows their own personal set of rules that like was not written down somewhere or justified. It's just like their experience, you know? And then I would say that when you think that the world around you is wrong, or like you can't move past certain things because you can't wrap your head around them, then you become obsessive and you start thinking in circles. And the more things trigger that, the more lateral you become. And that is what is autism. It's just getting trapped in a fucking spiral when you try to think, you know?
It's like that shit that you
Exactly
said.
like that Junji Ito image.
Yeah, that Juji Ito image is
All
pretty
right.
good.
We gotta get some more people into this Discord. So Larshall, thank you for calling in.
Yeah, that shit and like the stuff you were saying in today's befriending the internet about how like trauma increases lateral thinking.
He will still be able to hear because he has
like
access to the podcast.
It adds up. It really has helped me contextualize the way that I think.
I think that autistic people experience ordinary things as trauma because their feelings are just so fucking intense, you know? It's like just stuff that normal people just like take in stride, we like obsess over and can't stop thinking about. And like I have like, if you're somebody who like remembers every single awkward encounter you've ever had, it's like normal people don't do that.
No,
they just move past shit.
Okay,
you know?
I'm gonna bring in another caller. I'm gonna bring in C-Tool.
My girl.
Hey.
The voice is
still definitely muted.
All right, I have the next couple of callers planned out. I'm gonna bring in then Sandra Day O'Connor, then Butthole Weeb, and then Keyblade. And then after that, just put in the general if you're ready, and then I'll add you to the queue. I have
What's up? Hey, girl.
Hey.
Hey.
What's up?
How are you?
I'm pretty good. My drawing tablet pen was at the top of my drawing tablet, so I kept trying to unmute myself, and I couldn't because it kept going to the top. And
That's so
the mouse
funny.
kept fucking
Yeah, but nah. Oh man. The only weird thing is also having to mute the stream because for 1 second you hear both.
Right.
Of you
Yeah,
guys.
you get the double. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's just kind
My
of how
poor
it
brain
is.
can't handle it.
I
brain
understand. I understand how psychologically intense it is because like when I go on shows, I can't leave the mindset of being ready to be jumped in because like I want to be fucking on top of it when I get invited. It's like when I go on the Dick Show, I sit there just like fucking shaking and like smoking through more and more blunts and fucking drinking more and more alcohol. Just like, gotta keep myself in the flow state so I'll be ready when they fucking call me in.
This is why I want to keep the fucking voice channel in the waiting room, is because I think there are some people who can be motivated by the fact that there are people in the waiting room who are like, I'm ready to be on the show. I am excited.
I think there hasn't been enough evidence that people like that exist is the problem.
I am like that. If I get in there, I'm like, oh, I'm fucking ready. I'm ready to talk about all these things that I have on my mind.
I know,
And
I've done
like,
that, and I've heard several other people do that.
No, I know people are like that. I
Karma
literally
has
do.
definitely come in.
I
fucking
am
hot.
like that. I am that person. That's why I have not turned off the ability to talk in there. But I am sincerely considering it based on people.
I mean, valid. So, I don't know if you know this, but I've just noticed that I might have low-key mod powers as a guest because I can just
No,
move
you can
people
come
about
in
the
the
chat.
show anytime at all. I want that, so if you're a guest and you really object, you could come in and be like I'm here and I hate the show.
This show pampers its guests' ego because we want you to feel like because you
if you
made
look
the
at the
venture
side
of being
here,
worthwhile
look at how
enough
many
to be a
guests
guest,
we have.
then
Like,
that
the
means you have
guests,
some
like,
degree of power.
have
So people are
respect.
incentivized to become
Respect the
cool
guests.
enough to be guests on the show, so that we will always have guests who can come on the show and not run out of
Absolutely.
people as they become too good for us.
You've given Jelly the power to just come on here whenever he wants and say
Don't tell him
whatever
that.
he
Don't let
wants
him
to
know.
do.
Don't, you can't.
No, I mean,
Stop.
we've only had one person abuse it, and it's literally because they shouldn't have done it.
I mean, there are plenty of mods who can take these powers away
Yeah,
from
I
you,
mean,
right?
I feel very confident about the show. I kind of really want it to be like, hey, if fucking Nino
Okay,
is listening to
here's-
the show or Lachlan,
here's the-
they can come in and be like, I hate all of you.
Yes.
Here's an important thing I've learned in like embracing like my emotional side is like emotions are a justification, and if you can't appreciate that, you cannot be friends with me, which is why I could not be friends with Monkey Jones anymore.
I mean,
because, like,
anybody I invite on the show, I consider like a cool person.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, it's like if you can't appreciate that, like, your actions causing me psychological harm, whether I can justify them or not, like whether I can explain to you why, like, that is the case or not. If you can't at least appreciate that it's happening and therefore try to work with me, it's just not worth it, you know? And like, so
I mean,
and that's
if I
where my
wanna
line is, you know?
If I want to normalize like whatever you just said, it's basically like if you hurt my feelings and you can't say sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you. You're a cunt. Get the fuck out.
Exactly.
Right, I agree.
Okay, so Homestuck 2. It's been a minute since this was mentioned.
Yes.
But I am here. I am an avid reader of Homestuck 2, and it's a fucking shit show, and I love it. Dude,
when you say a
Jade
shit show-
has a dog cock. Jade has a dog cock, and she got Rose pregnant, and Rose agreed because she wanted Jade to have a baby.
Okay.
And instead of my enlightened take of like Jade coming in a mug and then using turkey basters to artificially inseminate Rose in the stupidest smart girl shenanigans ever, instead they just fucked, and I am disappointed.
Is it like consistently entertaining to read? Like, is it the kind of experience where, like, if I think that this particular writer sucks, I could just skip their segment and it would be fine? Or like what I'm worried about with it is, like, Andrew Hussey's writing style is like the bread and butter of Homestuck. Like, the moment to moment experience is completely defined by the way that he writes. So, like, even though I totally appreciate, like, thematically what he's going for with Homestuck 2, it's going to totally live and die on whether or not each individual writer is entertaining to read, you know?
Oh, no. Oh, wait. I don't think she can hear us anymore because of her Aussie connection.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Well,
no.
funeral.
Wait, well-
march.
Yeah. But I'm gonna tell her to try reconnecting. But yes, it's a lot of new writers. Like, all new Homestuck shit is new writers who are trying to like emulate that like goofy, haha, funny, hussy style. But 9 times out of 10, it personally, at the very least, I don't know about Sejal, I don't want to speak for her, but it doesn't usually hit for me, like, at all.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about, because, like, I just kind of, like, skimmed the very first one, and it was very much like, I don't want to be protective of, like, my interpretation of Homestuck and feel
I think,
you know, like, because my first impression was, like, I don't know if these writers are going to, like, really feel the same way about these characters that I do. But it's not that I'm not open to people interpreting the characters differently. Obviously, if it's just, like, basically fan fiction, that's fine. Fan fiction can be good, but is it good? You know? And, like, that's the question.
I've not
That's
read it, and
all
the
that
girl who
matters.
could tell us, it just fucking disconnected and can't hear us. Sad.
I've read zero Homestuck. However, I am
All right,
mutual
she
with
can't
one of
hear
the
us.
writers
Should I
on
kick
this
her?
new one.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
sad. Sorry.
I'm gonna kick you, C-Tool, and I'm gonna have Sandra Day O'Connor if they're still in here.
Isn't
All right,
that like a famous person's name?
Sandra Day O'Connor.
Yeah, that's like a talk show host or something, right?
I just think it sounds good.
Sorry about you getting talked over, Lachlan, but I heard your name drop there. Your not name drop, but
Hello?
conceptual name drop. Sandra Day O'Connor, what's up?
Hi, Pizzagate is real.
Will we believe that if we watch the documentary on YouTube, or do we need to
Wait, there's a documentary?
The Mouthy Buddha. There's like a 2-part documentary. I want to watch it so bad. I want to just watch them both at once. Have you seen either
both?
of those?
Do you mean that and the Bill Gates one? Is that
No.
what you're trying to say?
Well, I do. Okay, I want to watch all 4. But there's Mouthy Buddha has a 2-part, and there's a Bill Gates 2-parter.
No, it's like a 4-parter.
Oh my! Stop.
They're 30 minutes.
I'm
each.
subscribed to Mouthy Buddha, but I haven't seen anything from him since his Dave Rubin video.
I know the Pedogate one has been like removed from YouTube and is on BitChute at this point. But they have come out with another one that is about Jeffrey Epstein.
I don't know anything about Pizzagate because I was not following any kind of news media at the time that it happened.
It's not about news media at all.
I was hoping.
Well, I didn't
that you
hear
would...
about it because I didn't follow any news media. I didn't hear any reporting on it, is what I mean to say. Like, I didn't hear any of the speculations or what the hell it was. I have no. All I know is Hillary Clinton is involved and there are pedophiles. That's all I have.
What a surprise!
Yeah.
So WikiLeaks dumped a bunch of emails. You know that part, right?
Yes.
I do now.
So some of them had very strange messages in them. Mainly from John Podesta, who was a major funder of the Clinton campaign.
Walnut pizza, right?
Do you still have wine?
No, I didn't drink it all.
Wait, I thought I opened the thing so I could read it off, but apparently I didn't. 1 sec.
They closed your tab.
I didn't realize I closed my tab.
No, they closed your tab. The FBI agent went in and clicked X, and now you can't find it.
Yes, the FBI agent. That is me.
Yeah,
That sounds plausible.
By the way, if we want CTOL back, we could change the server that the call is being hosted on to Pacific.
Oh no,
If
I'm
we
not
wanna do
doing
that
that.
for
I have
15
other
minutes.
callers.
Okay,
I have
I
other
back. I opened the tab
just
again.
switch it back. We could just switch it back.
Oh no.
So,
I'm just saying that is an option. Continue, please.
Switch your server.
the most controversial email. There was a lot of weird stuff about food. The one that raised the most eyebrows was John Podesta saying, "I miss you both. Best wishes for a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, blah blah blah. P.S. Do you think I'll do better playing dominoes on cheese than on pizza?"
Oh no.
Whoa.
So that's a very incoherent sentence, and there are a lot
Can
of
we talk about
incoherent
the fact that
sentences.
the man's name is Podesta? Like, what the fuck is that about? Like, is that a psyop? Like, what the fuck? Like, Pederasty? Come on, man. Like, it's literally, I can't hear it and not think that.
I never made that connection, and I've known about this for 3 years.
I mean, look, you know, when you're in 3rd grade and they teach you about the Greeks, and you're like, that's some weird shit, dude. It sticks with you.
Yeah.
So the weird thing is, so people assumed naturally that they were speaking in code. Now, I don't know what it was code for, but the interesting thing is, rather than say what they meant, whenever any of the people involved with these emails are asked what they meant, they just say, "How dare you ask that question?" Or they go on some tirade about conspiracy theories. So
just totally dodge it and don't actually, prove themselves to not be pedophiles.
Right. So I don't. When I say Pizzagate is real, I don't necessarily mean they're pedophiles. What I mean is they're clearly doing something illegal, and they don't want to own up to it, and they're not even doing. It's weird to me how the fact that they're not even coming up with a lie, the fact that they're just deflecting, hasn't raised red flags for everyone.
Like, how dare you accuse me, a politician, of being evil? How dare you?
So does everybody involved in Pizzagate have some like tangential connection to Jeffrey Epstein? Like, is it just the same thing? Like,
I don't think all of them do. A lot of them do. A lot of politicians and rich people do. That's actually a good question. I haven't kept up with this stuff in a couple of years.
Because when I heard about Epstein, then like, you know, Bill Clinton being somebody who flew on his plane like 50 fucking times, it's like, okay.
And Trump.
Bill Clinton is obviously a pedophile. Trump didn't fly on his plane. Did Trump fly on his plane?
One time, but it's not as documented nearly as much as Bill Clinton.
Well,
but he does have connections to the man.
If you think there's literally any billionaire on Earth who hasn't fucked children, you're delusional. So Trump
I mean, I don't disagree with you. I think that is very likely possible because I definitely... Okay, I'm going to explain...
Because they don't have any morals and they have the means to do it, so why wouldn't they?
I'm going to explain some psycho tweets I made on Twitter yesterday that a lot of people seem to be totally down with, and I got no negative attention for, so I guess people are going to agree with me on this. But I was talking about Obama and how... she starts laughing her ass off.
Oh, I saw this, yeah.
So, okay, I was saying that for Obama to justify to himself the drone strikes that he did on children... that he would have to be so emotionally repressed that he basically has the mind of a baby. And that Michelle Obama is both his mother and father. Because Michelle Obama is like an extremely like masculine presenting woman. Like,
that's very trans-misogynistic of you to say.
Is
it? I mean, like, she
no.
like... I mean, I'm not just commenting on the way she looks, like, that she's dedicated to being, like, a powerful woman, you know, like, being, like, the powerful woman to Obama's powerful man, you know, which is, like, you know, I think that this is true of a lot of presidents, and I think it's because of the fact that people who have the most drive to prove themselves are people who got the least, like, paternal acknowledgement as children. Like, if your dad wasn't around and you're a man and you feel like a man and you feel those competitive instincts, but you have nowhere to direct them because you don't know who to turn to for acknowledgement unless you can find somebody who can guide you. And that could be your dad, it could be God, it could be a mentor, you know, it could be whatever you choose as the guiding spirit that you will work in service of, you know, with your competitiveness to bring the world in the direction. It could be science, you know, if you're best guy ever, like that's he is a man in service of science, you know, a gun that fires for science, you know, his interpretation of what science is.
Precisely.
Based on his limited knowledge. I mean, there's just lots of shit he probably would change his mind about if he read a fucking book about it, but, you know, people don't... Everybody always says, read a book. Nobody ever links you a book. And
that's true.
And Nate also is too much of a workaholic.
I do sometimes.
I think...
Well, good for you. Nate, you're better than most.
One of the best pieces of criticism I ever got from Econ was he told me to stop working so much and read. He was like, you know, you're not getting any better from like working all the time. Like you need
outside
to
influence is super important.
Right. And I think that Nate is somebody who does work too much and doesn't take in, doesn't read
Sandra
as much
Day
as he
O'Connor,
might want to.
15 minutes has
Oh, we
been
totally
up.
fucking talked over him.
Wait, it's been 15 minutes already?
Yeah, it has.
That was blew by. I'm sorry.
Shit.
Did you have any parting remarks you wanted to make? Any final burning thoughts?
Homestuck is really funny, but I couldn't get into it because none of the characters are remotely sympathetic or feel anything like real people. Undertale's better.
I feel that way.
Reasonable.
I kind of feel the opposite, where I could not relate to the characters in Undertale because it's harder for me to relate to characters who are like so saccharine, who are like not edgy at all, you know?
Yeah. The characters in Undertale feel like caricatures of Homestuck characters who are already caricatures.
I mean, I just think Toby Fox is just more wholesome than
yes, this is true.
It's weird when you put it like that because I usually like edgy things more than saccharine things.
But Well, Undertale has a more focused message and a more focused like theme, whereas Homestuck meanders for fucking 10 years and doesn't really have a point.
Undertale is inviting. It wants you to feel the message of like togetherness and like get the point, and it's only like 8 hours long, even if you suck at it like I do. But
Wrong. Homestuck's really good. Fucking Homestuck's the best.
Hey.
I learned about my superpower to come into the call whenever I want.
I have one more question. I have one more question. I never finished Homestuck. I never finished Homestuck, so at any point, do any of the characters stop and go, oh, all of humanity's going to be wiped out? That sure is sad.
Yeah.
Do any of them... Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
they
that-
don't. They don't really say too much about it. It doesn't really affect them that much.
No, it's more of a passing, like, ooh, that's lame. Alright.
See, that's what's weird to me. I'd be freaking out.
Well, yeah, but they're fucking cartoon characters.
I mean,
See, I can't relate to them.
Okay,
Mm.
here's
They're
the
the
thing
most
about-
relatable people in the planet. There is no
They're
more
the
people.
only people left.
here's
Okay.
the way I look at Andrew Hussey. I think he thinks similarly to myself in that a major theme of Homestuck is about superpositions of like the idea that something is absolutely true and absolutely not true at the same time, and like that the universe, like if like whether it exists or doesn't exist is like, you know, like whatever, dude. Like if the universe completely dies, then it's like, does it really affect you? Like you're not gonna feel it, you know, you're gonna be gone. Like you can have a moment of mourning, but like what is the point of getting of emotionally wallowing in the end of the universe, which would be unendingly painful, when it would be
because that's
much
the thing, the
easier to
characters-
pass it off
Yeah.
and just say, I don't care, I will just
The
numb
characters-
myself and die.
The thing
More for their
about those
friends.
characters is
Yeah.
is that they don't react to things like the world being gone. Like they say, like, "Oh God, Obama's gonna be he's dead. Obama's dead. I can't believe it." But like they do have like emotional gut punch moments when they realize their lives
Yeah.
are never gonna be the same.
Mhm.
They're
Yeah,
just
there's
more
several
personal. Like,
moments throughout Homestuck, especially early Homestuck, where they're like characters go through arcs because they experience loss, and it's like, oh man,
They
I
learn
thought
to
you were a
feel,
goofy
and then they're like,
cartoon
oh.
character, but turns out you're a
I
real
mean, like,
person.
the arc of Dave throughout the early part of
Yes!
the story,
Oh my god.
of just like he experiences like all these alternate timelines over and over again, and like just sees like all the different ways, like permeations of the universe where things like go wrong. I mean, this is a common thread with pretty much any time travel story, is always about like
The existential horror of it, yeah.
Yeah, the existential horror of like living with paranoia and constantly running through bad scenarios in your head. That like you can imagine every different like way that this chaos theory could play out, you know, and so like you can never convince yourself that the best case scenario is going to be the one that happens. Which is why high hopes, low expectations is like a state of low emotional stakes in reality. And like somebody like Tom, who has always argued with me that he loves getting hyped for things, because if it's disappointing, he gets to feel righteously indignant, and that's just as entertaining. It's a worthwhile emotional state. And like I guess like for me, that emotional state, I haven't found a way to have fun with it. I just get too sad when something is disappointing. So like I would rather just have lower expectations, and therefore when things suck, I don't feel as slighted by it, you know? But at the same time, that means when something's enjoyable, it's not as surprising, because like unless it like really fucking blows the doors open, like Homestuck. And the reason Homestuck could do that to somebody as jaded as me is that it just goes out of its way to be so fucking massive that like it covers everything. It covers so much ground. Anything you've ever thought of, it has thought of it, and it has also thought past you. And like, you know, I've said this before, but like I wanted to write a book of analysis about Homestuck until I read Hussey's Formspring post where he analyzed Homestuck, and I was like, well, I don't understand the story as well as him. Like he's already analyzing it as he writes it. He knows exactly what he's doing.
All right,
you know,
we gotta get to our next
Vote Joe
caller.
Jorgensen for president. That's my parting statement. Vote Joe Jorgensen for president.
Yep.
Libertarian Party nominee. That's my parting statement.
I will literally do that if there's actually an election, just because you said that.
Incredible. Okay,
I
I don't know who
bring
that
in
guy is, but I'll do it.
Butthole
I trust that guy's
Joe
enthusiasm.
Robinson.
Mhm.
Hello, Butthole Weeb. You are here. You're live. You're alive.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? Never fear, the fucking butthole's here.
I landed.
I can't believe it. How you guys doing?
Good.
Hanging in there, I guess.
Yeah.
We miss you.
Mm-hmm.
I miss you guys too. That was going to be one of the things I called in for. I know you guys got to get to a lot of callers, so I'll only keep you maybe here for like 5 minutes. But I've barely heard from you motherfuckers since I've left Virginia. I was seeing how everything is going.
What happened? How was your time? I heard you stayed like 2 nights in a hotel after you left our house.
I legit checked out. There was one night I just like wanted to get drunk, so I was like, "Fuck it, I'll get a hotel."
Mhm.
And then the next day, I was like, "Oh, I think I bit off more than I can chew." 12 hours was a little too daunting for me. I
It's a
think if
long
you guys,
time.
yeah, if you guys still have me out sometime in the near future to review the last half of Go Sick, I'm definitely flying.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, if you guys have to fucking do that, I'm waiting in bated breath. I
I
might actually watch Go Sick because of it.
I literally like just stopped at some marathon and like 8 hours into the drive in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, and I was just like, holy shit. I'm not the kind of guy who needs to rest his eyes while driving, but holy fuck was that a long drive.
Get a little haggard, huh?
Yeah, I bit off more than I can
Dude,
chew.
I've
but
done a couple 12-hour drives. It is not fucking easy. Like I have never more felt like I was losing my mind than particularly when we drove when I drove my car with a U-Haul trailer attached from Virginia Beach to Rochester, doing 55 the whole way because you can't drive any faster than that with the trailer. 55, 60. So it took like 12 and a half hours.
I'm inclined to believe that anybody who can do that normally and doesn't think it breaks their mind has already broken their mind to a part of
Here's
repair.
Here's the thing about this experience as well. Me and May had met a month prior. We had spent 1 week in a hotel together. I had been on the road for the next 3 weeks. We were in limited contact by phone. Then we had spent a week together at my house, and now we were driving all my shit to Rochester to move into a house, driving 12 hours straight.
God,
the whole time,
Fucking heroes.
the entire time, we are listening to my iPod at max volume because like the longer I drive, the longer I sing, the more haggard my throat gets, the louder I have to sing and listen to the music to stay awake. So I'm blasting like 10-minute Opeth songs and doing death growls. And for the songs that May knows the lyrics to, she will semi-sing along. But May had this habit of like weirdly exhaling after every line she sings by going like tss. And it was driving me completely insane because I didn't know how to politely tell her about it, and I didn't know if she knew or would be offended. So I was just like, the whole drive. It's like I noticed it like early on, and I can't stop thinking about it. And I was just like, if she sings like this for the rest of our lives, I might kill myself eventually from insanity. So a couple days later, I finally brought it up, and she literally stopped doing it and has never done it since. She is amazing at that. Like when May notices something, she'll just be like, "Oh, that's bothersome." Gone. Like didn't even know I was doing it. You know.
That's literally why I think I'm like partially a man.
Well, that was. I mean, it's because you can do that.
You're
that like
right.
I knew that we could survive together because I'm a hypercritical fucking monster who notices every detail of everything that happens. So it's
literally am just like, oh, I had no idea that was bothering you, or no idea that I am that way.
I mean, I
Let
didn't
me
think you knew you
correct
were doing it, but like I was like, what I was really afraid of was that it would scare you out of singing. That like your conclusion you would come to is like, oh, I better not sing because I do this annoying thing, and like I was really afraid to suggest that, but like no, I brought it up and you were just like, done, no more. Tss.
Yeah, dude. You just fucking tell me.
Where did that habit come from? Do you think like you did choir, didn't you? And
Probably
you were a kid, like...
the fact that nobody liked my singing voice in chorus.
Oh. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I think you have a great singing voice.
No, I do too. I just am
And
not
we
good at
harmonize
singing
well.
chorus songs.
have to find some kind of way to like justify it because I mean, like leaving from Virginia Beach to come back through West Virginia was gorgeous because you can just like get in the zoom lane and just fucking go like 75 all the fucking way. I never got pulled over, and it's beautiful. The only problem is like it just adds up. That like once I got like 8 hours in, I was like, ooh, God, that's a long drive, man.
Everywhere
south
of
totally
New York,
worth it though. Totally worth it.
Everywhere south of New York, you can drive as fast as you want on any like highway that says 70 or above.
That's the difference between red and blue states is like where a cop will pull you over.
That's part
and
of
it explains literally everything.
In some cases it makes sense. Like in Virginia Beach is a very, well, I should say Virginia State. Virginia State is a very flexible place where it's like they account for the behaviors of people. So when you're on the highway, there are lanes that are only open at certain times of day.
Oh yeah, and
where
you will get pulled over if you're not obeying the law.
You know, there's parts of town that are fucking heavily policed. Like Virginia Beach has crazy amounts of cops, and it's like for the city of its size, it is like the safest city of its size. It's also very spread out.
Demographic of neighborhoods.
It's white.
There are more cops.
Yeah, no, definitely there's more cops in the white neighborhoods, but even the black neighborhoods here are not as dangerous as they are in neighboring cities. Like
you guys live in a beautiful neighborhood, though. I mean, I assume that
and we live in a low
rent
neighborhood.
Kind of like mine. Like all my neighbors are like in their like fucking 40s and just like chill families.
Our neighbors,
you know,
well, it's an odd combination.
Well, our neighbors are great because like it's a super like diverse neighborhood of lots of different like age groups, ethnicities, and like all sorts of things. But everybody just like respects each other.
Well, like what's great about Virginia Beach is that like there's a lot of old, like there are a lot of old conservative white people here, but they're all regulated to like golfing communities on the southern end of the city. And then, like, the rest of it is suburbs that are all for military people, like, because there's fucking several bases here. So, like, it's extremely diverse, but the people do have enough money to live in Virginia Beach because they're in the military where people make decent money. So, like, it's the most diverse group of middle-class people probably in the country, and that's my comfort zone. And like it's
Mordecai says I live in Norfolk, it's fucked, and it's like, yeah, Norfolk looks like
Norfolk
a shithole.
Norfolk is not the same.
No, I want to live in Pungo, honestly.
But Norfolk is okay. Virginia Beach is an extremely green city. Everything is deliberately manicured. Every tree was put there by people. Norfolk is an urban sprawl that has been overgrown because the trees are growing out of the pavement. And it looks cool as fuck, but it also looks like a post-apocalyptic wasteland in the ghettos.
Yeah, there's a distinction there, for sure.
That's what I was trying to explain to my family, is they're like, you drove all the way up there just to hang out with some of your bros? And I was like, well, yeah, I mean, they're like, you know, some of my internet idols, but don't get me wrong, the reason I stayed another 2 days in Virginia Beach is because it is beautiful. But I will say this one thing is, in up northern Indiana, it's like 30 degrees cooler, and I hate hot weather. That was my one gripe. I was like, I had my fucking, the air conditioning in that hotel I stayed at after I left your guys' place was at like 60 degrees uncool the entire time. I was like, God, it's hot as balls here, dude.
It does get very humid in the summertime. And the weather here is completely schizophrenic. In fact, I wrote a thing on encyclopedia.zone. If you won't be able to read it unless you're actually a member of the site. Maybe I think I shared it in my Discord once. I'll message me if you want it, I guess. But it's called Virginia is for Schizos, where I talk about how like because of just the fact that it is such it's a total melting pot, but it's totally suburban. So like everybody is separated from each other, but they have totally diverse identities. And it's like everybody is talking, like everybody is like learning from one another, but like not recognizing how similar they are. And so it's like this weird distant community where it's like the people all kind of feel the same, but they're not talking to each other. And it's like a whole community of dissociative identity, which is what the military creates. Like, that's what it does to people. So, like, it's not surprising at all. Because if you meet Virginia Beach people, like, when I worked at Target, most of the people I worked with were people who had been in the military, and a lot of them were like aggressively bipolar, you know, and like talked about it all the time, like, you know, or they had post-traumatic stress disorder and shit. So like, you know, that's the culture of the goddamn city, you know.
Yeah.
Is the bifurcation of this weird community where half the people are literally old
really
white
feel
people
like
who grew up here, and the other half are all from out of
Virginia
town.
Beach come here to like rest and be comfortable and live at a slower pace, but not be in the South.
It's a place where if you can afford to leave New York, this is where you come.
Absolutely.
Or if you are in the military and you got stationed here,
it's
and you
a
thought it was
super
nice.
interesting place to live, and like I do recommend
Or you
like
just are stationed
coming
here.
down here for a bit because I really like it. Like from the
It
north.
is beautiful down there. I just really wish. I mean, maybe I should say I wish. I would love, because you guys, the way you treat how, you know, your lifestyle is and everything, it's very similar to mine. But in the middle of Indiana, where I live in a town. I don't want to dox myself. I live in a very small town with one stoplight and like 1,800 people. But the only difference I can see is that you guys like the fact that there is, you know, even though Virginia Beach is beautiful, you guys still have like shit around to do.
Yeah.
As to where here I have like, if I drive a quarter mile to the right of my fucking driveway, it's cornfields and country for miles. So I live in the middle of fucking nowhere. And I do love that, because in the same sense with Virginia Beach, it's like, it's still very quiet, and all of my neighbors and like, everyone's very kind, but no one bothers each other. And that's what I like about it, because I live alone. So, you know, I don't have a spouse or anything. So it's just, I like that. I like that, like out in the country, kind of bumfuck nowhere feel.
I think we want to get closer to that in a way, because like Virginia Beach is nice that it is so diverse, but it's also just a hyper manicured city where like every store that's local is a chain. It's a local chain, but they all have multiple locations. Everything is very strategic, and the city is rapidly growing. They're building shit all over the place. It will continue to sprawl out in this endless suburbia, and the property value will probably rise slightly as this becomes a more, you know, desirable location. And that would
the most important things, though, is you guys took me to lots of good restaurants. I'll say that.
Oh yeah,
there's
tons of great
restaurants. A lot more going on there.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
And
on this subject, Zaria grew up in Virginia because her dad's Air Force for a few years.
Makes
so
sense.
Next year we're gonna do a big like round the country road trip, and we'll definitely stay in Virginia for like 2 weeks so she can show me like all the restaurants she went to.
Pick me up on the way, you motherfucker. Good God, driving by yourself suck balls.
You should absolutely stop in and do a podcast with us, because that's what I do to everybody who comes through Virginia.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll have to find something
awesome.
we can do a podcast about.
I'm
yeah,
sure
Virginia Beach is
there's
beautiful.
Something.
Yeah. But yeah, it's beautiful, but again, it is extremely planned. It is extremely like laid out in a specific way to be like, okay, people in Virginia can't fucking drive. And the reason they can't drive is that the roads are too wide and too spacious and accommodating. And so everybody just turns their brains off and drives in fucking like a half awake stupor. And that was how I learned to drive. When I moved to Boston, Boston is shaped like a brain. Like, Boston is just like this insanely dense
We literally lived in a place called Braintree. And
Yes.
I think it was because of the way the roads were.
And the roads, like, you have to be hyper attentive to everything going on, and everyone on the roads is. And they're all amazing drivers, but, like, it's funny because people call them massholes because they think that they're assholes on the road. However, in Boston, people will regularly stop to let you out and flash their lights to indicate that you can go. They do it all the time. They're way more polite in this regard. I've never seen this in any other culture. I learned to be a better driver from driving around Massachusetts, even though it was fucking terrifying because it's all roundabouts all the time. But, like, there's almost no accidents, whereas in Virginia Beach, there's accidents fucking constantly, and the bridge tunnel is, like, literally clogged every day because of an accident, and it chokes all traffic between Hampton and Virginia Beach, which is a major fucking... They're building a whole nother bridge just to deal with it.
Oh, yeah.
So,
I mean, I used to live on, like,
Is it
the
is
New
it a
York
submarine
State
bridge?
Turnpike, like, near that.
Probably.
And there is, like, literally, like,
I mean, the Hampton Roads one.
fatalities on that road every single fucking day.
Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel is fucking crazy. And then there's the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, which is not as crazy because it's like a $15 toll, but it's the biggest bridge tunnel in the world.
Yeah, and they fucking had they had a Black Lives Matter rally there, and like they had 1,000 people
on the bridge
there. Yes.
Oh, God.
That was
the
like,
idea
one
of a
the first
bridge
ones.
tunnel makes me so
Dude.
fucking scared.
Me too.
Dude, the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel has 2 tunnels, and this bridge takes literally over 15 minutes to drive across. Like,
Oh my god.
it
That's
feels like you're just on an
nightmarish.
endless expanse of
But
water.
Hobie, your 15 minutes have expired. Do you have any final parts before I bring in
Yes.
Rui?
Yes, I'm sorry to keep you guys so long. I
What?
will say with toll roads on other than in West Virginia, I only had to spend like $9 total. So it was a wonderful drive, other than when I got really tired because it took 750 miles to get back home.
Yeah.
I love how hospitable you guys were to me and letting me into your home. Come here to Indiana.
Thank you.
Let me treat you to some shit sometime soon, even though it's in the middle of nowhere. You don't got to deal with that 4-lane bullshit. Live in the middle of fucking nowhere. There's no traffic.
Yeah.
Nobody's ever out.
I mean,
And
I have to imagine your town is probably like the one that Jesse lives in, because that one is like kind of a one-stoplight town. But like, it was really gorgeous, and like, I understand why Jesse hates living there, because it's like you literally run into people who you have a problem with every day, and it like if you don't want to resolve a conflict with someone, it like stifles your ability to move around your town.
Yeah.
You know,
I couldn't
not
imagine
if you're
that
sick
in,
and don't
in
leave your
Greece.
bed.
That'd be crazy.
But yeah, like I think
Had to
that
fucking move away.
like, even though we like Virginia a whole lot, I would like to live somewhere that's a little bit more like off the grid, because like here,
secluded.
the fact that there are cops literally fucking everywhere here, where like there was one time, like there's an empty lot that me and Vic and our friend Brando were like skateboarding on one time, and Victor foolishly picked up a like reflective orange cone and put it on his head to fuck around, and of course a cop comes by and sees this immediately. So we get pulled over by the cops, and like we didn't get in trouble or anything, but they pointed out that there is a no skateboarding sign here, and all I could think was like, but why? Like, who gives a flying... This is literally an unused space. Like, what is the worth in policing this? Which, obviously, they didn't really give much of a fuck. But, like, this is how strict the police...
The comment, give it back to the people.
If it tells you how secluded my little town is, we literally don't have a police force.
Wow.
It's
that's not
being
even
tiny,
surprising.
dude.
Like, you probably have to
it's-
call a cop in from the city to deal with something, right?
Yeah, and I mean, we have like 2 cops. Like the name of our town is on their cars, but they're never in our fucking town because nothing happens. Like,
right,
it is as small as you could possibly
well, it's like,
imagine.
why would you fuck with this town when, like, you literally, if you fucked with anybody here, you will have no opportunities in this place. You know?
It's
like,
always-
you have to leave. Like,
It's always county cops. You know, we don't like have like a police force per se. Like, we don't have a station.
yeah, I guess,
I'd love it if you guys come out sometime. That would be a lot of fun.
absolutely. My ideal would be to live in a community that was similar to Virginia Beach, in that it's like spacious and pretty, but a place where people actually talk to each other. But I would only feel comfortable doing that in a town that was like, you know, pretty progressive and LGBT friendly. But like one in the South. So like, I think there are some places in Virginia and Georgia that are evolving that way that could be interesting. We also think that like Tulsa, Oklahoma is a really interesting city.
Well, I mean, it's just because I know that particular area of the Midwest.
Well, it's also, I mean,
all right,
we went there.
all right,
and
but
had
hold,
some
I
cool
have
shit.
to bring in Rui.
Before you
Well,
bring the next person in, say
before
farewell.
I get
Say
shit
farewell
canned
to
off
me.
here.
I gotta go eat food.
Okay.
Watch some fucking anime and shit
Alright.
with my wife.
Bye, Lachlan. Have fun.
Any-
Hey,
Everyone
my
who-
pedantic. It was nice talking to you, buddy.
Yeah, I talk to you. With bated breath, I am an overseer. 60% lateral, 70% impressionist.
That makes perfect sense
Yeah.
to me. I have no
Me too.
argument. So
Sorry, I really did not mean to stay on this long.
No, it's fine.
Do you
just
mind
happened.
if I just give you guys like a quick plug?
Quick, yeah.
Bye bye.
Very quick. All right, Lachlan.
Bye.
Okay. Fun. Guys, all of my friends told me that it would be too long to watch and no one would give a fuck. I wanted to make a full-on commentary on my top 50 favorite anime of all time. So I'm shortening it down with some honorable mentions. I'm working on a video on my 10 favorite anime of all time. It might only be like 10 minutes, and I'll post it in the Discord. I've been, until I got really drunk and got on here, I was editing some of it. So look out for that. And also...
link your channel in general.
Yeah, I will. And also, I have a huge scan tomorrow, because I know when I met May in person, I look like an ill-aged looking fuck. But I have a HEDA scan to help hopefully tell us what's going on. My ultrasound didn't really go that well because they didn't really tell me why the fuck I'm losing so much weight rapidly. So
Right.
I have appointments. I'm still going. I ain't gonna commit Satsu yet. Just wait.
Good.
I mean, I might commit Jisatsu if this keeps going because I've felt like shit today. But holy fuck.
Hold on.
We're trying, dog.
Butthole. You
Dude,
hold on.
Dude, you are a fucking champion. You're like one of the funniest people I've ever talked to. Hang in there.
Absolutely.
Thoughts and prayers.
I won't commit
Thoughts
Sudoku.
and prayers.
I won't commit Jisatsu until either me and May and Digi do another Go Sick watch through together back here in my
You
hometown,
cannot
or
use
back
that
in
as an
Virginia Beach.
excuse to commit Jisatsu. You're not allowed to die until you go to Japan and get a wife and live a full and happy life there. That's when you're allowed to die.
Yeah.
You're taking the words out of all my friends' mouths that are going with me. They're like, "Hey, you stupid fuck. You're gonna be the one translating for us because you're the most fluent in Japanese." I'm like, okay,
You're gonna be.
I'll make it. I'll make it to
Japanese,
Sudoku.
but I guarantee you that with the way that you are, Japanese women will love you.
Yes.
Like, you are more. I think that American women are too fucking out of control. I think you need a nice, orderly Japanese
Absolutely,
woman.
I agree. I think that,
And they will be fascinated by your zaniness.
Oh, Batohoru! Oh! I love Anaru!
I am a 6'6" fucking putt,
absolutely,
so
they'll love it. You got
I'll
you
get-
got to do it.
Hey, Toshi!
I'll get the
Oh,
Japanese,
no.
but I can't promise you I won't commit Jisatsu afterwards. But
That's
anywho,
fine.
I'll make
you just
it,
have to
I'll
make
it.
the pilgrimage.
You
I'll
have to
make
make
it
it to Valhalla at least.
Landon, we have to meet in person first because I want to fucking.
You
want
can go to
meet you.
Japan to see him.
Hey, well,
I could.
we'll all hang out soon, my
But
friends. But
you would look great in a what are the yukata, like the ones like the Japanese dad yukata, you know?
I actually own one already.
There you go.
And
It fits
it's
your
my
aesthetic.
favorite color of floral purple too.
All right,
So-
butthole. I have
Yeah,
to
I know. I
Wear
need
that
to go.
around Japan and
Yes.
and be Itoshiki Sensei.
All right, we gotta get you out of here. So
Sorry,
we can get
guys.
more callers.
Sorry,
in.
guys. You guys have a good night, okay?
You too.
Bye.
You too. Take care.
Thank you.
Bye. All right, we're bringing
What a Chad.
Rui.
Love that guy.
Rui. I have a list of everybody who's gonna be on next. I'm pasting it again. Oh my God, Mapu's name always fucking. I don't know why. Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up?
How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty fine right now. Kind of nervous, I guess.
Oh, it's fine.
There's no pretension here. There's no
Absolutely
expectation.
not.
You just come in here and we vibe.
I was
That's
just
what this
doing
is.
like racist Japanese impressions of a girl asking for anal, so the bar is low.
Okay. Also,
Yeah, I
give
get
and
it.
take. What? Why are you in here? Can I kick you?
I did have a thing to say, but it was it's more of like a call-in thing. So I don't
Yeah, so
fucking
leave
know.
and come back in like an hour.
I'll definitely be asleep by then. It's
What?
too
What
early.
is it? What is it? Just say it. We can answer it right now.
Digi, you're not Vriska. I'm Vriska. That's the thing.
Oh, fuck. Vriska
This is a
fight.
war now.
I think we can
Risk
connect.
Gate.
I think we can connect on our mutual. I mean, you probably are more of a Vriska than I am because I'm not as intense as she is. I think I am more similar to Dirk Strider, honestly. Like he's the character I connect with the most because
Well,
he's like ultra fucking mellow. And
Here's the thing. I have thought about this a lot, and I actually think that, like, I am entirely John Egbert in also the fact that he wants to be Vriska.
Yeah, that makes sense to me as well.
Also, the other point I had was that it sucks that all of my friends are on shows and I can't talk to them normally. I have to come into a show to say hello.
I mean, you can just. honestly, just call me out of the blue, because like I'm the worst at, if people ask me like when should we do this thing, then I'm just like, I have no idea. It's like if you happen to catch me at an opportunity where I can talk, then that is perfect. Or if
That's
you tell
why
me a time
literally
that I can prepare
what
for,
I
then,
do is I'm just like nighttime this weekend.
the
I
thing
have
is,
a time in mind. If you don't,
I'm terrified
I will
to
suggest
tell
it.
people to suggest me a time, because I'm worried that there will be something that like maybe May wants to do that I don't know about yet, or like
you'll just forget.
something's gonna come up, or well, I mean, if somebody actually tells me a date and time and I agree to it, I will probably tell May, and at least she'll write it down somewhere.
Oh yeah, I
I guess
remember
Plunder didn't
everything.
tell you
I
a date and
literally
time.
do. I am the timekeeper.
Yeah, the other day Plunder said like we should do a draw call tonight, and it was like probably around 7, and I think at the time I was reading comments, and my mentality was like, okay, like maybe in like an hour I'll be ready to draw a picture with Plunder and Simon. But I got like completely enraptured in reading my comments and preparing for episode 3 of my show. So like,
That is reasonable. I'm glad that we know that we just need to establish a date and time, and that will hopefully.
Like, I was consumed with that, and so like around midnight when I was like about to go to bed, I suddenly remembered the draw thing, and so I messaged him and I was like, "Sorry, I forgot about the drawing." And then I just went straight to bed, and I came back and there's a message like, "Oh, we can still do it, like if you want to." And it's like, "Oh, I probably should have said I'm going to bed," like it just made that clear. Because
No, I think it just means like in general.
Yeah.
But okay, I am going to tell you stuff because we can't talk over another person again.
Yeah. Add like 4 or 5 minutes onto Rui's thing.
I haven't
and
started their
mate.
timer yet. Don't worry, I'm waiting
Okay,
for you
cool.
to finish.
Yeah.
That's it. Whatever. Goodbye.
Peace out,
yeah.
dog.
I love you, Gibbon.
Bye. Okay, Rui.
All right.
I haven't started your timer. I'm starting it now. You got 15 minutes.
Yeah. Thanks about that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't want. I mean, I don't want to come here like some antagonistic person or anything. I guess it's just a question I have, and many people have, I guess. When it comes to being like genderqueer and trans, let me backtrack a little bit. I've always been against labels, right? Like since I was a kid, like I've never liked whenever people tell me to do something, or like I've never liked people bossing me around, right? So whenever anyone told me like, whenever anyone tried to enforce any gender stereotypes on me, I will get angry, right?
Yeah.
So I eventually evolved into an entire anti-label like mentality, right? So whenever I see this, like right now, the genderqueer and trans movement sprouting out, I kind of feel like we might be, in my eyes, maybe we are going against what I believe we are going to be. Like we're going to arrive at a place where labels wouldn't mean anything, right?
Yeah.
Like I don't even know where I took that idea from, because I've thought about it since I was very very little.
Yeah, I relate.
So when I see this movement like obsessing over labels so much, I kind of get a little put off, because I thought, well, like we'll get in a point where maybe I'm like kind of like fucking Ghost in the Shell. Maybe one day I just fuck it. I'm gonna have a male body, whatever, dude. Who cares? Who cares?
Yeah.
So
and you'll be able to choose whatever you want. And I think we're definitely.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I think the more that body augmentation and hormone therapy advances, the more people will literally just be like in a mindset
And
of,
I mean,
I'm gonna switch back and
literally
forth 'cause it's
think
no
like
big deal.
hetero people could benefit from hormone therapy.
Oh yeah, it's even just to be more like the one that
more of what they want to be.
Absolutely, because I mean, hormone deficiencies and like hormone abnormalities exist like within hetero people all the time.
I definitely agree with you that like I think labels are a problem when you are using them as like something scientific as opposed to something emotional. Like so there's
correctly.
There's a guy who was on the board otaku boards that I used to use, who's this guy called Jake Hammerin, who is a big time metal guy. He actually made some pretty decent music under the name Gallo Braid that sounds like Agaloch. Made 2 songs. Check him out. But he was very obsessed with like the labels of metal music, and like anytime somebody used a wrong label, he would like jump down your fucking throat about it. And so one time he wrote this lengthy post about like why he felt that way, about how like in science we label things as like the phylum and genus and all that in order to like trace the lineage of things so that we can understand it better. And at the time I thought like this is a very good justification for being the way that this guy is, because like, yeah, it is important to be able to trace all these things. However, in the context of discussing music on a forum, like there are some places where tracing genres this way might be interesting and might lead to something that you can say about the music. But like if you're jumping down the throats of people on a board where nobody knows anything or cares about metal because you want them to care more about metal, like why does it matter in this context? You know, like
you're wasting your effort.
Right. So because like what people get out of the music is not the like, I mean, maybe for him part of his enjoyment of the music is thinking about its lineage while he listens to it. But like the raw emotional reaction that someone like me is having to the music, like if I use my genre terms wrong, it's just because I'm trying to communicate the impression this music gives to me using the terms I have. And it's fine if you want to give me more terms, because if I agree with them, I'll use them. And I like most of the stupid metal terms because I love talking about how Psy is a post-avant-garde black metal band because it sounds fucking hilarious. And, and it is accurate insofar as avant-garde just means anything we don't know how to categorize normally.
Yeah, it's like a weird thing.
Yeah, exactly. But like, yeah, when you think of it like, oh, like everybody needs to call me a woman because like, you know, that is scientifically what I am. I have the justifications for it, and therefore you have to feel bad if you don't do the thing that makes me feel good. Like, I consider that like an overexertion of your ego, you know? Like, it is getting to the point where you're telling people what they can or can't do to, like, in service of making you feel good in realms that you really have no business in. Like, even if people are being, like, bigoted or weird in their own spaces, like, leave them to their space, you know, like they're sorting shit out. They, you know, maybe they'll figure it out eventually, maybe they won't. It's none of your business. Like, just don't involve yourself with shit that you don't want to see, you know, like instead of asking everybody to put a trigger warning on their shit, just be careful about what you fucking watch, you know, like, cuz stuff might be like, personally, for me growing up, my parents, anytime they were going to watch something violent, they said, this is a kill movie, you can't watch it. And I grew to just fear kill movies to an extent that became repressive, where I like was hyper avoidant of anything violent until in my late teens, basically. But like, you know, so I wouldn't say that this was necessarily the healthiest way to do it.
Kid. I mean,
but
why not? You don't have like an unhealthy relationship with violence.
I guess so. I mean, I'm an extreme pacifist, so maybe it was a good thing.
I mean, isn't that a good
violence
thing?
is not nice. I kind of feel the same way. Like, I can watch violence in anime, but even to this day, like a violent, like blood and gore in a movie, I can't stand it. Right. I do have something to say about the label thing. I definitely would describe myself as a gender abolitionist.
Yeah.
Same.
I think that we agree on this, where like in a perfect world, people would not feel the need to label, you know, to define themselves by these cut and dry, you know, enforced fucking little tags that society has cajoled us into. But also, like, I'm not going to tell someone who says, oh yeah, call me she and I'm a girl and I like to wear dresses. Like, I'm not going to tell them that they're being, like, fascist because they're supporting the, the gendered establishment, because they're just doing what they feel most comfortable doing within the system they've found themselves in.
And I do think that, like, while I do think that gender abolition is, like, the kind of the goal in the end, like, actually accomplishing that really will require, like, actually removing gender from the language.
Yeah, that is an ideal that is in the far future, if realistic at all.
removing language altogether, dude. I think
removing language altogether is gonna take some real fucking new type advancements. Like, I mean, maybe computers can make this possible. I do think like the more we like, in the post Magical Girl Baroness Blue novel that I'm working on, the latest or the part of the story that takes place the most in the future when the character's the oldest is set like almost 10 years in our future, where I'm predicting that in VR we will be able to freely manipulate things with our hands, like to create 3D objects with our hands in VR. I think that's already possible, but this will be
you can literally do that.
Yeah, but like I think that will be consumer tech in 5-10 years, which will lead to an explosion in art, because like being able to manipulate shit with your hands in VR is so much more convenient than playing Minecraft. Like that will be how people do sculptures, that will be how people make installations. Like it just makes sense. It's so much more easily accessible as long as the technology becomes cheap enough that commonplace people can use it, which on some level it already is, because you got stuff like Google Cardboard, which I mean is not VR, but like if you can emulate, like if you can exist in a 3D space.
It's the closest thing to consumer grade VR we have.
Absolutely.
And it's like $15. But like, I think that like as we move into that world, people will rely less and less on words, because it will be easier to communicate abstract ideas artistically by just like physically fucking doing it,
Yeah.
And that'll be an interesting future, but that's again some Ghost in the Shell shit right there. Or when you start getting to the Motoko level of like bifurcating your consciousness into 8 bodies so you can fucking be everywhere at once in solid state society.
Yeah, are we making sense to you, dude?
I said bifurcating, but I guess I should have meant like
octocating.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Then I guess I just wanted to like understand that you guys have that idea too. You're not just ignoring it, because actually in your first episode of Befriending the Internet, you actually touched on it a little bit. Like you just raised it for a second and then you turn away. I was okay. Yeah.
I try to mitigate my schizo levels in my content, because it's like on Twitter, I will just say sometimes the craziest shit that I think, and I will get pushback on it, not in an extreme way, because it's just a tweet, so people aren't like taking it seriously as like a take necessarily.
Right.
But
it's just like, but what the fuck are you saying?
Yeah, and if people don't immediately accept it, then I think, okay, like this is something that I would have to like really find proof to convince people. So like, if I talk about something on my main channel, I consider that to be a statement. It's like I have to be confident enough in what I'm saying that like, granted, like Whirling Dervish podcast, right? Like that's under the Art So Fart So character. The joke is he's a schizo. That's the character. Like it's just me.
Yeah, it is an avenue for you to express your most schizo takes that you felt comfortable with.
It's like it's not that this character is really that different from me, or that I don't legitimately think these things, but I appreciate how absurd they are, which is why I present them in a way where it's like, hey, I'm Art So fucking fart so. I'm like a retarded character, Like
what a legend.
Don't take this seriously as something that I like think is verifiable. It's just like my emotional impressions that could prove to be untrue, and sometimes they are, and I will raise those points in the episodes. And like Befriending the Internet is basically like the non-confrontational version of the Whirling Dervish. It's the path of the left-handed path instead of the right, the path of the heart instead of the path of the mind, the open palm instead of the closed fist, if you will.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, we aren't a retarded queer leftists. We are cool queer leftists.
Yeah. Okay. And I think that's everything, dude. I really didn't want to.
Yeah.
Wow. That is an extremely satisfying feeling to bridge a gap like that.
Who is gonna be next then?
Yeah, bring whatever.
It is.
Still going.
See a stream.
Oh God, what is it? Wait,
Mop's up next.
Yeah, Mop is Mop. It's Mop and then Roger.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm gonna bring Mop on. Thank you so much for calling in, Mop.
Mm-hmm.
What were you doing on your phone?
I'm reading a retarded YouTube comment about somebody saying, I'll read it to you, actually. It's really fucking retarded.
I'm
Okay,
up. Don't start his timer yet.
it's from Rusu Paul from 3 minutes ago.
On what
It
video?
is surreal. In your mad pursuit of ruining yourself, I may find salvation. I swear to any almighty deity that I shall fix my degenerate ways. It's like when you bring delinquents to prison to scare them into straightening up. Hee hee. You may be happier this way, but through my eyes, this feels like a fate worse than death. I wish to stay the way I was born.
That was a comment on the video of her doing my makeup. That is literally what repression sounds like. That is a man.
Bitch, good for you. Fuck off.
Yeah, that's a guy literally saying, I feel trans, but I hate that about myself, and watching you come out makes me feel even more proud of repressing myself. And that's fucking weird, dude. I
It's
don't
a very
understand
theatric.
that.
I
It's a very
know.
theatric monologue that
He
he's
just
doing.
commented that, so maybe they were just offended. I don't know.
He didn't even seem offended. He seemed like he was like enjoying the fact that like he found another reason to repress.
I mean, I have
he's just
no
one of these
reason to
fucking
judge
internet
this person.
assholes.
It's just kind of
I
like
do.
I
He's just one
thought
of
it
these
was
internet
funny.
assholes who like gets off on being like logical and smart and not.
I mean, what's
Like,
wrong
shut
with
the
getting
fuck up,
off?
go away.
You know, we
Yeah.
could just tell that he is getting off,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
that should be embarrassing.
Like, please
enough.
go
You
spend a
probably
month in
masturbate
the
more
wilderness
than I
and
do, you fucking
self-discover
faggot.
yourself.
Get the fuck out of here. Goddamn.
I agree. I agree. How repressed are you?
I mean,
how many times a
I
day
will
are
say
you?
I'm not no slag on any coomers, but
No, Coomers are great people.
Hey, you
if
better
they
not
admit
insult
it.
Coomers, all right?
But
I'm a Coomer representative.
Coomers and simps are different people, but they all
Mm-hmm.
get lumped together in so many people's minds.
beg me for feet.
I think that
pics
there's
like
some
you want to.
crossover.
Mapu, what did you want to talk about?
I mean, shit. I was hoping there would just be a topic going, but I'm glad to like
Oh,
approach
dude,
one.
talk about your latest video. I showed Digi your video.
Yes, that was
I
so
saw.
good.
I was very happy about that. You know, just Digi plugging that on Twitter got me like 150 subs.
Sick.
Oh,
That was
that's
pretty
amazing.
cool.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
a great video. Will we please describe it and link it for people who don't know?
Describe it and link it. That's so much work. I think I
No,
got
I
you, though.
absolutely know, but you can just link it at any time.
Yeah, here. No, I got you. I'm a multitasker. I was built for this. Okay, I'm a robot.
Same.
There's my amazing video. Everyone should watch it. Well, Digi coughs. Holy shit, are you good?
No.
No, I hit it way too hard. Oh god, it's like snaking down my esophagus. It hurts.
Get some water. Get some water.
I feel like I remember you mentioning that like years ago. Like you've been smoking so long, and every time you just end up coughing your lungs out.
It's because
That's brutal.
okay. It's because I'm weak. It's that
Really digging deep, huh?
if I
Looking
feel
inward.
if I feel any sensation in my throat, I want it gone. And-
Yeah, because the throat is a sacred space. For one thing, for two things, food and water, and you know the other one.
No, I mean, I agree. And I think it really is just a matter of like, for Digi, they have no ability to tolerate discomfort.
Oh my god! Even in the distance, they're just hacking and wheezing.
I
Holy
mean,
moly.
it's interesting. Definitely. It
ridiculous.
definitely drives me mad a little bit. Most of
You
the
don't
time.
feel my argument? What argument am I making? Her hairline's fucked. There's no argument. Just look at it.
No,
What
I
are you
mean,
talking
you're
about?
absolutely right. Objectively, her hairline is fucked. If that
There were-
existed in 3D, that would be a condition,
saying.
and you would be medicated for that.
When people make the, if you look up like a cosplay, when people make the wig, they have to cut bangs that look weird because you can't make that hairline normal. Like it doesn't look right if you try to like
No,
make a wig
it's
have that
not-
hairline.
Yeah, or the cosplay ignores it at all costs.
Completely,
you
yeah. They just
know?
have a regular
Yeah, I'm just
hairline.
like,
Which
is
is the
smart
better way to
thing
do it. Yes, absolutely.
It's
If you
so
say-
fucked. I never realized it until you fucking made a video.
Dude,
because
I'm third eye opening right
Yeah,
now.
when you like look at art, when you look at good frames of her hairline is
And when you
drawn
compare
well.
it to other female characters from the show, it's like, what the fuck?
She has like a 3-head.
So we are talking about,
Yeah.
by the way, for the audience, we're talking about Faye Valentine's hairline from Cowboy
Yeah.
Bebop. Please Just Google Faye Valentine, Cowboy Bebop, and you will see the truth of the hairline.
You should Google my video over and over and over and watch it 100 times. Is what you should
Absolutely,
do.
that's how you become an e-slib.
Yeah.
Or you could just Google yourself over and over again.
I'll say this, May. When I do become famous, like super famous, I will forget you. I hope you don't take it too hard.
That's literally the case for everybody, so don't worry about it. Don't worry.
You think so?
No, absolutely.
I
think once you do become like a famous person, you do kind of forget about the fact that other people were in the same position as you before your viral video.
You think so?
Yes. But I also think that like there are some people who respect the efforts of other people. But I think there's some rotten apples, who get famous and they're just like, oh, I literally can't even remember what it was like to not be popular.
That happens to people, I think, when they get popular when they're like really young or on their first couple of efforts. Like,
well, yeah, if their intention is to get popular and they do succeed, why would they care about other people who are being genuine and not necessarily trying to be successful?
Yeah, I don't know. I definitely like there's this issue going on now where like really young teenagers are becoming really famous for specifically esports. Like they'll play games and get really good when they're like 14 and get signed to a team and they become a pro streamer or whatever. And it's like they don't know how to like clean their room or do laundry and they're like famous and they have $1 million contract. It's like how the fuck do you consolidate?
Absolutely. And then these kids get involved in like crazy internet drama. Because they like get a chick pregnant or something, and like it's
internet blood sports at 17, baby.
Yep, ruined.
It's healthy for sure. Don't worry about it.
That shit is brain poison. I think I don't know. I feel like there should be like a lower age limit on like a lot of this shit, but I don't know how you'd even do it.
Yeah, that's how. How is that enforceable? It's
exactly, but I don't know. I wish it was like at least like there was like a cultural push away from like. Like getting these, like I'm talking kids, like letting them be famous. Like,
I literally think that like children should not be allowed to do anything until they're 18.
Yeah, they should be shackled. I think in their rooms.
Well, not necessarily shackled, but like
if you're a baby in chat, get
not considered individuals, but more public good.
I mean, I'll
if you know what I mean.
Honestly, like it does make me really sad because like. Obviously, people who go through puberty, who are in their early teens, are having, like, lots of difficult thoughts about sexuality that they are going to express in, like, outrageous ways that are not going to be acceptable. And, like, it's unfortunate in my mind that, like, like, I feel deeply uncomfortable if, like, somebody who's under the age of 18 is in my server in the NSFW chat, Like, I don't want that to happen.
I definitely don't want to engage with people under the age of 18 at all on the internet.
But I think that's really sad because those are the people who need to be talked to about their sexual habits the most. Because they are the people who are going to make the worst decisions about their sexual habits. Right. And those decisions are the ones that are going to trap them in the lateral prison of thought that they're going to live in for the next 10 years.
Oh yeah.
I'm not saying that I do this, but I think it's important for young people to have, coaches for this sort of thing. So like a young adult to be like a soundboard to bounce things off of. Yeah.
No, and not like a grooming thing, but like if it's a guy, like a guy mentor, or
right?
Like
well, and that's why
model.
I don't want to involve myself with underage people because it's like people look at me and they're like, okay, you're a lolicon trans woman, like this seems like
people
a deeply
look at me the way they look at something sad
like a one-legged Charles Dickens. No, they look at me the way they look at somebody who they think they shouldn't let around their children.
Yeah, didn't someone literally threaten to kill you guys if you got near his children?
That guy is a fucking weird dude who I'm worried about being around his children.
Absolutely. This is the same person that says they don't want their daughter to have any strength
but I'm not
want
saying
to depend
that
on men in their life 100%.
I'm not going to judge another parent.
No, I just mean like the people who are the most aggressive usually are the people who have something most like that they're compensating for. And that's kind of always the case.
I don't know his community or his reception therein, but he's a man who's turned to the internet, so
we all are,
it may not
dude.
Be positive.
I mean, he seems like he cares a lot about his family, but at the same time, it just also seems like, you know, you can't really control another person that much.
Look,
like
if
they
you're-
have
I care
free
a lot
will.
about my rights and the rights of queer people, so fuck him.
Absolutely.
Hey, look, all I have to ask to any like far right, like conservatives who are like very traditionalist is like, why are you spending your time on the internet instead of in your community? Like,
Yeah.
if you're a conservative
gotta wonder.
traditionalist, you should be.
'Cause
Shouldn't
they're
you be doing
literally
something with your
failures and-
church? Like,
No, that's because they're failures.
shouldn't
That's
you be doing
literally
something with
always the case.
underprivileged like people in your
No,
community?
they
or
literally
something?
could be. They could be. They just want
Yeah,
fucking
get fucked,
fake
you're not a good
internet
enough
points.
trad. I'm a better trad than you, and I'm a fucking.
I don't
liberal.
know. That's why I don't take trads that seriously. It's because there
Trad
are
is such a funny
institutions
idea.
outside of the internet that support your beliefs so much that why are you turning to the internet? You're just
No,
a
the
fucking
internet is not a
poser.
place for the faint of heart, and those who believe
No,
in
what I
God
mean,
are
like,
faint
okay,
of heart because
so-
they can't.
Yeah, there's
process
always
the
going to be
world
young
normally.
people who are finding themselves, who are learning about the internet and may get involved in communities and like kind of experiment with like, is this kind of how I identify? But like, if they're 16, you know, they should be able to understand that the internet is like has these certain values and that their community has other values, and it's kind of like, I don't think that there are that many like hardcore trad internet people.
No.
Just because
I mean,
like,
internet literacy isn't something that's taught. Like,
no,
I mean,
absolutely. You wouldn't
yeah.
get internet literate unless you actually cared about the internet, and you would only care about the internet if that was a place you needed to spend time in.
yeah.
You know what? I'm gonna put it like this, and
Sorry.
I think this. I just realized why I still feel the need to like be not famous, but like a figure who is like reachable on the open internet, as opposed to like a literal cryptid fucking cult guy, is because like in my mind, like okay, let's say that you were a 14-year-old kid, or let's say better yet, 16-year-old kid who's into lolicon, which is what I was at a time, you know. And you hear me
too.
You hear me on a podcast talking about being a 16-year-old lolicon, and you know, at some point I couldn't really identify any cause for it, but I'm standing open for the fact that like it represents something that is not me being a pedophile, because I'm not a pedophile. I'm not attracted to little girls. I know at least that much, you know. And you know, now I look at it as like, okay, well, like it's clear to me at this point that my relationship to lollies is my desire to be them, not an attraction to them, because the kind of girls I'm attracted to are like athletic, kind of masculine girls, you know, like Kanbaru from Monogatari, like, or Haruhi from The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya. It's like, in my mind, the hottest anime girl. That is not a lolly, you know. And like the lollies who I choose as my avatars are not ones that are waifus. They're ones who I want to be, you know, like Shinobu or the teacher from Index, Komoe Sensei.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think it is about that form that you want to be? Out of curiosity, like what is it about
It's
it?
because up until I was 14, I was the smallest person in the world, and like so being small was like a very fundamental part of my identity growing up, because my mom is only 5'2", and she was my idol. And I was the shortest kid in class, literally the shortest kid. That like there was usually one girl shorter than me in like a 30-kid class. You know, in the photos, I'm second to the last. You know, like so shortness and that feeling of like being a vulnerable person.
And I mean, this is a feeling you establish at a really young age too. It's just kind of like your ideas of what is a man and what is a woman and how you move forward and how you make decisions. It's kind of like, you know, at a very young age, like, oh, I'm acting out of character as a woman or as a man.
I will say that like maybe part of the reason that I've drifted towards certain things that like people on the left consider more conservative values is that like I think a lot of the problems I faced in my life came from the fact that my mom might have over-coddled me, in that she was so, like, she raised me with the opinion from the start that, like, gender doesn't matter, it doesn't say anything about your behavior, right? And that is where I want society to go, and I'm glad she raised me that way, but it was very difficult to grow up believing that in a world where no one else does, and you can't explain to them why they should believe that. You know, like, why should you believe that I'm a boy when all of my behavior suggests the opposite to you? Right. And, like, when I was a kid, the reason you should believe that is that it is true, that I have male genitalia, you know? But, like, as an adult, I don't find that to be more true than the opposite. And if anything, I think that if I didn't have, you know, not specifically, I don't necessarily, like, I'm not, like, itching to get rid of my dick in particular, but, like, not having the male tendencies, not growing body hair, having soft skin, having breasts, you know, engaging sexually as a woman, these are all things that are easier for me and make more sense and are more comfortable for me than what I perceive as masculine engagement and what the kind of actions that drive more testosterone to come out of me, you know? I think people don't realize how much their body reacts to their psychology, that when you are trying to be a type of person, your body will adapt to it to some degree. Your body chooses to release testosterone or estrogen based on the circumstances of what you are trying to do, who you are trying to be.
Absolutely.
And, like, I was always trying to be like
or
my
just
mom
like
growing
your
up.
environment around you too.
You know, I had no interest in any of the emotions that the boys around me were expressing. I did not connect to. And the only reason I didn't connect to girls is that I just refused to talk to them because they kept insisting I was one of them and I didn't think I was, you know? As an adult, it's way easier for me to talk to girls because all of my conversations are, like, very direct and intimate and non-combative and, like, you know, gay shit, like, bitch mode shit. Like, for me, putting on the facade of being, like, edgy and aggressive is because that's what you have to be to reach men, which is what I thought I had to do, you know? But, like, when I got famous on YouTube, my audience was 55% women the entire time I was in the Brony community. And I think I always kind of, like, I looked at it as, like, oh, well, you know, I have so many trans people in my audience. Like, I'm sure that's mostly, like, trans women. And that's, like, not the same as having 55% women in your audience, is, like, how I looked at it as a self-hating trans woman. And, like, now I look at it as, like, no, I had 55%, like, and probably some of the people in the 45% are unidentified trans as well, you know? Like, my content appeals to women because it is a celebration of womanhood. Like, one of my first really big videos was called Embracing Girliness in MLP. Like, you know, I liked the show because it's for girls. In fact, most of my favorite shows are for girls, because I'm a girl. So it's like, thinking of it that way makes more sense than using my genitalia as the only defining characteristic of what is my gender, you know?
Alright.
But, like, ideally, it wouldn't matter what I label myself. You would just look at me and say, oh, that is that person. But, like, if you are going to pick one, which is easier for most people in order for them to, like, abbreviate having to learn everything the fuck about me, then I'd rather communicate more of it through the pronouns, the identity, the brief things that are easy to understand, you know?
Mapu, did you have anything else you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, I had one more question and I'm good to go. It was still about Digi's identity, because I've been curious about this because, you know, I listened to the pub crawl for a long time, so I had a lot of ideas about Digi's identity before this. And I remember you talked about how you really admired masculinity in ways, and you talked about ways that you wanted to emulate it. Like, you talked about how you really admired, like, the big fat guy with a beard who's like an alcoholic at parties type thing, right? And I wonder how much of that, in retrospect...
That's an interesting example. That's the kind I guess that's the kind of person I find inviting. Like, like, okay.
I used to feel that way, but as I've gotten older, I've kind of been saddened by the existence of a type of person like that. Just after seeing people that had to get drunk to be able to express themselves.
Yeah.
I think that... So, I was talking to May about this, that, I think that both of us, because of the fact that we were not identifying with the gender that we relate to more, we surrounded ourselves with, like, a very particular set of people for whom that weird, like, mix of gender expression made sense. And, like, in May's case, like, she is extremely competitive in the way that she communicates because, like, her communication is similar to her dad. who is like somebody who constantly like rips on everything. And it's not that he's not an accepting person. It's just that like the way he communicates is to have a joke, have a rip, have something like that. And like there's an understanding that it's not meant to be that serious. But like that kind of competitive nut checking is how men like check one another's armor to make sure that we're all like as strong as one another in like our preparation to be ready to like
also,
take emotional abuse.
There's a memeology created amongst friends of mine.
Yeah.
Like I like to have like a friend group where it's like, oh, I share this meme with you guys that we've worked on. Like, I like to have, like, I don't know, I just value relationships that I've had over a long period of time.
It's like...
But, like, I do nut check constantly, and people fucking hate it. It's like, I'm sorry, I really can't help myself.
I'll put it this way. I think that... So there are healthy and unhealthy forms of competitive communication, and I think that the lines get blurred when people are, like, looking in on something that has its own kind of rules.
Right.
So, like, for instance, like, my parents are very, very, very liberal. But they're also very, very, very edgy because they feel slighted by humanity because they had extremely rough upbringings and extremely rough times, you know, interacting with society. So, like, their opinion of people in general is low. And I was raised with a low opinion of people in general and a low level of trust in people. But because of the fact that in becoming famous, I had to rely on people, I have, like, even though trusting people led to a lot of difficulties, because I was pretty naive all growing up because, like, my parents were so accepting that, like, I just completely trust anybody older than me as like a figure of authority who has my best interest in mind. It took me a long time to understand that people are out to fuck me, you know? But thankfully, my parents were all like, because I listened to them so, like, I trusted them so much and they are so paranoid, they kept me paranoid and that kept me out of trouble. That's why I never got like molested or raped or anything as a result of being on the internet from when I was 11. Even though, like, I definitely was talking to, you know, people who wanted probably to do that, you know? But, like, I never fell into any traps because I had been coached on how to be paranoid on the internet, you know? So, like, I think about, God, I just said some stuff that's dark, and now I have to, like, stew in it for a second.
Yeah. Hey, the sooner we get in another caller, the sooner we can get to more callers.
It's true. I guess I'll just wrap up by saying that, like, fuck, I forgot. Never mind. Just let's bring in the next person.
All right, Mapu,
All right.
thanks for calling in. We're going to bring in Roger.
Bye, Mop.
Yeah.
Somebody can try to explain to me what I was talking about.
All right, we're going to bring in Roger.
Dune-kun says, oh, I'm out to fuck
You gotta unmute him yourself.
Oh, I have to?
Because he's red muted, not gray muted. Red muted means that Ahmad muted him.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what they were doing, but... Hey.
Hello?
Hi.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I've been a big fan of Digi for like a long time, so I'm really happy to be calling. And
Awesome.
also been a big fan of you, May, since you started your show.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
I'm
Great.
glad.
Yeah, it's going. The show's going pretty good.
Thanks. Oh,
Yeah.
Saturday night is going to be a great show. That's all I have to
Furry
say.
show.
It'll
Oh,
be
snap.
a
Big
furry
furry
bonanza. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Did you
All right.
have a topic?
I'm definitely
you
gonna
wanted
check
to-
on that.
Do you have a topic you want to
Okay.
talk about? Simon, what the fuck are
yeah,
you typing?
I was.
All I hear
Sorry.
is furious typing.
I'll be quiet.
Do you have a mechanical keyboard? It sounds
I
like you...
do.
Oh my,
Yeah.
yep, you seem like the type.
Uh,
It's a compliment, by the
Anyway,
way. I
Roger,
respect
continue.
it.
Sorry.
Oh yeah. So I was just gonna ask, what are you guys' favorite books? I'm a big
Ooh.
reader.
My favorite book is House of Leaves that I've read so
Ooh.
far,
Oh,
because it's a book. It is a book about labyrinths that is itself a labyrinth, and it is also very deeply meta-textual. It is a book that you have to actively move around and go back and forth through to read, so it cannot be consumed in any form other than a book, which is, like, I think basically what the intention of it was. It's like just to basically be like the ultimate book experience.
That sounds awesome.
So yeah, check that out. The other stuff by the author is too new type for me, and I can't parse it, but I'm gonna try my best to read it again. But
oh yeah, I think he's making like 17 volumes of some book or something like that.
Yeah, the stuff he's written is like, when I look at it, I'm just like, what the fuck am I reading?
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand this, but you know, maybe if I really open my fucking third eye and do some acid or something, I'll be able to understand it.
Oh my gosh.
What's your favorite book?
My favorite book is literally always changing.
Yeah, what is it right now?
What it's like, you know, right now, I'd probably say my favorite book that I've read recently.
You look like you look like you can't get Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas out of your head, even though you haven't read it, because you watched the movie and were planning to read it for a book club, and so it's the only book you can think about,
Well,
but
okay,
you haven't read
so
it, so
I've
you don't want to say it's your favorite
I've
book,
been reading
even though you can't
Anthony
stop thinking
Bourdain's,
about it.
like,
Am
you
I
know,
accurate? Was that what's going on in your
No,
head?
it is true. It is true. It's just kind of like I'm really in the mood
That's my
to
psychic
read
new type powers.
Hunter S. Thompson, because we have a book club now that we're doing in this YouTube Discord server, where we're gonna read a book, and I think the book with the highest votes is Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas by Hunter S. Thompson. So I have been like really excited because like I do really like his writing, but I mean, my favorite book is like really fucking hard to talk about. I guess I really like the Anthony Bourdain book that I've been reading, which I think is just like his.
How far in are you? You're talking about Kitchen
I'm like
Confidential.
2/3 in, but it's just like his main autobiography.
Yeah, it's like the one that made him famous.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Cool. So
My favorite book is Homestuck because I
That's
don't
space.
read that many books.
I
Same. I
can't
wanna
bring
read
myself
more.
like, I think of Homestuck as most accurately a video game or just interactive media experience. I mean, it considers itself a webcomic, and I guess that's fair.
A comic is a book, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's got more text than most comics by a long shot, so.
Yeah, that this is my point, is that
Yeah.
Homestuck is like, I think, hundreds of thousands of words. That's a fucking book.
For sure. I mean, that's a fucking franchise of books.
Yeah.
Like, that's a complete series.
Yeah.
God, what a fucking workhorse. Hussey is so insane.
I mean, he did stop working on it like 2/3 of the way through, except for the writing.
Yeah, but like, how did he do it for the time he was doing it? I just like.
Yeah. Probably by not taking care of himself very well.
I guess so. It seemed like
You have to
he
be-
really, I mean, because he would literally say things like, Homestuck is my life. Like, he
Yeah.
said, like, he said, I don't think of it as my work of art, because it's not work, it's just my lifestyle, is I draw Homestuck. That's just what I do with myself. Like, I draw Homestuck, and I talk to Ryan North and dream about being gay for him. Ryan North, the author of Dinosaur Comics.
Yeah.
Which is also worth reading. I read like all of it one time when I was stuck babysitting my aunt's fucking 3 kids, and I just read Dinosaur Comics and watched My Little Pony, and that's how I became a brony. True story.
Oh no.
That's the origin story.
Yeah.
I was more of a reader as a kid. I was really into the Warrior Cats books.
Yeah, my girlfriend was a big Warrior Cat stan.
I
Still
got
is.
one because they come out every other month, so like that's enough to keep
I
me
could
going
more or
for a
less-
year. I don't know.
I can more or less remember all the, like, I never really had a favorite book until I read House of Leaves, just because like there's lots of books that had left strong impressions of me on me, but none of them were like specific enough to my experience for me to like strongly relate to until I read like House of Leaves and Homestuck. And Homestuck is even more specific to my experience because it's about being on the internet, written by a person who's like just slightly older than me. So like, you know, like nothing could possibly be more relatable than Homestuck. But like as a formal book that is bound, House of Leaves would be the one that's closest. Thematically similar, but Homestuck is just way more massive.
As
I'm
a
gonna
book
have
that
to
is
check out
bound,
House of Leaves.
I would say the Full Metal Alchemist manga.
Also good.
Yeah.
That's good too.
It's the best version. It's the best way to experience that story.
How
I'm
is
convinced.
the art though?
I really love Hiromu Arakawa's art. It's really nice. It has a lot of weight.
Interesting.
Good.
Very
It's
diverse
cute.
character designs.
I mean,
Yeah,
I don't
it's so good.
particularly like it, and that's the reason why
They- I mean,
have
they-
it.
Listen, some of those
Look.
fuckers got like weird big noses and big chins. I can understand.
They're definitely They all have kind of a shovel face. Like their faces are kind of wide for anime faces, because she kind of. I really think that Hiromu Arakawa does not like skinny bitches. Like she's not a fan of like the twinks. She wants she likes.
No, yeah,
like there's a
she
lot
specifically
of
stated before that she only likes to draw big, ugly men.
Right. Like, there's lots of, like, super big muscly dudes who are with, like, butch big women who are tough. Like, she definitely likes her, like, you know, I don't know if it's just that, like, she's kind of masculine for a woman and is therefore into men who are, like, ultra fucking macho, but, like, that's the impression I kind of get. Which is, like, also, like, in Stop Hibari-kun, there's this really interesting subtext throughout the show of the author's interest. Because there's a Toko Toko interview with the author of Stop Hibari-kun where he flat out says...
He is king, by the way.
He flat out says, like, all of the motivation behind my illustrations is my desire to have been born a woman. Like,
whoa.
He straight says that, right? So, like, okay, this is a trans person, you know, identifying male to fit into society, but, like, wishes to have been born a woman. And he's, like, kind of a big dude. I wouldn't say he's ugly, but, like, somebody who I could see if he wanted to be born as a fucking little girl would definitely have issues. But, like, you know, Hibari as a character is obviously, and this is why Hibari is so relatable to me, because I feel very similar to this guy about, like, what I would have been if I had embraced being a girl at that age. I would have been similar to Hibari in my mind. But, like, Hibari is into men. And in the story,
distinct difference.
In the story, there is an undercurrent of, like, the celebration of big, burly gay men. Like, it's, like, the author's taste, even though Hibari is a cute little girl who's into an average shonen protagonist boy, the rest of the men being drawn in this manga are all huge, burly.
Yeah, the lens of the fiction is pretty obvious.
There's a reason, like, Hibari's dad is a Yakuza member, so everyone around is Yakuza. And, like, there's a ton of winks and nods. And the author also has, like, an insert in the anime where, like, they are represented as, like, this, like, ugly little fat, like, afro, like, tracksuit wearing fucking troll, you know? So, like, but, like, they are also, there's scenes where, like, ugly characters, there's a lot of scenes of, like, ugly men trying to dress as women and, like, being made fun of for not being able to pass, but kind of, like, encouraged to seek another way to be cute. Like, like, you can't be cute just slapping on girl makeup, you need to find another way, you know? And, like, and these characters develop over the course of the series kind of in the background as they, but, like, there's one part where it's, like, there's this one kind of big, ugly woman that you get the sense is the author's stand-in for if he actually tried to look like a woman, this is what he thinks he would look like.
You think it's that chick, the high school girl?
Yeah, the high school girl is who he thinks, if he actually dressed as a woman, this is what he would look like. Because she's in love with the big, burly
Well, I think
gay
that
guy.
that is the guy that the author projects onto. Or maybe
No, I
both
think
of
I
them.
think that because the author sees himself as, like, a big ugly dude, he sees a soft-hearted big ugly dude who would accept him as the ultimate companion, as, like, somebody who, because he can see through the ugliness to that golden heart, and in men he doesn't appreciate it in himself because he wants to be a girl, but, like, what he wants in a man is somebody who is actually like what he is like, you know? And so, like, he portrays all the ugly men with, like, this intense sympathy throughout the series, even though he's, like, making fun of them all the time. They get lots of love and attention and tons of winks and nods to, like, them being like bara outfits or them cross-dressing or just anything to make them, you know, and like, and almost every male character in that appears in the series as a villain wears sunglasses and is presented as being insecure about either being gay or trans. Like, literally all the villains are insecure about being gay or trans, and they're all outed in some fashion by the end of the episode, where, like, they always end up becoming a cross-dresser or, like, wanting to date Hibari or, you know, being gay for someone else. Like, it's just, like, the whole series is just making fun of repression, basically, and, like suggesting what he could have been if he had been a girl. Or not even had been a girl, but had embraced being a girl, you know, in spite of having been born male, which Hibari does, you know? So it's an escapist fantasy about never having given in to society, I guess, in a way.
May, I'm sorry, I need to step in and be a cop for a second. Are we going to have all these people be on? Because that's like an hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to make it,
if you're sure, I'm just
but...
double checking.
I mean, honestly, I'm fine with having like that many more people.
We need more super chats.
But yeah,
to justify the amount of time this is going on for.
I agree. I agree.
If all of our cash cows are spent, then like, you know, who are we
we're gonna start limiting it down to 10 minutes per person, so that will make it like 1 more hour. All right, because I know people don't have.
Are we gonna draw a line or?
Yeah, no. After Starman, so it's gonna be Kyrie Dunkun song. Keyblade. Somebody said that Foxy was supposed to be after Keyblade, Foxy, and Starman. So I'm gonna edit this and put Foxy in here. That'll be all. So if you want to have a message read on the show, you're gonna have to send a super chat, and it'll be 10 minutes instead of 15 minutes, so we can get through all you guys. I'm gonna edit this right now. It's gonna say
try
Foxy.
not to fucking literally talk for 10 minutes through everybody's call at this point.
It might be hard, but we'll
honestly,
try.
You have things to talk about. Not everybody does. Like, they say they have stuff to talk about, but they really don't. They're just like,
well, I mean, you know, they talk about it. It only
fine.
takes about a minute, and then we hang out as I rant about something for the next 15.
It's corrected. It's corrected. So it's Kyrie, Dunkun, Utilitarian Calculus, Keyblade, Kedu, and Starman. So there's 6 more callers, so it's going to be like 1 more hour. You only get 10 minutes, so that is how the show's going to go. Foxy Kedu says $2. What was Pedantic's persona?
Pedantic refused to be acknowledged as a furry.
Squid.
Oh,
Squid.
that's true,
It was
yes.
a squid.
Pedantic did say squid was...
Just draw us a little inkling. She has that body type. That face, that like cute little like face situation,
and the mischievousness.
Yes, that's what I mean. It's like the cute yet mischievous look. Roger, do you have anything else for us?
Yeah, I was gonna ask what are some good booktubers?
Oh,
better than food book reviews. That's the only one I really follow.
Yeah, I really like him. He's really good.
I love his stuff. Sometimes, honestly, Michelle has really good insight on books. And I wish she would talk more about books, which is why...
well, we have a book club here in the server
we do. And I mean, I think she will read this book, but she was the one who suggested we read Mein Kampf. So if anybody was
I'd be genuinely interested to give that a look. I would.
I am not. It sounds boring as fuck.
I mean, it does
like a
sound
manifesto.
awful.
I don't want to read some retard's manifesto.
I've always been
I
some
agree.
retard Adolf Hitler. That's a good, yeah.
But I mean, I want to be inclusive. Like, maybe Michelle really wants to talk about some of Hitler's teaching.
In my mind, I am interested in like the psychology of the man who could orchestrate such a fucking atrocity.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. Cicada.
It's like a car crash. You can't look away.
Cicada with Australia $2 says, Digi, would you be on the Pro Anon Drawcast? I don't know what that is.
Would you do that? So the Procrastinators Anonymous is a show where
I know
we talk
about that show because that was the last episode.
We do a Drawcast. The first one's coming out this Friday. If we give you a date and a time, will you be there?
Sure. It would be hilarious to be on that when I haven't been on a PCP Drawcast. And although I'm not a part of the channel that they made, like, it's funny because,
quick draw.
The first PCP Drawcast that we did, there was like segmented into like people who can draw and people who can't. And we also had like
I don't even remember that. Whoa.
it was like Pokemon. It was like PCP drawing Pokemon, and like the first episode was people who can. Second episode was people who can. Hippo was in both, and
seems fair.
And like we like it seemed as though the mentality among the people who can draw was that like the people who can't don't care enough, or like I don't know. It's just like they just went on without us, you know, like maybe because they were.
I'm
just
sure they just assumed that like, oh, they wouldn't be interested.
I
even
think
though
it's that they were more naturally inclined to just do a draw call and just like make it happen right then and there.
Yeah,
as opposed
because
to,
like Munchie
scheduling
Ben
it ahead of time. You know,
and Hippo are they do art. It is something that they do
And, like,
naturally.
well, not just art, but calls. I don't do calls.
Right.
Like, I don't call people almost ever. So, like, for me, that's, like, something I'm, like, branching into because, like, historically, the people who wanted to call me in the early part of my career were young people who I didn't want to talk to. And, like, and I always felt, like, weirdly trapped in those calls, you know, like... It's
because you don't want to hurt their feelings.
Right.
They're a kid, but also you like aren't enjoying the conversation.
Right, and also I don't like. This is the same reason I don't play like competitive online sports. Is that I like the ability to just leave or just go do something else because like I have an extremely short attention span. So like if I'm sitting in a call with somebody and it goes on for like more than half an hour, I might just be like, I fucking want to go play video games now or something like, you know. I think, like, the best calls I've had are, like, Zen Huxtable will, like, call me out of the blue, run through, like, an idea in 15 minutes, and it's over. And it's, like, excellent, you know?
I love that guy.
Yeah, I relate to that.
Yeah, but, like, the idea of, like, hanging out in a call, it's, like, I find things to be interested in so easily that I always am finding myself doing something. And so I'm like constantly distracted. I'm constantly like bouncing between things I'm super excited about. And it's like, I'm never just like in that state of like, oh, I'm bored. Maybe I'll just like call somebody, you know? It's like, no, I've like, I want to fucking make this whole thing that I've got all these ideas for. Like, it's probably going to crash and burn and go nowhere, but like maybe it'll turn into something and it'll be a thing. And I'm trying to cool that off and, like, think about the things I do more because I do run into brick walls all the fucking time by just, like, initiating every fucking idea before thinking it through and scoping it, you know?
What's the timer looking like, May?
We're over it.
Oh, we're way over for
We're over.
Okay.
Roger. Yeah, let's bring in the next person.
Roger, are
You got any parting words?
Oh, no, not much. I just really enjoy the show and just keep doing what you guys are doing. It's great.
Thank
you. Absolutely. Okay, next we have Kyrie.
Oh, Kyrie.
Kyrie Effler. Kyrie Effler, you are on the cast. Hello.
Hello again to everybody. It's nice to talk with you.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, I'm doing all right. You know, just hanging out, wait to be on the show, and here I am. So, you know, all right. And so good news, Digi, is that I do kind of want you to talk through all of my 10 minutes. So
okay,
that's good. Had to be me the cutoff. But so what I want to talk about is I did have a comment on episode 2 of Befriending the Internet, which you did respond to, which was the one about like how, like relating to identifying with the mask. And how I feel like I've like really I've adopted this like Zen Buddha attitude to deal with the fact that like I don't process my emotions or like not understanding exactly what is underneath the mask because it's either buried so deep or it's so obvious that I just like have completely forgotten about it.
Right.
And you had like talked about how the important thing to you was like understanding that your emotions don't need to be justified with logic.
Right.
And then you brought up how Francis the Mute has a lyric about laying in a bed of broken mirrors. Right. And then you talked about how you like identified with your mom growing up, and you're like, I think I answered the question, and I didn't feel like it was answered. I like maybe I just need to recontextualize what you said.
Yeah.
But could we expand upon this a little? That's all.
Okay. So will you frame this in another question that I can answer?
In another question.
Yeah.
The other thing was like, Digi had left a comment was like, I relate to this mega hard. I'm like, oh cool. So I'm gonna get like an in-depth answer on this.
All right. So what you're asking is like how to engage with your emotions. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. So I actually did have another way to frame it when I was thinking about it, and it's that I feel like this may not necessarily be the truth, but I feel like you initially like. You knew what you were hiding from a young age, like what you were in denial about, because it was like a very long plot line in like your entire life, or at least that's what it seems like. Maybe just retrospectively of you talking about it. But for me, it's like I don't even know what's wrong. Like I don't even know what I'm in denial about.
I don't think that as a kid, like it's easier for me to put these things together in retrospect because
right.
I think that in a way, like. I've said before that, like, I think that people who are able to operate, like, more instinctively are people who, like, feel comfortable in the world. Like, they don't think the world is out to get them. And in my early childhood, because I was in such a comforting environment with my mom, like, I did not think the world was out to get me because I didn't have a concept of the world outside of my house with my mom, a very coddling atmosphere. So even though it's not, like... I didn't grow up with a lot of money or anything. Like, I was in an apartment. But, like, I did not have a sensation of not having something that other people had, you know? And that something is, like, a perception of humans beyond the people immediately close to me. And it's because my family was, like, moving all the time, and there wasn't a lot of people that I was interacting with outside my mom, you know? My dad's in the Navy, he's not around. So, like... but I was not cognizant of any of this. I was just operating on instinct in my environment, and my understanding is that I'm a boy, because that's what I've been told, and there's nothing to contradict this idea until I'm confronted with it when I start school. And, like, that was a traumatic event in that it stuck with me and probably led to me, like, having, like, a hardline anti-girl stance. But it's not like I was thinking about how much I hate girls all the time, or how much I... like felt like a girl all the time because I just wasn't interacting with people. I wasn't putting myself in circumstances where I have to be confronted with these ideas. I was sitting in my house playing video games and obsessing over my few interests, you know, playing Pokemon and just losing myself in that. And it wasn't until like, I guess when I reached a point in my life where like I needed there to like, you know, when you become sexually active, or like not active, when you become sexually attracted to people, then like it now necessitates activate. When you become sexually activated, it becomes necessary that you involve yourself with somebody else in an extremely intimate way if you want to realize this desire, you know? And so like you cannot be like successfully deeply intimate with somebody if you cannot present any self to them, you know? And so it's like, okay, well, who is myself? And like it's hard to find like a clear definition of that, because like if you feel as though you have to have a reason for every stance you have, then it's like, okay, well, like there are some things that I feel and that like I want to guide my actions, and I feel guilty when I act not in accordance with this, but because the logic contradicts it, then like I feel like I shouldn't feel the way that I do. And
okay, this is where my like issue arises, I think, is the part where you have to find a personality to present the world with. And so like I am like a heavily lateral fascinator. My entire life is in my own head, just the fucking literally the whirling dervish at all times. And like when I was talking about just like when I was young, like adults, I got like feedback from adults because like I was like gifted or whatever the fuck, and so adults give you like praise and shit, and they're like, oh, you're gonna be something great. I'm like, okay, cool. This also means I'm like alienated from my peers. And so I had this like extreme dichotomy of like adults like giving me praise and then feeling completely different and alienated from all of my peers.
I felt
and then and then, you know, going down the lateral hole, playing video games the entire time, like creating fantasy worlds in my own head. And eventually getting to a point where it's like, I feel like I can be me when I'm like just by myself, and I usually spend most of my time alone. But I can like, here's another way to put it, is like, and this may not necessarily be an issue, but I like code switch so hard. Like who I am when I'm with other people is so dependent on that like environment, where it just becomes hard to like parse, okay, what actual aspects of my personality are coming out that is applicable to me as a person, rather than just, oh, this is the way that this group of people acts. And so I get this like just like clash between the way that I act towards other people, the way that I act by myself, and whether that like presentation of a character like seeps into like my time with myself, and if I even know who the fuck I am.
I have one question that would maybe help me to guide you. What are your like top 3 favorite video games?
Definitely like Fallout 3, Oblivion, fucking World of Warcraft, all the like RPG games.
Okay.
I think like Jak 3 was a really big game for me as well. And Halo, but like definitely the RPG world building immersion games.
Yeah, cuz like I see people who like Donkey, right? Do you watch Donkey's videos?
Yeah.
I see him as like an extremely impressionistic video game player, in that he looks for games where he can express himself to the furthest extent possible, where like the systems allow for his creativity, and therefore he can find like unique solutions to things like Breath of the Wild or Metal Gear Solid 5, or any of these games that you can experiment heavily in. But like, you want something that like is sprawling and where you can adventure and lose yourself, and like set your own goals and to have some level of expression, but you want there to be like like an established vision for what this all means and is for. And like,
basically, yes.
Yeah, so like
I want truth with a capital T.
Right, so like philosophically, that's like a sort of like analytical scientific mindset of like, I'm open to the fact that there is infinite knowledge I don't have, but I want to know the things that are true. So like,
even if it's impossible to get all of it, I want to get as close to it as possible.
Right, so like, I think as long as like it's a valuable mindset to have. Like for me personally, I'm not that interested in getting the truth. I'm much more interested in the emotional truth, because I think that getting to somebody's core is the best way to lead them to changing their mind about all the other shit, like the specifics. Like people will disagree with you about very specific details, not realizing that they actually feel the same way as you. So you have to like get to that core, and I'm good at that. Which and I internalize that as like a feminine trait, which is why I move in that direction. But like, what you are exhibiting is, to me at least, what I see as a masculine trait, which is something of like, I want to know like what are the hard facts, so I know what I need to do to make decisions that are going to protect people and fucking
yes and no. Like I say I want truth with a capital T, but that is like in the understanding that doesn't exist. / if you had that, you would just like be God.
Right.
Like you would just not exist in any singular form
so would
whatsoever.
Would you say that like you wish for there to be like some sort of paternal spirit watching over you that you don't feel is present, as though like like a lost faith Christian in a way?
I've never thought about that before. I say no, because I don't exactly enjoy the idea of there being like a set out path or like a set out goal, because to me that makes any other expression of the truth or anything that can exist therein like irrelevant, which is why I like open-ended things rather than it being like open-ended but like in the context of something.
This is
trying
the language is getting difficult, but I'll say
no, this is the fascinating part where it's like I'm like using words to define my own thing and we're gonna talk past each other.
Well,
right?
I'll say that maybe I could connect to you this way, that like for me, I feel as though and take these terms I'm going to use as metaphors, or else this will get confusing.
Everything is a metaphor. I agree with you.
Like
words are a metaphor.
Like in my mind, there's sort of like, I think that to me, like a paternal energy, like the force of God, or like the patriarchy, is something that comforts people so that they can express themselves feeling as though like something is taking care of the logic, and so you can just be emotional, you know? And like, so you like in order to really feel that you can express yourself emotionally, you need to feel that you have something, a protectionary force watching over you. In my mind, like the protectionary force that I would want, like if I wanted to become, let's say that I wanted to become like an outspoken political person, I would literally want a fucking gang of like mercenaries around me. Because that is the kind of protectionary force that I think is actually necessary for me to survive if I got into politics without getting murdered, you know? Like, that's my comfort zone as somebody who's pretty paranoid. But, like, in terms of, like, coming out as trans, like, I need to feel as though, you know, the patriarchy, if you will, is accepting of trans people. Like, my dad's okay with me being trans, which I know is true because my dad has become the most liberal person that ever existed. Both my parents have. So, like, you know, like, I know that, and so it's like, okay, there's nobody I care about who's going to hold this against me. So, knowing that is like the feeling of having a father to me, you know? So it's like, if you don't feel as though there is, like, something that is, like, you don't feel as though there's a circumstance in which, you know, like, you will be able to explore your deepest emotions without losing your fucking mind and having somebody there to take care of you. Like, you know, I've seen what happens when you literally go manic. It's like, void gazing is not for the faint of heart, especially if you're not practiced, you know?
It's all I do.
Yeah, I mean, if it's all you do, then, like, I encourage you to just fucking go crazy with experimentation. Just don't stay up for more than 2 days at a time.
But I understand what you mean now, and I think I basically agree, or not agree, but like that, yes, I feel that way, and I think that's why I work so hard to turn my impressions into lexemes, so I can have a framework in which I feel comfortable that I'm like, okay, this is what life is. Okay, my feelings are okay to have in this framework, even if the framework is like there is no framework.
This is a weird question, but how much time do you spend outside during the day?
Not a lot, and I've been doing it more recently, and it's amazing.
Yeah, it's just because, like, I think that when you can appreciate just that, like, even if humanity died out, the Earth will recover, you can feel some connection to the Earth, and that, hey, like, I could get struck by lightning right now, but at least I'll feed these fucking animals, you know? And, like, the Earth might be worth it in the end when it does regrow. Like, we could literally nuclear fuck the Earth, and it would still grow back, like, in 100 years, you know? Like, we can't kill the superorganism we belong to, even if we try. So as long as you are willing to sublimate your consciousness out to the Earth and let that be, you know, your God, is as was put by Agaloch, if this grand panorama before me is what you call God, then God is not dead.
Yeah, that's basically how I see. I use the words God, truth, and love like interchangeably, but truth is like a better way for people to understand what I'm actually talking about.
Yeah.
And So I've been on here a little bit. I gotta go, but I think the last thing I'll put is that I think I've expressed something that you described as like very masculine energy, but I also want to posit that I think I do have a very feminine way of seeing things too that is in constant like conflict with that.
I think this world is in desperate need of sensitive men. Like,
absolutely,
we need a reduction of macho. Like, the kind of man that I tried to be, and really like realizing that I would be better fit to just be a woman than try to be this type of man, is you know, part of maybe guiding me towards transition. But like, Yahtzee Croshaw once talked about the manly versus the macho man, and like the macho man is the one who like thinks that like crying is weak, showing any emotions is weak. You must be ruthless. You must be a killing machine. And like the macho man like understands the emotions of the people around him, like feels for them legitimately, but is trying to, you know, like create a path forward for them, you know, and like it's like. Ultimately, I see this like, you know, we've all talked about how like in the future we see humanity as like becoming more androgynous, but at the same time I think that when we enter the hyper augmented future, we're gonna have like maybe half the people are like totally androgynous and then the other half are like ridiculously masculine or feminine. You know, it's all gonna be just like the spectrum will be fully realized.
We gotta bring on Dune Kim.
Yeah, point being, so the dichotomy that I have is the masculine like wanting to like know truth with a capital T, put everything in a logical framework, and then in conflict with like wanting to just say fuck all that shit. Like you can only experience what you're experiencing right now. That's why you live in a body. That's why you're a singular person. So you literally just have to experience life as is. And I'm finding really hard to connect with that part of my identity.
Yeah, I mean it's difficult. It's difficult unless you feel like you're in a flow state a lot of the time. I think that like you feel as though
I can trip myself up so much it's hard to get there.
Yeah, it's like if you can find something that you do that like you are proud of and pushes you to feel like your time is doing something, that's like the ultimate. Like for me, that was making YouTube videos, not even because like, oh, this is a way to make money, so much as like this is a way to make like a way to prove that there are people who think like me because they are telling me so, you know. And like that was a success in my mind of like, okay, like I can trust society that it's not going to like destroy me because there are people who think like me out there and they might protect me.
Yeah, I'm glad I had this conversation with you. I hope I can have similar conversations in the future.
Absolutely, especially if you keep commenting.
I'm in the Discord. You know, blah blah blah. I'll have to reach out. Okay.
It was nice hearing from you again, Kyrie.
Yeah. I'm trying to play D&D. Okay, I don't know if you.
Fuck yeah.
Okay. Bye. Have
Talk to you soon.
Peace out.
Kyrie was on today's episodes of the Procrastinators Anonymous. Speaking of.
Oh shoot.
Oh yeah, Dune Coon's coming in. That's speaking
Dune
of.
Coon is
The Nate of the Pro-Anon cast.
Yes.
Oh yes, that's
the
true.
the most the most masculine person.
We're gonna have to make this like
most
7
masculine
minutes a person because I don't know if I.
All right, I'm here. What's going on?
Hi, Dune. You have 7 minutes.
What the fuck? All right, I'm coming in as a fucking bad guy. I'm a fucking heel. I'm a no fun chum who's gonna touch your bum if you don't like it. You've all seen my fucking video about Digibro or Digi-née, I should say. Digibro is dead.
I liked that video.
You're not gonna like this part, because that part only goes up till let's say about when I was about 19, so a few years ago, which is where I liked Digi. Now I don't like them anymore. I think they're bad.
She, it's not them, it's she.
Or-
you have to say the
or-
whole word like this, like a pimp named Slickback.
Okay, well I don't like her anymore.
About their gender identity. Every single individual.
Anyway, continue.
I don't want to come off as transphobic. That's not what I'm saying. I don't like about you anymore. That's completely irrelevant.
What is it though?
It was kind of a meme.
Well, there's nothing there. It's swoosh. It's all gone.
I wanted to argue about the. I had a lot of things I wanted to argue about. I got the fucking Plebe and the Weeb Blu-rays, the Obama thing.
Oh fuck.
I will. Okay, I don't know what I should say about the Plebe and the Weeb, but there will be updates.
I don't believe it. It's been like 5 years.
Digi, what the fuck does that mean?
Look, all I have to say is that anybody who's in my page in Discord knows that I, quote unquote, have a non-disclosure about what I was doing for the week after RadCon 4.
I fucking called it. I called it. Anyway.
If I don't get the first fucking copy at my doorstep, I'm going to literally murder you.
Go ahead and try.
I mean,
I have that on recording, fam.
The actual Blu-ray production, I think Ultimately, I just need to hire somebody to do it for me.
I mean, I do it. I don't care.
Do you have a Blu-ray like burner?
Yeah.
Oh, well, how much do you want? I have a box of Blu-rays. I could literally just tape up the box. I've just been carrying around this box in my closet for fucking years. Although I don't have the art, because I was going to pay Ben, like, okay, these are the mental hangups that I go through, okay? When The Plebe and the Weeb Season 2 happened, Jesse went home and his house was flooded. He already had not wanted to do it in the first place. I had kind of sprung it on him suddenly, and he was not really in a state of mind where he wanted to do The Plebe and the Weeb, which is why it's such a depressing, weird clusterfuck. But it came out good, so he spent a long time editing it. But when he came home, his house was fucking flooded, so I just gave him $1,000 out of the budget to just have. And
seems reasonable.
And then I was supposed to have Ben do the cover art for like $600 or some shit, and he was still months behind on the commission I had asked him for of my channel banner and avatar, which he finally completed right before finally moving out.
Oh, God.
And like I didn't.
They don't call
I was
the
like,
procrastinators for nothing.
Well, I was like, okay, well, I'm not gonna pay him to try to do this Blu-ray art while he's busy with all this other shit, and while I haven't even figured out how I'm gonna actually make these Blu-rays, because I thought that my Blu-ray player that I have as a USB drive on my computer would. Like an external one would be able to do it, because I thought it would just be like DVDs. It's not like DVDs. You can't just do it. So, my intention was just to do it myself, and then I was like, oh, I can't unless I don't know, do I need to buy a thing, or do I need to take these to a place? I don't know, and I don't have the cover art, so I was just like, I'll worry about this after I've paid my taxes and I have money that I feel like I can spend on getting this done. Because I'm not gonna ask for more money because I, donated it to Jesse, I guess. I don't think he would want that either.
This is relevant to my original point of stopping appreciating Digi content, because I don't know if you remember this, but a few weeks ago, I am the most autistic about Radcon 1 and Radcon 2. I am the biggest fan of those content. I don't know if Nate explained all to you, but I was no Radcon. I mean, this is this is because the Plebe and the Weeb Blu-rays broke my young soul, where I was disillusioned with the PCP. I was like, I spent my high school money on that. I was like,
that's why you got to make a podcast shitting on them now.
That's why I made the Faux Anoncast, so I could shit on the PCP.
You feel the same way about the PCP Blu-rays as I feel about my entire DVD collection. So I understand. All of my teenage money that could have gone to literally anything else. But I still have it all, and it still makes me happy to look at some of it. I mean, I sold off all the stuff that didn't bring joy at the advice of Marie Kondo.
But imagine if you never got the DVD you paid for.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, that did happen a few times. I've had plenty of shit. I'm like the type who I will not bully my way into getting it fixed. I will just lose the money and cower and be sad. But yeah, I mean, look, I know I've told this story before, but one time, Don-san bought me 3 volumes of Robot for $60 on Amazon or Yahoo auctions. And I said, I'll pay you back when I get a job. And I was 16 at the time, and my intention was to get a job that summer. And I didn't get a job for another 6 years. But as soon as I got a job, with my first paycheck, I paid that motherfucker $60.
Aww.
So when I get my fucking tax situation sorted, the first thing I'm gonna do is bail these fucking Blu-rays before these people start actually dying. My greatest fear is that somebody will literally die and not get their Blu-ray.
Are people really asking for it, though? Or is it just me?
Not many people ask very often.
I think it's just me.
Because I asked if I paid for it. I would be.
I mean, the real problem is that, I do this all the time, where I think about things in terms of, what would be the most optimal, if everything goes exactly perfect, here's what the dates will be. And
but it never does.
Why the fuck would it? And I don't even really attempt to make it go perfect because I get distracted so easily that I will literally forget that I'm even working towards this goal. So, like, it's totally unreasonable for me to say things like Blu-ray release will be in 3 months. When the first episode wasn't even edited for 6 months. Like,
Jun-kun,
you know.
your 7 minutes are up. We gotta move on so we can get the
Don't worry, Jun-kun, we're getting Digi on the drawcast. We
Yeah,
will.
I'll yell at her there.
Held hostage.
We're gonna bring on Songo Kubermensch.
Son Goku
Ubermensch.
So Songoku Ubermensch.
Son Goku, as in Goku.
This is utilitarian
I
calculus.
understand, Son Goku. But AKA utilitarian calculus is on next.
Okay, bye, Digi. I love you. Stuff.
Bye, dude. See you soon.
Alright.
Love that guy.
Hello. Ubermensch.
He's got a cool aesthetic.
You got.
You there, bud?
Son Goku, you are here.
Also, if you can hear us, what do you want us to call you? Do you want us to call you Ubermensch? Do you want us to call you Goku? Do you want us to call you utilitarian calculus?
Or wrong end of the... I had at first read it as Rongendorf, and I thought it was like a weird take on Ganondorf, that he was Rongendorf. That was how I had read it the first, like, a lot of times. Until May said to me, wrong end of the utilitarian calculus. There is not actually a the. It's just wrong end of utilitarian calculus.
Yeah.
But you always say the.
I literally don't read it. It's just the impression that I get from their name.
I'm not sure if he's actually realized that we have...
Should I have him, or...
I'll give him 5 more seconds. I'll count on my little
Son
fingies.
Goku, you gotta unmute yourself. You
Son
are actually in the
Goku,
call.
You are here and you are live. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Alright,
he's spaced
they're
out.
gone. They're gone.
Sad.
Alright, later, dude.
Alright.
I really want to talk to that guy at some point.
Yeah, okay, next is Foxy Kedu.
He's one of the examples
No,
of
no, it's Keyblade. It's Keyblade. Why can't I do this right? It's literally Keyblade.
I never really finished the point I was trying to make earlier about like the fact that there were like schizos who have been reaching out to me on Twitter, and I didn't know a nicer way to put it, but I don't consider it an insult because I find it easy to talk to them, and I usually get what they're trying to say and don't really find it that crazy. And it seems to be
it's a lens thing.
It seems to be very comforting to them because obviously most people just totally dismiss them. So it's like, I don't know how much I can really
as long
get...
as you're not like leading them on purpose.
Yeah.
I think it's fine to like engage those people.
I mean, like,
No,
you know,
like I've watched
too.
some of utilitarian calculus's videos, and I'm like, this guy thinks so fucking hard about the shit he's saying that I genuinely want to have an open dialogue.
Yeah, there's a guy who I've been talking to who is like convinced that a lot of the world and the people are not real, and that like the amount of what is real is shrinking, but it's like it's not like a clearly defined area. It's just like pockets throughout the world. Anyway.
Keyblade, sup?
Hi, Keyblade Spirit.
Keyblade?
You're on. You're here.
They said I'll start the moment I'm told to. You're told
Start
to.
now.
I commandeth thee to speak.
Keyblade, we can't hear you. Is your microphone correct? You've got a lock next to your name. I don't know if that
Keyblade
means
says
anything.
fuck.
They say.
He says fuck.
What fuck?
He's been waiting so long, and his shit is... Just restart your Discord. It's probably just like a thing.
Dune-kun says, I'm one of those everyone but me is fake kind of people.
Son Goku Ubermensch is back unmuted in the waiting room if we want to talk to him.
Should we do that?
I don't think they're back. I think they just never left.
Well,
But
he's
but
he's unmuted now. Is what
yeah, so something has changed. He was muted before. He's unmuted now.
I guess so.
Alright, Keyblade, we're giving Son Goku another chance.
They've left. They've jumped out.
You there, man?
Son Goku.
Hello.
Hi.
Just call me Josh.
Josh?
Joe?
Josh, just Josh.
Josh, okay.
I was sorry. My sister was trying to call me at the same time.
Fair.
Understandable.
What's going
You
on?
said-
What do you want to talk about?
Well, I've been working on this story sort of thing, it's I guess I can talk about that Patreon I asked you for that really jarring Patreon that you got from me.
Which one?
Do you know about genocide for some reason? Just hey, here's a random.
Oh, the Rand Valley Massacre one, or Round Valley Massacre? Yeah.
And then yeah. Is there any interesting things beyond? Is there anything interesting about that rant that I may not have noticed besides what was already in the video?
I mean, I didn't try to put anything extra into it, if that's what you're asking. Like, I had never heard of the Round Valley Massacre, so I pretty much just read the Wikipedia article and then said whatever I could think of about it.
Okay, so it's not much of a interesting story there. Well, I've been working on it's 40,000 words, but a bunch of it's it's a bunch of it's just a bunch of circular, not pseudo-philosophical rambling.
Yeah, so this will probably be like a 4-hour video, right?
No, it's not a video. It's like for a series I want to make. It's like an outline.
Okay, cool.
It's called Sub-Force Saviors for Guns.
Whoa.
It's about.
Wait, type that out.
Where do you want me to type it out?
Just put it in general. Just put it in general, so I can yeah.
I have a copy of it that I linked to. I can link to people.
Oh whoa.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I would be interested to see. I love looking at fucking design docs.
I mean,
just like
it's
the way somebody's
40,000
thoughts.
words, so it's gonna be quite a lot.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of it's just like quotes, long quotes that I of characters going on philosophical rambles that don't make any sense. Well,
That's
they make
all
sense.
any art is.
What?
That's all any art is. That's what I think.
It's about like I designed like entire ethnicities for the series, but there's like sub ethnicities of the ethnicities, and they're like religion is. They have like I designed a whole like religious divide, like the like Catholic Protestant divide, and it's like an ethno-religious group. It's like a mix between like Jews and like Christians and Muslims at the same time. It's like it's a whole thing. Like, and I made like that's.
I'm curious if you've ever thought about this, because when I was trying to write stories in like my early 20s, I thought about just creating like a whole wiki for a universe that just doesn't have a story. Like it's just a wiki.
That's what I'm going for.
Yeah.
I've done that, and it's helped me immensely like gather my thoughts and figure out what I actually want to tell a story about.
Yeah, like funnily enough, I never really got it done because like I couldn't actually figure out like what events I wanted to transpire in my world. Like I always had ideas for characters and locations and like pieces of lore, but not like actual happenings. And I think it's just because I had had so few experiences in life that like actually imagining how people will react in like a like high intensity scenario, like I really can't figure out how to write that realistically. So it's like,
well, I think I do have the opposite problem where my content may be too grisly or something. Or like there's like one of the main heroines. Well, it's like an ant. Like there's like a. I wanted to like. I noticed that wasn't like a female light or love female like Reinhardt type character. So I wanted like a female version of that type of archetype of like a Byronic like an antagonist.
I know exactly what you mean. He means
Reinhardt and she has a really
heroes, right?
Yeah, and she has like, and she's like it's kind of like I have a futuristic like political system. Like I made up my own form of government for how things work, and it's like two different sci-fi governments competing against each other. One of them's like a totalitarian government, but it's like in your bloodstream. Like they'll they'll just sterilize you if you do something wrong.
All right. Yeah, they're like bio-fascists.
Well, yeah, but it works really well because they just because everything's kept orderly and stuff. But it's more complicated than that. Like it's like ranking people by morality and also by intelligence, and just the people with the highest morality and intelligence scores rule as like kings, and they're like but the other one's way more complicated. It's like a
This reminds me of. Have you ever heard of the manga Bakuman? It's a manga.
Is that the one manga about made by the guy who did Death Note?
Yes, and it's about two guys creating manga, and one of the manga that they create for Shonen Jump is called "The World is Ruled by Money, Power, and Intelligence," and it's like everybody has a score of like how smart they are and how much money they have, and like the combination of those things is like there's like a gigantic leaderboard, and it's just like the higher your score is, just like you just multiply your opportunities by that amount. Basically, just like a metaphor for hypercapitalism, but like where the hero is like an anti-hero in that he's like trying to win this system to subvert it, kind of thing. That's kind of I feel like there's a thematic resonance between that and the story you're describing here.
Well, John, if this story ever goes anywhere, or if you like need help fucking like making this, I'm sure there are tons of people in this Discord, including myself, who'd be very interested.
Yeah, well, one of the controversial parts was that like one of it, the heroines is like there's a lot of sexual abuse in the story, and like it's one of the weird. It's really dark. It's a really dark.
I mean, I'll tell you, all the stories that I wrote when I was around that time involved a lot of that as well. So I can relate. This guy like kidnaps the anti-hero girl and rapes her, and he wants to basically rapes her and trains her at the same time. Like he. Is like this is also like an action series. It's also like a really dark action series, but with like with elements of like shonen almost. I wonder if that's kind of tonally contradict. I don't think so at all. I mean, like Akame ga Kill is kind of like that. Like it's like shonen action, but just like over the top, edgy, violent. Like main characters die all the fucking time, and like there's sexual and stuff. So. Or Seikon no Quasar.
That sort of psychological action.
Yeah, Seikon no Quasar is another series. It's just like absurdly, indulgently sexual. It's not as dark, but it is,
I gotta do one more caller and then we're gonna end because it's almost 11. It's way too long.
Thank you for calling in, Josh.
Thank you for calling in. Next we have Keyblade. Okay, so Foxy and let me look at the pin message really quick.
Starman.
Foxy and Starman, you will be up next on Saturday's stream. Like you will be the first people that I'll bring in. But we'll probably start taking callers within like an hour and a half into the show. So like tonight, probably closer to like 7:30, 7:45, we'll start bringing callers in. So
it's good that Foxy is the first caller on the Furry episode.
I need to watch this pinned to Carla video called "The Eldritch Implications of the Shadow Clone Jutsu." That sounds fucking awesome.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
There is Eldritch implication there.
I need to follow.
Should I drag Keyblade in, or do you want to do it?
I'll drag him in. Okay, thank you for calling in, Josh.
Thank you.
Keyblade, you're the last caller of the night. You are on the clock.
Hello.
Hey,
okay,
what's up?
sick. I'm gonna read off a plug real quick, and then all of you get a bedtime story.
Excellent.
So here we go. I run a YouTube channel called Tone Kent with my girlfriend Lumia Stargazer. We're making podcasty videos about anime. 3 videos a week, 2 shorter videos in our double-sided rewatch first watch series, and 1 longer video that could be anything from talking about our waifus to the SEO cast, episode 1 of which is about Demon Slayer and why it sucks.
Oh, what is
time for the bedtime story. This is one version.
Link that
of the...
channel. Link that channel.
I'll do that when I'm done here.
What kind of discussion should we expect on SEO cast? Are you just going to be like shitting on stuff, or are you more like into it? Like, what's your opinion on the zeitgeist in the mainstream?
We're basically just shitting on Demon Slayer, and I'm like lightly defending it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that show looks like dog shit. So I.
You're doing
Tone Kent is the Can-Tent knockoff.
Yeah, it's a Can-Tent ripoff.
Right. I was aware of this, but I've not watched any of it yet. But I maybe I will, especially to hear about Demon Slayer, because like
it's an hour long.
I don't think I can listen to somebody who's going to take the approach of like trying to be fair towards the show, because it just looks like fucking dog shit to me. So I'd rather just hear somebody rip on it.
Did you at least say the thing?
What? Can-Tan!
No, of what the show looks like.
Garbaggio.
Garbaggio, yeah. Well, I mean, it doesn't look ugly, but it just like looks like. Well, the character design.
I'm so sad you took down the original version of the Garbaggio video. Someone uploaded it with a different.
I did not take down the Garbaggio video.
I can't find it fucking anywhere. So link that shit to me.
Hold on, let me look.
Maybe I'm just retarded, but anyway, Keyblade. Yes.
Okay, and finally,
I typed Dogo Bro and I still got it. Yeah. The reason you can't find it is that the title is, the reason that the video is controversial, because it's JoJo Part 5 wins Best Character Design at Anime Awards, which was just a joke because of the fact that this video was released immediately after the Crunchyroll Awards.
Right, I recall.
Where I was talking about why the character design sucked, but in the video I just like am just screaming
No, you just
and
let
losing my
loose.
mind and talking about the backgrounds, and like people were so uppity about the fact that like that it's not the character designs, it's the backgrounds. And it's like, I don't care. It's a fucking shit post. Like,
It's
stop.
funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was there. I was on the front lines.
Yeah. Good times.
As usual.
Keyblade, what else did you want to say?
I also have a bedtime story for everybody since I'm the last one of the night.
Excellent.
Yes, this is one version of The Little Blue Kite. Just cut me off when my time ends. Okay. In a closet lives a little blue kite. Wait, no, lives the little blue kite. Only he knows just how scared the thought of flying makes him. That is until today. Today, it turns out, is a special day. The wind just takes hold. And what joy finds the little blue kite. And oh, how the deep sky beckons.
I literally just played
The
this
little
game.
blue kite even flies steady.
This is just a short hike as a fucking story. Like,
And the more he flies, the deeper in love he falls. You might say the little blue kite tilts this way and that way with glee. Up through roaring winds, up through dangerous winds. How fast does the little blue kite rise? Away the little blue kite flies, higher than never before. Free! The little blue kite flies over immense cities and slumbering towns, over great jungles and towering mountains, burning sands and melting ice, oceans wild with cyclones. Until at one point, the little blue kite realizes time no longer matters. Now some say here was the end. The little blue kite was lost. But as it turns out, here is not the end. The little blue kite still flies high above, returning again and again to a sky forever welcoming all of us to fly. Now that's the short version of this book. There are three versions, all based on which color of words you read.
Huh.
This is by Mark Z. Danielewski, author of House of Leaves.
Color of words.
It's a literal children's book.
Amazing.
It's wonderful.
What do you mean color of words?
Oh yeah,
I would assume that it's written exactly like the compressed decompress video is what you mean, right?
Yeah. Pretty much exactly.
Yeah, but like based on the color of words, you could make the story longer or shorter because it goes into more or less detail depending on how much you care about it.
Okay.
I.e.,
Yeah.
it's modular to the type of thinking that the kid has or approach they would like attention span of the child while still telling the same story.
Okay.
In the same way that I described a short hike as a haiku version of Breath of the Wild,
Yes.
Yeah. Exactly.
But it's all wrapped up in one book. This is my analysis of this book.
I'm not high enough to be thinking about this.
Yeah. And then in the longer versions, it goes to a character called Kai who goes on this journey, taking this little blue kite out of his closet that he's kind of shoved it back behind in, and slowly getting over his fear of flying it.
Yeah, I mean, I understand
stuff
why
like that.
Mike C. Danielewski would be afraid of flying his kite because his books are fucking incomprehensible, but I'm willing to put in the work to understand this man because I love him and his stories, so... maybe I'll try to read The Familiar again, but oh my god.
Guys, Foxy in the chat asking the real questions. Does House of Leaves need an easy mode?
It has an easy mode, because, I mean, technically, like, if you were to only read, like, just one or the other segment of the story, each of them would make sense. It would like you could probably read the book without the footnotes and then go back and read just the footnotes and read it as like two different stories if you like really couldn't process jumping between it all, which I always kind of assumed that some people just would do that because they would just be annoyed. Like Victor, he fucking hates reading. He would just ignore them, and like I kind of started to do that when I was trying to read Infinite Jest because I just didn't fucking care about like. It just goes on and on about everything.
Does House of Leaves like switch perspectives like a fucking shit ton?
Yeah, because like the way the story is written is that like there's a guy who is piecing together the notes that another guy had about a story he was trying to write. So you're bouncing between like the collected notes written as though it is a cohesive story and then footnotes that are the guy who collected it like commenting on it, but he's also losing his fucking mind because
I see.
because the story that he's recollecting is itself an analysis of a movie that is not real. And the movie is a found footage movie about a family that lives in a house that is bigger on the inside than the outside and constantly expanding and growing more labyrinthine.
I recall this, yeah.
Yeah, and so it's essentially a horror story about being trapped inside of your own mind, and exploring that on different metaphorical levels because, that's what it feels like to be in a labyrinth, is you go to the extreme meta and you're just lost in this maze. And, the only resolution that you can have is, like, to continue sharing the story so that more people can get interested in investigating it, essentially. Even though it's fake. Like, it's not real. But the book treats it as though there's a possibility that this was a real movie because the analysis is written so convincingly that, like, he has seen this film and he's like, citing directors. Like, he's like, talking about, in the analysis, he's talking about Stephen King's reaction to this fictional movie that doesn't exist, So...
Yeah, and then on top of that, there's... Okay, Mark also wrote a few scripts for a potential TV series that he wants to be made about House of Leaves.
That would be
super And a big part of that is also, like, he wrote a beta script and then he's got, like, 3 scripts for sale. Well, the setup of that is that it turns out the Navidson record actually is real. And people found it. And people are really pissed at him. And there's also, like, weird effects that the house is starting to have on reality now that people know that it's real.
What the fuck? Wow. Well, I mean,
Again, not high enough to think about this.
That is also implicated in the book because, like, the sleeve talks about how, like it talks about this book as though this is, like, an edition of it and that, like, it was originally, like, just a bundle of scraps that was being passed around by people and, like, this is, like, the fully published version, like a fictional history of the actual book you're reading, Yeah, I mean, it's just like the most hipster fucking trash in the whole world, I guess, is what I'm really trying to say.
But it's cool in your brain,
It's also
dude.
the coolest thing ever.
Yeah.
In the same way that Homestuck is like the grossest, most degenerate thing in the world, but also the
That's why it's
greatest.
fucking cool.
Yeah.
I'm glad we talked about Homestuck. I'm really glad.
Right. All right.
Yeah, I just uploaded a PDF of the beta script that he wrote. If any of you are interested.
Amazing.
Yeah, and then there's the first 3 episodes are available for like $9 on his Etsy store.
Whoa.
Like, what do you mean by available? Like, they were actually made, like, as episodes? Like,
Yeah. No, like you can read the scripts for them.
Okay.
And he yeah, and he just sells them as PDFs.
That's funny and amazing.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah.
It's past 11. I think it's time to
Mhm.
wrap this bad boy up.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you look tired as hell.
Good night,
Yeah.
everybody.
Bye, Keyblade.
It was a great
Bye.
stream.
Keyblade
Thank
Spirit.
you for calling in.
Yes, Keyblade Spirit.
Thank you
Yes,
to
go watch Tone Kent.
I will.
I love you, Lumia.
Aw. Wow, he loves his girlfriend. That's so nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Speaking of girlfriends, my girlfriend says hi. She wanted me to say that to you, apropos
Hi.
of nothing.
Amazing.
What's her name?
Lauren.
Hi, Lauren.
Okay.
Aw, wow.
Foxy, Kedu, and Starman will be next up on Saturday, and we will have the one and only furry legend, the Dragon Man himself.
I don't think I'm fucking ready. I don't think anybody is.
I think his name is Koth Rex. You know his
It
name?
doesn't matter. You know who we're talking about.
You've
We're talking
seen
about
him.
the
He's
dragon
blue,
YouTuber.
and
You
he's
know
a
the
guy
dragon.
whose avatar is a dragon. I
Yeah.
have not. I don't think I've ever watched one of his videos all the way through, but I have seen like
Oh,
clips of him in
we're
discussions
going
about his
to
videos.
learn today.
Yeah, there's a lot of
he-
research to
it'll
do,
be
boys.
great.
I mean, he seems like a pretty reasonable guy.
Yeah.
He seems like somebody who's kind of like a ContraPoints for furries, but like, you know.
Yeah, he seems like a bit of a race realist to me. Facts and logic.
I have no idea. I don't know his political stance.
No, I'm
We'll
just-
see. They
just
said they
fucking
specifically
around.
said they didn't want to get too political, and I respect that. I'm
Yeah.
just very interested in like who they are and like what their existence
Seasonal
is
says,
online.
I love him. So I mean, Kedu, we'll probably watch some of his videos.
Yeah,
in the time
definitely,
between
in
now
prep.
and Saturday.
But
to
yeah,
know what the
that's
fuck
that's
we're
what's
dealing
gonna
with,
be
you
up.
know?
Thank you everybody for coming out tonight. It was an awesome stream. Okay, so on Saturday there will be a shirt raffle. So the way this is going to work, I don't know how many people will be in here, but this will be relayed to anybody who is paying to be in the Panties Only Discord. So that is people who have given me money to have access to the other channels in the Discord, which you can do. Just go to the announcements tab in here. Basically, there'll be one auction for the shirt for them, where they have like free entry into the raffle. And then there'll be one that is on the chat, so you can super chat to get in the raffle. So there'll be 2 shirts that I give out.
That's a really smart way to do it.
Yeah, I just like I don't know, I want it to be more worthwhile to the people who are in there, and I also, want people to be incentivized to super chat, because I do know, people are asking for money to charity, and people are asking for money to fucking fund their dreams, and people are doing shit, but like,
Well, this is your dream. This is your fucking job. Shit.
I mean, I'm working on it. But
yeah.
I'll have a dope shirt, and you can enter, and you just have to give me $1, and I think it's pretty fun.
I apologize to all the listeners for the incessant coughing. I
wasn't
should have
incessant,
encouraged
it
May
was
to
only for a
get more
bit.
alcohol so that I would have spent more time drinking instead of smoking to deal with social anxiety, but I feel really fucking good.
Oh, yeah, me too.
There probably wasn't as much coughing as you think there was.
No, it was just for one bit.
There was one part where I literally had to leave the room
Well,
for like
yeah, I
several
mean, but you
minutes.
laughed,
And we
which
could
was
still
fun.
hear you.
Yeah, it was fucking
All right,
brutal.
all right, everybody, signing
All right,
off.
wait, but look at the link in chat. To my
Yeah,
art
yeah, it's
challenge.
also-
I'm 1 day behind. Look at my comic.
Yes.
It's good. Jakig Decided.
It's in the
good.
video description, so fucking click that shit.
Oh my god, for real?
No,
love
I
you.
literally put it in there. I did. I
Nay.
have your back, guys. Anybody who's on
Nay.
here.